Chapter 264, 100 Versailles Yin Lu, exclusively favors _1 nowadays. Few people truly study the heritage of our ancestors, let alone spear techniques. They can't even lift the longer weapons. Being able to wield a long spear is considered a skill. And the Bai family's army is most famous for its charging spear technique. Not to mention actors. Even the martial arts directors of Great Yong can't properly use the charging spear unless they go to traditional schools to find those old folk artists. If the casting isn't done well, not only will the audience not buy it, but it will also affect the overall quality of the show. They are not filming a web series, but a proper traditional drama. What they need is a Bai Xiangjuan that fits more closely with history, not one that relies solely on stunt doubles. Man Shi, who can act decently and also handle a spear, thus became the director's first choice. But no one expected Yin Lu could wield a charging spear? Where's the long spear? After the director paused for a moment, he immediately instructed the crew, give her the long spear. There weren't many people left at the audition. Aside from Man Shi, nobody had specifically learned the long spear, and the crew had already put the spear away. Now, they hastily brought out the long spear. The spear used for the audition on set was brown and longer than the spear Yin Lu was accustomed to, yet a bit lighter. She reached out to grasp the shaft of the spear, closed her eyes slightly, and remembered the teachings of Bai Lian that day. In her practice over the past nearly 20 days, just by holding it, the director and everyone on set felt something subtle. The modern circular hall seemed to recede at an accelerated pace. The wooden floor tiles beneath their feet gradually got covered by sand, and the surrounding walls turned into thousands of soldiers and horses in a towering lush mountains. Yin Lu lifted her head, her eyes suddenly snapping open. With her left hand supporting the spear and the right hand gripping it, she flipped her wrist upwards and pushed down with her left hand to thrust the spear. The flexibility of the spear transmitted the force from the base to the tip, and everyone on set could see the front half of the spear vibrantly shaking. The director and assistant director, who had the clearest view, stood up straight from their benches, eyes fixed on the quivering long spear, with only Yin Lu and her spear in their sights. But that wasn't all. Yin Lu stamped the ground and turned her stride, as Bai Lian once said that her martial arts weren't orthodox, so she could rely on technique without needing a very strong physical condition. Her right hand was still at 1/3 of the spear's length. With her left hand pressing down on the butt, she combined the force of her waist with her horse stance before the vibrations of the spear had ceased and fiercely reversed the direction of the spear to thrust backwards. Her body hadn't turned, but a hint of cold light arrived first. The tip of the spear, adorned with a 10-centimeter-long red tassel, fluttered slightly with the tremble of the shaft. In the audition hall, there was no other sound, just a shadow cast on the wall, holding a long spear, the silhouette as if blended into the wall itself, harmonizing with Xiangqing into a picturesque scene. Yin Lu's eyes were fixed on the tassel. She breathed slightly hard, her cheeks flushed, and the intensity in her eyes slowly receded. Gradually withdrawing the spear, she calmed her state and looked up at the director with her lips pursed, expressionless. I haven't mastered it yet. This is all I have for now. The director and the others finally came back to their senses. If they thought Man Shi was very good, her performance excellent, then for Yin Lu's charging spear, they could only describe it with 2 words: astonishing. Because everyone present would think of those lines. Dressed in bright armor and riding spiritedly as a youth, a woman who never admitted defeat to men iron armor and a charging spear with a flowing pennant. The director looked at Yin Lu's expressionless face, momentarily unsure if she was being modest or joking. Not mastered yet? This is called not mastered? Far from it. Yin Lu was clear about her goal, to fully learn everything Bai Lian had taught her. Director Wan, I will work hard and study diligently. She had held the spear for 20 days, each practice focusing on steady aim. Although not perfect, she had gained some insights. Every move Bai Lian made was a feint and changed constantly. Each spear thrust created a breeze, and when exerting force, She stood as firm as a stake, combining strength and skill. The more she learned, the more Yin Lu understood that she was merely scratching the surface of the art. Her moves, compared to Bai Lian's, were essentially for show. Faced with her, Bai Lian wouldn't even need to move. The vibrating long spear could directly knock her weapon away. Director Wan Xiaoshan. Wan Xiaoshan had directed many martial arts TV dramas, and he had only seen this level of performance in those action actors with real skills. The younger generation were mostly idols, and someone with real martial arts skills like Yin Lu was virtually unseen. Seeing Yin Lu like this, as if she still needed to study hard. Wasn't she aiming to become a grandmaster? That was what he thought, but Wan Xiaoshan straightened his expression and carefully observed Yin Lu. From the moment she walked in, her movements had naturally carried a bit of great Yong temperament. She wasn't short either. 169. Chapter 265. 100 Versailles. Yin Lu, uniquely favoring to her appearance, deviated somewhat from historical records. But Yin Lu, upon closer inspection, noticed the black arched brows, red lips, and eyes that resembled willow leaves. Her features exuded a bold and beguiling charm. Most importantly, she had a resolute and unyielding temperament. Apart from slightly curly hair, everything else was very much to Wan Kaishan's liking. Wan Xiaoshan picked up Yin Lu's profile, number 32. Yin Lu, 23 years old, entered the industry 4 years ago with almost no acting experience. Yin Lu. Wan Xiaoshan asked her a few detailed questions, including about enduring hardship and using stunt doubles, before finally saying, "Go back and wait for the news." He had Yin Lu step out without calling the next person in. Instead, he gazed at Yin Lu's profile while asking the assistant director and producer, "What do you say?" The assistant director looked at Yin Lu's profile without saying a word. For the role, Yin Lu is closer. The producer hesitated, but Yin Lu has no fan base. Yin Lu was pretty much a newcomer, also carrying some scandals with her. Man Shi, a popular top-tier actress. The producer was pragmatic. Who would watch the film without star power? Star power. The director glanced at the producer, but it is Great Yong. The producer was taken aback. It was Great Yong, where each character, Chen Yi, Emperor Jiang Wu, by Xiang Juan, Liang Zuan, each and every one of them brought their own fan base. Outside, Yin Lu had been inside for 20 minutes before she came out, and after she did, the director did not call the next person in. As soon as she emerged, the remaining people in the room cast vague glances her way. Aside from Man Shi, Yin Lu was the second person to have auditioned for such a long duration. How did it go? Xinjie hurriedly approached to ask. Yin Lu didn't speak, only looking towards Bai Lian. Bai Lian leaned against the wall, lazily working on her phone, and only when she heard Yin Lu had come out did she calmly turn her head, her face mask hugging her contour perfectly, leaving only her dark almond-shaped eyes visible. She didn't speak, merely tilting her eyebrows at Yin Lu in a casual and carefree manner. It was standard. Yin Lu removed the sunglasses hanging from her shirt collar, answering both of them, "Results will be out in 2 days." Bai Lian stood up, put away her phone. "Let's head out first." Too many eyes around. Once outside, Xinjie reflected, "The director kept you so long. Yin Lu, we might not be completely out of luck." The audition site was somewhat secluded. Not far away, Xiangqing Building was off-limits to tourists and was being rapidly transformed into a major film and television base. Beneath their feet was a newly renovated asphalt road. Walking on the pavement, Xinjie belatedly realized, from her first visit to Xiangqing to now, the dilapidated roads of Xiangqing seemed to have been all refurbished. Not far away, a lazy horn sounded. Xinjie and Yin Lu instinctively looked up to see a sapphire blue car stop on the opposite side, with the passenger window slowly lowering to reveal the man inside. His left hand rested on the steering wheel, his right fingertip still on the horn, his slightly long, tousled hair hanging down, the sunlight striking him at just the right angle, refracting a cool essence. An air of indifferent, casual languor engulfed him. Clearly, he was visibly in a bad mood. Indeed, Someone had mentioned that good things come in threes within half an hour. Nearing 2 hours had now passed. Despite the distance of a road, Zenji's half-finished sentence was stifled before it could come out. She sharply withdrew her gaze. "Are you coming back with me?" Bai Yin, clenching her phone, turned her head to ask Yin Lu. She needed to return to school for classes, while Yin Lu would return to Zhang family to continue practicing shooting and wait for the news. Yin Lu answered crisply, her radiant face betraying nothing. "They'll go home with Zenji's car. We need to discuss the upcoming schedule." Bai Yin didn't know even the outwardly cool and glamorous Yin Lu was capable of fear. "Okay." She removed her mask while crossing the street, her demeanor utterly casual. Only when the car had driven away did Yin Lu and Xinjie breathe a sigh of relief. In the car, Bai Yin seriously explained to Jiang Fulai, "Line cutting, she cut in line, otherwise I wouldn't possibly be so late." "You could have taken her out." Jiang Fulai took a turn, frowning. "That would be kind of impolite," Miss Bai quipped, raising an eyebrow. She leisurely opened her English vocabulary app, beginning to memorize words. Jiang Fulai glanced at her, recalling a certain surveillance feed, the corner of his lips lifting slightly. Well, that would indeed be quite impolite. However, regarding Bai Yin's mention of line cutting, he took note, planning to ask someone about it later. Bai Yin was serious about the issue with Yin Lu. Right now, her concern wasn't just because Zhang Xiai's was temporarily absent, but also because of the role Yin Lu was set to play. Therefore, skipping lunch, she had rushed here, and seeing Yin Lu's satisfactory performance, she was reassured. Chapter 266, 100 Versailles Yin Lu, uniquely favoring _3. The two casually picked a restaurant near the school. It was well past mealtime, so the restaurant was almost empty. As they entered through the front door, the owner looked up with a smile, about to ask, "What would you like to eat?" but got interrupted by an indifferent glance from someone. The owner even took out a piece of paper and meticulously wiped down the table and chairs where the two settled. Then he handed them the menu. Jiang Fulai was different from Jiang He. He truly didn't care about where or what he ate, as sometimes they just lived on steam buns while working nonstop in the lab. Browsing the menu, he casually picked out 3 dishes. He had no preferences or favorites. The choices were all tailored to Bai Yin's tastes. For Jiang Fulai, spending time on eating and entertainment was a waste, but this was also the first time he bothered to remember someone else's preferences. It was a peculiar experience. Bai Yin was looking at her phone, which displayed a message from the person in charge at Dongwu. "Aren't you planning to join the club?" Bai Jian, no time smile, on the other side of the phone, the Dongwu person in charge. Looking at this spiritual smile, it was certain this had to be a respected elderly gentleman. After the meal, Bai Yin returned to school. The lunch break had long finished, and during the break between classes, a bunch of people were discussing something animatedly. For the first time since Zhang Xiai's left, Class 15 was so lively. "Lian sis, have you heard?" When Bai Yin approached, others told her the exciting news. "There's going to be a hotel opening in Xiangqing, did you know?" Bai Yin was somewhat confused. She pulled out a chair and sat down. Pu Xiaohan turned around, equally excited. "They've already started demolition, it seems. Looks like they're really going to develop Xiangqing." Everyone was thrilled about the decision to develop Xiangqing from higher up. Everything was moving forward. "That's great," remarked Bai Lian earnestly. She seemed to recall Su In mentioning there'd be a press conference this weekend. After school in the afternoon, Bai Lian, Pu Xiaoan, Ning Xiao, Yang Lin, Weng Qi, and Tang Ming, this out-of-class person who somehow got mixed up in Class 15, walked toward the exit together, a spirited entourage. They drew the gazes of countless students. Many came up to greet them, some chummily asking for Bai Lian's number while slinging an arm around Weng Qi. Others approached Bai Lian to inquire about physics problems. Some asked Pu Xiaohan about video editing. Except for the aloof and unapproachable Ning Xiao and the silent Yang Lin. Behind them, the previously popular Class 8 students still walked, as before, untouchable by anyone. However, now it was different. In the past, Class 8 exuded a gap of unreachable backgrounds and grades. Zhu, once seen as unattainably high in pedigree and grades, had his marks steadily suppressed by Ning Xiao several times, and even Tang Ming was fast on his heels, ranking second in the recent joint exams. The radiance of Zhu, Ren Wanxian, and the others from Class 8 had greatly dimmed. Some echelons are not insurmountable. They're about to exit. Zhu shifted his gaze, looking at Ren Wanxian. Haven't you talked to Bai Yin yet? In Ren Wangshuan's hand was a red invitation card, her gaze deep as she watched the line of people ahead. Finally, she called out to Bai Yin, "Wait up, I have something for you." She finally maneuvered in front of Bai Yin just before the school gates, observing her for a long while, and then extended the red card. "My grandfather asked me to give this to you." With just a short sentence, she attracted the attention of those around Bai Yin. The gazes of Pu Xiaohan, Wang Qi, and others fell upon the invitation in Ren Wangshuan's hand. Bai Yin didn't know how Ren Wanxian danced herself into her presence again. She didn't take it, merely arching her eyebrows. Ren Wanxian pursed her lips in impatience. With no response from the other side, she grew a bit irritated. "What do you want exactly? I've been punished by my grandfather for so long now. There are only 20 of these invitations in all of Xiangqing, and I'm offering an apology. Aren't you satisfied?" By her side, Zhu stepped in to explain for Ren Wanxian. "Bai Yin, this is Zinda's evening event." Bai Yin lazily struck out a word with her hand, her expression unchanged, and Zhu immediately got the hint. Indeed, how would the average person know what Xinda is? Chapter 267. 101 Alien comes out of retreat to compose music again. Second update. _1 Zhu again explained to her, Xinda is a Jiangjing-based company and is also the partner that is entering our Xiangqing this time. The senior executives of Xinda will also be attending. The words spoken by Zhu made others in the room exchange glances. A banquet hosted by Xinda in Jiangjing. Jiangjing, it seems so far out of reach. Most people in Xiangqing had never even dreamed of going there. Many people, including the former Ning Xiao, had only considered as far as Beicheng when it came to exams. The banquet was very important for Ren Qian. It was the best chance to expand his network, as the Xinda high-level executives would all be arriving in Xiangqing that day. Everyone knew the importance of connections. Zhu and Ren Wanxian didn't believe that Bai Lian would refuse. After the incident at the Calligraphy Association, Ren Qian went almost 10 days without speaking to Ren Wanxian and just told her to reflect on her actions. Fortunately, the Secretary General often comforted her. With their relationship with the Ji family almost at breaking point, Ren Qian obviously couldn't bring himself to approach anyone from the Ji family. So he left this matter to Ren Wanxian. Ren Wanxian was very dissatisfied that Ren Qian wanted to take Bai Lian to the banquet. But at such times, she wouldn't displease Ren Qian and still went to find Bai Lian as he had instructed. "Are you done talking?" Bai Lian didn't look at the invitation, just gripped her phone tightly and lowered her eyes and brows. "Then please make way." "This is what you don't want." Ren Wanxian looked at Bai Lian strangely. Her mood suddenly relaxed, and she almost burst into laughter. "Don't regret it later." Bai Lian lost her patience, smiled, and said, "A good dog doesn't stand in the way." Ren Wangshuan's face turned red. The others in the 8th class also realized and cleared the path blocked at the door. The news of Xinda Enterprises moving into Xiangqing had exploded in the business community. The financial channels have been discussing this matter all morning, and many people were now acting on the information. After all, everyone knew Xinda was from Jiangjing. They must have some inside information about Xiangqing to decide to move in. Isn't the economy all about trading on information disparities? Zhu watched Bai Lian's retreating back, wanting but hesitating to speak. In the end, he still left with Ren Wanxian. This matter was directly reported to Ren Qian by Ren Wanxian. Ren Qian, holding his phone, was silent for a long time. Forget it. Her vision is limited to this anyway. Then, the newly assigned administrative assistant beside Ren Qian inquired, "Should we still have a gown made for Miss Bai?" Ren Qian waved his hand disinterestedly. "Is there a collection of rare tobacco?" Right now, his own power was being divvied up, and he was planning how to take it back. Also planning how he could arrange a meeting with Elder Chun. With the Ji family issue, he could only allocate 1/10 of his attention. He couldn't manage more at the moment. Bai Yin was unaware of all this. She usually went to the Zhang family to give pointers on Yin Lu's marksmanship and then return home, and complained to Jiang Fulai. Sometimes I find you quite useful, Teacher Jiang. Question mark. Teacher Jiang. Sometimes? Bai Yin raised an eyebrow. 1. The Ji family's courtyard was bustling today. Besides Lance, Ji Xiaorong had also finally returned. Dad, with something so serious, how could you all keep it from me? Ji Xiaorong was referring to Shun Qing's incident. He frowned, having just returned to Xiangqing to visit Ji Heng, only to hear about this. You were working, and besides, calling you back would have been pointless. Ji Heng, holding his tobacco pipe, was quite calm. She is fine now, isn't she? Ji Xiaorong did not know how perilous the situation had been. He thought Shun Qing's injuries were not that serious. Next time, you still have to tell me, Ji Xiaorong sighed. Even if I'm working, I could take leave to come back. They wouldn't trouble me because of this. Bai Yin came out with her silver needles to perform acupuncture on Lance. Ji Xiaorong looked at Bai Yin and asked Ji Heng in a low voice, "What is she doing?" "Performing a test." Cough, cough. Ji Heng paused, changed what he was about to say. Acupuncture. He kept it simple and to the point. Ji Xiaorong. He looked incredulously at Lance. This foreigner trusts Bai Yin so much? Both of them were truly bold. One dared to perform the acupuncture, the other to trust it. Ji Heng, was this permissive of Bai Yin? This Saturday, Xiaojun is moving. Did he tell you? Ji Heng asked about the serious matter at hand. Sheyan's neighborhood was starting to be demolished. Xinqing had already picked out a new house closer to Pura Street, and they planned to move there this Saturday. Moving to a new home always needed a bit of liveliness to warm the place up. The more people, the better. Yes, Ji Xiaorong would certainly go to such an event, but he was slightly surprised. His place is also getting demolished. He focused on his research and was indifferent to other matters. Ji Heng didn't know much about it, responding vaguely. Beside the two. Chapter 268. 101 Alien comes out of retreat to compose music again. Second update. _2 by Lian finished giving Lance his acupuncture, then received a call from Suan. Alien. The voice on the phone was full of joy, warm yet forceful. Are you coming over for dinner on Saturday? Bai Yin methodically put away the remaining silver needles. While heading back to her room, she replied, I can't. My uncle is moving on Saturday. I have to go to his place. Only a few close people knew about Ji Xiaojun moving. They had not informed Su In or Ji Milan. Su In hung up the call and, pressing his brow, asked his assistant, Can we change the time of the press conference? The assistant was startled by his question, but it seems Su In wasn't joking. President Su, the time has already been set, and invitations have been sent to all the partners. The assistant said cautiously, changing the time at this point wouldn't be good. The date of the press conference was also chosen as an auspicious day. Business people always believe in these things. If the time was changed suddenly, not only would it break the chosen date, but it would also lower credibility, providing no clear benefit to the Su family. Suan had just asked out of curiosity, feeling it was a pity. How could it just so happen to coincide with the day Ji Xiaojun was moving? Any news from Chunyi? Suan put down his phone and started again. The big event in Xiangqing was Su In's only chance to invite Chunyi. The assistants shook their head. The invitation was sent, but from what people in the department say, Chunyi is tied up on Saturday. It seems Saturday really wasn't a good time. Why was it that one after another, everyone was busy? Suan took off his glasses, his gaze settling calmly on the window outside. How many people from the main family will come? This. For people, the assistant looked up. The old lady and the rest don't have the time. Friday. Afternoon. Beicheng, Time Media Headquarters. Manzai's agent passed through the main entrance, pressed the elevator button, and went straight to the general manager's office floor. Ding! The elevator door opened. The agent saw Man Shi and smiled. Man Shi, did Director Wang give you a call? Great Young didn't have traditional male or female leads. It was a history drama where nearly everyone was a lead. The agent always had information a step ahead of others. That morning, the rest of the roles had been confirmed, leaving only the role of Bai Xiangjuan. It looks like I should congratulate you in advance, the cool, young man beside Man. She revealed a smile. I need to hurry up with my song, too. This was Shi, a popular singer. He was also the person constantly paired with Man Shi in online shipping rumors. Both of their popularity initially surged because of this shipping. This time, as Man Shi was set to appear in Great Young, and Shi also signed with Daong and was crafting a song tailored for Man Zai's role. Hearing this, Man Shi and her agent both laughed, neither refuting Shi's words. On that day, Wan Kai's satisfaction with Man Shi was evident, so the role. Man Shi and her agent considered it a sure win. But as news of the other roles came out, still no call came to Man Shi from the production team. They always save the best for last. The agent wasn't worried. Let's wait a bit longer. An hour later, the super topics for the other actors were out, but there was still no news from Man Shi. Let's wait a bit more. The agent comforted Man Shi. 2 hours later, even the agent was getting restless. He pulled out his phone and called the Great Young production team to ask why the casting for Bai Xiangjuan hadn't been finalized. The role of Bai Xiangjuan, the production team member was surprised. That's been decided a long time ago. The agent felt his heart sink, sensing something was wrong. But our Man Shi hasn't received any news. Man Shi? Oh, the production team member realized what was happening and vaguely replied. The director gave the role to someone else. Who? The agent almost shrieked. The next second, he realized his attitude was inappropriate and tried to repair it. Teacher, didn't the director praise Man Shi for her excellent spear skills last time? Why did he suddenly change the candidate? Who is it? He had thought of all the auditioning artist names, unable to come up with anyone who could outshine Man Shi. Popularity, acting skills, looks. She was second to none. Not to mention, she had specifically learned spear play for the role. The production team member gave a precise reply to Man Zai's side. Yin Lu. Yin Lu? How could it be her? After hanging up the phone, the agent turned to the two people in the office. How could she possibly get the role of Bai Xiangjuan? With her acting skills, her scandals? Man Zai's smile gradually faded away as she clenched her teeth. She must have spread her legs wide. Everyone knew about Yin Lu's scandals. Chapter 269. 101 alien comes out of the mountains, composing again. Second update. _3 when Man Shi was speaking, and Shi by her side also hardened his expression. I'm going to tell the agent I'm not taking this song for the role unless they change the person. Xiangqing first high. Evening after school. Jiang he was supposed to accompany by Lian to Ji Shayan's house the next day, so he waited early at the entrance of Xiangqing first high for Bai Lian. By his side, Ming Dongheng stood with his arms crossed, a cool expression on his face. When he saw Bai Lian come out, Ming Dongheng lowered his hands. Miss Bai. Bai Lian, holding on to Jiang He's sleeve, lazily waved her hand at Ming Dongheng. You go back first. I will take him on the bus later, and he'll send you something later. She was going to see Yin Lu and had Ming Dongheng wait for her there. By now, Bai Lian's prestige in Ming Dongheng's eyes was no weaker than Zhang Fulai's. After escorting the two to the Zhang family's place, Ming Dongheng left immediately. The Zhang family's backyard. Zhang dad handed Jiang He a small stool to sit on, then went back to the front to help Zhang mom. Pu Xiaoan and Wang Qi were sent to the backyard before they could help in the front, and the two of them watched Yin Lu practice spearwork. Sister Xin reported the news to Bai Lian with great excitement. Miss Bai, the role is confirmed. It's Yin Lu. It really is Yin Lu. To Sister Xin, this was like a pie falling from the sky. Top-tier team, top-tier resources. Yin Lu was bound to become popular. Bai Lian also stood aside, watching Yin Lu practice with the spear. Her figure was tall and straight, one hand holding a phone, the other adjusting Yin Lu's posture. The setting sun cast upon her delicate profile, her eyes clear and shallow, her tone lazy, carrying a sense of aloofness as if everything was under her control. Sister Xin was startled watching her, until a ringtone from her phone snapped her out of it. It was a call from the production crew, which she had just saved in the afternoon. "Hello, Director Wan," you say. The call didn't last long. About 2 minutes. After hanging up, Sister Zin's face looked rather grim. She walked to a corner and dialed Time Entertainment's executive in a low voice. Behind her, Bai Lian glanced at Sister Xin. In Time Entertainment, Man Shi and their agent were all in the executive's office. Upon receiving the call, the executive sighed inwardly. "There's a conflict between Shi and Yin Lu that I wasn't aware of before. I've already discussed it with Director Wan, and we will find another teacher to compose for Yin Lu. It's just, we might not find someone like Shi again." Yin Lu lacked fame and talent. Even if she played by Xiangjuan, no renowned composer would write songs for her. In the end, they could only resort to an unknown composer. In the office, Shi's face showed no expression. Man, she was looking down with a sarcastic smile. Sister Xin bit her lip and hung up the phone. This was the plight of not being famous. Bai Lian extended her hand and nudged Yin Lu's spear upward. "Steady your squat." After adjusting the posture, her tone was as casually indifferent as ever. "What's happened?" Bai Lian looked at Sister Xin, her voice languid as she spoke, her eyes drooping lazily, the dark pupils reflecting Sister Zin's image, like a lazy big cat that always gave people a sense of comfort. Sister Xin gradually calmed down, and Shi, who debuted with Yin Lu, initially gained some popularity due to Yin Lu's attractiveness, and their CP became quite famous. However, Shi had some talent and was arrogant. He never really respected Yin Lu, and after Man Shi joined Time Entertainment, he publicly supported his CP with Man Shi, causing his fans to mock Yin Lu, calling her a vampire. Of course, no one remembered that Yin Lu had been more famous than Shi at the beginning. Wang Qi scratched his head, lowering his voice. Yin Lu debuted with CP hype with Shi. Unaware that Wang Qi was Man's Eye's fan, Sister Xin nodded and continued. "For Great Young, Shi was originally writing a song for Bai Xiangjan's character, but when he heard the actor was Yin Lu, he outright refused." Xiaohan on the side whispered, "Can't they find someone else? Let's not mention the difficulty of finding someone more capable than Shi." Sister Xin glanced at Xiaohan. The character song was agreed upon in advance, and Shi should have been preparing for it a month ago. "Next month, we're going to record the character song for promotion. How are we supposed to find someone on such short notice?" "Character song?" In the silence, Bai Lian suddenly spoke up. "Are there any specific requirements?" Sister Xin looked at Bai Lian. "No." "Oh." Bai Lian nodded her head, her right hand tapping on the phone, then abruptly clenched it the next second, and she looked up against the backdrop of the setting sun. Then Il write for her. Sister Xin and Xiaohan were startled, especially Sister Xin. She instinctively looked at Bai Lian. "Miss Bai, have you ever written lyrics before? Studied music theory?" She recalled Bai Lian was a high school senior studying science. Bai Lian chuckled softly. "No, but I think I should be able to write." She had never written modern songs nor learned modern music theory, but aside from poetry, she had left behind dozens of lyrics. And as for composing, she was the composer for the White Robe Journey. After 1,000 years, she finally was going to compose once again. Chapter 270, 102 Aliens' Power, the aloof and hypocritical young master Jiang Xinjia. Pu Xiaohan remembered the Dean Jian and pondered, "Alien plays the Guzheng. Let her give it a try." Wang Qi took a melon seed from Jianghe's hand. Exactly. Xinjia stared at Bai Lian's face, which under the setting sun looked lazily elegant like the flowing moon, luminous but not demonic. Her composure seemingly casual, yet each movement was steady and composed, confident without lacking humility, skilled in spear fighting and the Guzheng. She felt a sense of absurdity. This must be the Miss Bai recorded in the history books, right? Coming back to reality, Xinjie said, "Miss Bai, Yin Lu is greatly indebted to you this time. Thank you." Of course, even if Bai Yin said she could compose, Xinjie still wasn't entirely at ease. She was also trying to find someone in the circle. For a character song written in such a short time, Xinjie was afraid the quality wouldn't pass muster. And although Yin Lu's vocal condition was not bad, she was worried that after Yin Lu sang, the netizens would ridicule her. This was something Xinjie really didn't want to see. After Bai Yin and Yin Lu had contributed so much to this character, she didn't want there to be a single flaw. Xinjie didn't place all her hopes on Bai Yin, so she took out her phone and communicated with director Wan, tried to use various connections to buy an unreleased song that matched the character. Bai Yin knew that Xinjie couldn't completely trust her, and not just Xinjie. Bai Yin herself was also uncertain. While contemplating, she had Yin Lu hold the spear horizontally and practice walking back and forth. Yin Lu had a natural talent for performing, and with just a little guidance from Bai Yin, she could exhibit that kind of temperament. Xiaoan. Bai Yin felt she had learned well enough and then leaned over to ask Pu Xiaoan, "Can I take the school's Guzheng home for a couple of days?" Pu Xiaoan didn't know. Wait a moment. Pu Xiaoan took out her phone, pulled up Sun Qian's number. It asked Sun Qian. Sun Qian was the head of the arts department and had the keys to the storage room. She said, "It's fine." Pu Xiaoan put the phone back in her pocket. "He'll go get it for you." Pu Xiaoan was a bit more familiar with Sun Qian, so Bai Yin continued to watch over Yin Lu here. Meanwhile, Jiang He, who sat on the steps, watched Bai Yin and then turned his gaze to the departing Pu Xiaoan, lost in thought. Bai Yin returned home with the Guzheng, accompanied by Jiang He. Lance was chatting with Ji Hung and was surprised when he saw the Guzheng Bai Yin was holding. "What's that?" "Guzheng." Bai Yin placed the Guzheng back in a room unhurriedly and then came out with acupuncture needles, carefully explaining to Lance, "It's a type of musical instrument from our country." Lance had never seen a Guzheng and curiously plucked a string. Zheng. The sound was like the clear cry of a lonely wild goose flying away. He reached out again, plucking the strings haphazardly, making it sound like a horde of demons dancing. Jiang He silently covered his ears, not saying a word, just sitting there watching Lance. Lance, getting more excited, only stopped when Bai Yin took the silver needle and demonstrated near his head, slowly saying, "If you continue and I insert this wrongly, you might get paralysis." Lance, he understood, quietly returned to the lounge chair outside and let Bai Yin perform the acupuncture. After finishing the acupuncture on Lance, Bai Yin returned to her room. She placed the Guzheng on the table, recalled the incident with Ming Dongheng, and took out her phone to send him a long message, asterisk and amp. Amp. UN at hashtag at meditation requires firm grip, focusing on breath control, breathing with the abdomen, and concentrating. After sending the message, she then reached out to pluck the strings of the Guzheng. Jiang He lay beside her table, watching her fingers as she plucked the strings with just her left hand, sometimes coordinating 3 or 4 strings at once. The sound was light and heavy, though not forming any distinct melody. It was more like casual plucking to listen to the sound. Sharp and prominent. Jiang He watched, utterly astonished. Bai Yin looked at him and laughed lightly. "You look like my cat, man." After speaking, she jotted down a character in the notebook beside her. These experiences were her own, filled with emotion, but how to interpret the melody was something she was still attempting. At this time, Jiang He would go over and see what she had written. Bai Yin's handwriting was always neat and clear, but upon seeing it, Jiang He, who had just finished consulting a dictionary, started to question his life, staring blankly at the character Bai Yin had written. It contained a 4, a 7, and even a square frame. Is that still a character? He sat back down, stunned. He hadn't learned this at all. A little while later, Bai Yin wrote a few more characters. He, not willing to give up, took another look, and this time in one character there were a 9, a 4, a 3, and even a big included. Jiang He stood up, quietly moved outside, and watched Ji Hung teach Lance to play Go. Chapter 271, 102 Aliens' Power, The aloof and hypocritical young master Jiang_2 Lance was no match for Ji Hung and lit up when he saw Jiang He, asking Ji Hung to step aside so he could play chess with Jiang He. Jiang He had never played Gamoka before, so Ji Hung, holding his pipe, explained the rules to him. 3 minutes later, Lance? Again. 2 minutes later, Lance? Again. 1 minute later, Lance? Smile. Jiang He put away the white pieces, finally gaining some confidence. He sat on the stone bench, prodding his watch, and sent Jiang Fulai a message. Jiang He first tested the waters with on the other side of the phone. Jiang Fulai was still in the lab, and he had to go see Zhang Erbi with Bai Lian tomorrow morning, so he needed to make the most of his time in the lab today. The labs in B-Zone were kept at a constant temperature all year round, and to avoid contaminating the lab, everyone was required to wear a lab coat. He stood in front of the detector, leaning slightly forward, looking at the dark matter particle mass and scattering cross-section chart on the instrument. Several people stood behind him. He was particularly excited. The anti-coincidence detection sensitivity is much higher. Many international labs have called to inquire about it. Jiang Fulai slightly tilted his head, and the cold light reflected off his glasses couldn't hide his captivating gaze, his long, pale fingers storing away the document he handed him. Without speaking, he just raised his hand slightly. The others instantly understood they could go back now. The phone lit up. Jiang Fulai picked it up and saw the comment sent by Jiang He. Jiang Fulai. Confirming that Jiang Fulai was available, Jiang He snuck a picture at Bai Lian's place. Jiang He. Photo. Jiang He. Jiang Fulai walked to the D-Zone's rest area while opening the picture. The picture showed a line of neatly arranged characters, but saying it was characters wasn't exactly accurate. Seeing this line, Jiang Fulai stopped in his tracks, and the assistant following behind was startled by the abrupt halt. They backed away several steps and then sneakily raised their head, covertly observing. Jiang Fulai tapped lightly on this line of characters. After a while, he replied to Jiang He unhurriedly, "Little Wimong, this is a subtractive score." Behind him, the assistant peculiarly noted that young Master Jiang seemed to be in a much better mood, indescribably better, but with a bit more life and warmth than usual. The inspired assistant said, "Jiangjing University has an international speech, and the Research Institute is asking if you have time to go back and give a lecture." Jiang Fulai tilted his head, dressed in a white lab coat, appearing aloof and responding lightly, "No time." After all, he still had to teach an idiot in prison. If he can't teach him, Bai Lian might even doubt his teaching ability. The next day, early in the morning, Bai Lian got up to find Zhang Xiai's. Jiang He was going to Ji Shan's new home with Ji Hung and wasn't in a rush to get up. He was still lying in bed. Jiang Fulai's car arrived on time at the junction of Pura Street. Bai Lian got in the car, lazily buckling her seatbelt. There was a faint, cool scent inside the car. Bai Lian had been writing music scores till 9 the previous night, not wanting to disturb the others, so she stopped. The decision to write music scores was spontaneous, taking up more than 3 hours of her time. She had her own routine every day, very disciplined, and she only started her daily plans after finishing the score, which meant she finished her plans more than 3 hours later than usual. It was past 3 in the morning before she went to bed. She got up after 5, because Zhang Xiai's had to start working at 7:30. They had to arrive early to begin tutoring. Jiang Fulai drove steadily, and Bai Lian fell asleep halfway there. She was usually very vigilant, but today perhaps too exhausted, or maybe she just felt relaxed here. Jiang Fulai turned the streaming, gouging music in the car down a bit. When the car slowly stopped in front of the prison gate, Bai Lian hadn't woken up. Jiang Fulai checked the time, which wasn't even 6:30 yet, so he didn't call her. He just turned off the engine, opened the window, and turned to look at her earnestly. It was early, and the morning sun hadn't even had the chance to show itself, but a breeze swept across her face. Bai Lian's hair was carelessly tied up today, and a few stray hairs were gently blown by the wind. A black strand was blown from the side of her face to the tip of her nose, where it stopped and didn't move, lazily swaying. Jiang Fulai stared at that strand of hair for a long time. How dare it challenge me? Coldly, young Master Jiang reached out and placed the strand of hair back where it belonged. When it was almost 6:30, he nonchalantly woke her up. Zhang Xiai's felt like Brother Jiang was very approachable today. He hadn't scolded him. He was baffled. At 7:20, Yin Lu was already waiting outside. She had news about Great Yong to tell Zhang Xiai's. They would start shooting next week, and she wouldn't see Zhang Xiai's for a long time. Chapter 272, 102 Aliens Power, the Aloof and Hypocritical Young Master Jiang _3 by Lian took the lead in going out. Jiang Fulai followed behind her. Zhang Xiai's, normally talkative, found himself at a loss for words in front of Yin Lu, who herself was of a cold and distant disposition. The last time Yin Lu and her parents visited, the two of them hardly exchanged a single word. As Jiang Fulai lagged behind by Lian and was about to close the door, he glanced at Zhang Xiai's, then at Yin Lu, and suddenly asked, Zhang Xiai's, has your injury healed? Zhang Xiai's was startled. Yin Lu looked at Zhang Xiai's and then at Jiang Fulai. Last time, he fought with Lu Xinming and suffered severe internal injuries, which haven't healed to this day. Jiang Fulai said, pointing to the spot where Zhang Xiai's had been hit by a fellow prisoner, then elegantly walked out. Zhang Xiai's touched his stomach, then looked up at Yin Lu, who appeared anxious. It was an awakening. The new apartment Ji Xiaojun had bought was in Sinan Community. Located on Ring Avenue, it wasn't far from Pure Street, at Block 11 Unit 101. The community was newer than the previous one, built just a few years ago with 12 floors to a building, a low occupancy rate, and an affordable price of just over 3,000 per square meter. Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing lived on the first floor. By the time Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai arrived, Ji Shan's home was already filled with many guests. Chun Jingyu was discussing chess with one of Ji Shan's colleagues, while Ji Heng lay on his side with a smoking pipe, offering advice. Ji Shan's place also had two students playing with Jiang He, who mainly watched in amazement as Jiang He assembled a cube puzzle. Ji Xiaorong was in the kitchen helping Ji Xiaojun, while Shen Qing, having recently recovered from serious illness, wore a hat as she entertained the guests in the living room. The modest living room was packed full. As soon as the door opened, Shen Qing saw Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai and called them in, shutting the door behind them. Alien Xiaojiang, you two are here. Standing beside Chun Jingyu, Ji Heng instinctively looked up. His gaze met Jiang Fulai's. An air of joviality pervaded the lively hall, as if brushed by a cold breeze. Chun Jingyu hadn't turned around yet, his hand pausing in midair. His past experience told him that someone must have arrived. He tilted his head slightly. As expected, he saw the aloof young master, Jiang, one step behind Bai Lian. Ji Heng, with a smoking pipe in hand, paused as he looked Jiang Fulai up and down from head to toe, then watched Ji Xiaojun emerge from the kitchen to greet Jiang Fulai with practiced ease. Ji Heng, who was this unexpected figure? Dad, this is Xiaojiang, Shen Qing said as she took 2 cups out, pouring water for Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai with warmth, and introducing Jiang Fulai to Ji Heng. Last time I was in the hospital, he was a great help. Shen Qing broke the tension by warmly introducing Jiang Fulai to Ji Heng. Jiang Fulai politely greeted Ji Heng. Hello. Next to Ji Heng, Chun Jingyu with his chess piece hastily moved aside. So he was the only one who didn't know him? Ji Heng looked at Jiang Fulai, his voice muffled, and merely grunted an acknowledgement, not one for many words. Shen Qing asked Jiang Fulai to sit down and went back to busy herself with cutting fruit for them. Jiang Fulai sat on the sofa methodically, with Ji Heng occasionally glancing his way. Both were silent. Bai Lian sat lazily to one side, brushing up on questions. At times, she would reminisce about musical scores and jot down whatever came to mind. Shen Qing brought out a new plate of fruit from the kitchen for them to enjoy. Jiang Fulai was indifferent to fruit, but upon seeing cherries, he tried one. The cherries Shen Qing had bought weren't sour. Not bad. He took 2 more and casually handed them to Bai Lian. He then reached out and pulled the trash can that was by Jiang He's side toward himself. Jiang He looked at Jiang Fulai expressionlessly. Big brother, a high school student beside Jiang, he gently tugged at his sleeve, pointing to the cube in his hand. Can you scramble this one too? Upon hearing this, Jiang Fulai looked down at the cube in Jiang He's hand and scoffed sardonically. Jiang He resentfully restored one side of the cube. The high school student was blown away. Opposite, Ji Hung caught a glimpse and slowly averted his gaze. After the meal, Chun and Ji Hung decided to stay here to play cards. Ji Xiaojun carried a painting to give to Bai Lian, asking her to deliver it to Su En. Su En hadn't arrived today, but his gift was already here early in the morning. This was Ji Shane's return gift to him. Bai Lian sent a WeChat message to Su En, who was still at a reporter press conference and didn't have time, saying he would come to pick it up at night. Then Ji Xiaojun would definitely criticize her, so Bai Lian asked Su En to send her his address. She would go find him later. Su En quickly sent an address to Bai Lian. There's a dinner party, and if you have time, you could eat a bit. There's a lot of nice food. It's a pity your uncle and the others can't make it. Shinqing had a crowd. Bai Lian wanted to find a place to do some problem solving, and Jiang He also went back with them. Jiang Fulai directly drove the car back to his usual residence, the detached building. Bai Lian fell asleep again on the way, and felt more refreshed than before. Ming Dongheng was sitting cross-legged on the lawn in the garden, his 4 fingers gathered in the palm, as immovable as a mountain. Jiang He jumped out from the car and then squatted beside Ming Dongheng, looking up at him. Ming Dongheng opened his eyes, startled. He leaped up to find himself feeling lighter. Young master, when did you return? Looking up, Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai had also gotten out of the car. Ming Dongheng opened his mouth to speak to Bai Lian, but seeing Jiang Fulai, he quickly stood up straight, reverting to his usual cold and stern demeanor. Young master, Miss Bai. Jiang Fulai gave him a glance. Bai Lian smiled at Ming Dongheng. Jiang He pulled at the hem of Bai Lian's clothes, asking her to look at his painting. Jiang Fulai watched their retreating figures, his expression cold as he headed to the study for an online meeting with the Jiang family. Downstairs, upon hearing that Jiang Fulai had finally returned, Chun Jingyu quickly came to find him. There was also a lady with him. She wore a plain-colored long dress underneath and a beige coat over it, and her chestnut hair was styled into lazy large waves, loosely draped behind her head. Ms. Yu. When he saw her, Ming Dongheng stood up a bit to greet her, his tone especially respectful. Yu Hongyi's lips curved up slightly, her demeanor somewhat cold, as she nodded to Ming Dongheng. She was accustomed to such attitudes. She was the representative sent by old Master Chun. So Ming Dongheng went upstairs to find Jiang Fulai. It wasn't long before Jiang Fulai descended the stairs, his presence slightly oppressive. Chun Jingyu and Yu Hongyi were startled, exchanging glances before quickly standing up. They hadn't expected Jiang Fulai to come down so soon. Ms. Yu, it's always you, said Chun Jingyu excitedly, as he had come 3 times without catching a glimpse of Jiang Fulai. Yu Hongyi was quite surprised, but managed to smile at his words. A tall figure slowly descended the wooden staircase. He had changed into a white, somewhat soft home outfit, but his drooping face was still as cold as a blade's edge, casting a chill glance that was sharper than any frost. He appeared like a vividly ink-painted scroll. Chun Jingyu lowered his head, not daring to look up, young Master Jiang. Yu Hongyi also came back to her senses. She withdrew her gaze and took out a letter. This is from the old master for you. Ming Dongheng reached out to take the letter from Yu Hongyi's hand and held it, not passing it to Jiang Fulai. Yu Hongyi glanced at the letter in Ming Dongheng's hand, her lips tightening slightly. However, they all knew Jiang Fulai seldom accepted things from others, unless it was from his friends or the researchers he worked with. Jiang Fulai nodded, indicating he was aware, displaying utmost indifference. Then he walked unhurriedly and with undiverted eyes to the cabinet at the entrance. As he walked past, the floor seemed to frost over. His pale fingers opened a drawer and hooked out a set of keys, Then he leaned against the cabinet, his slender fingertips tapping lightly on the table's surface, his gaze casually looking at the staircase. The silent hall was too quiet for anyone to dare speak. Chun Jingyu and Yu Hongyi exchanged a glance, unsure of what was happening, until the sound of movement came from upstairs again. Chun Jingyu and Yu Hongyi were both quite surprised. They instinctively looked up. Chapter 273, 103 Banquet, Ren family members dumbfounded, second update. _1 Both of them thought that the person descending the stairs would be Jiang He. They were both aware of Jiang He's existence. Wherever Jiang Fulai went, he would take him along. Not until a section of a gradually blue-tinged, snow-colored skirt hem appeared at the turn of the wooden staircase. The hem was embroidered with folding plum blossoms. It spread layer by layer with her steps. Instinctively, the two of them looked up to see a girl, her ink-black hair held up by a wooden hairpin, her face lazily stunning. Chun Jingyu recognized her as the girl from last time. Why is it her? And she's coming down from upstairs? Chun Jingyu was shocked. It was only then that Jiang Fulai turned to look at Bai Lian and saw that her usual follower wasn't there. He then said, "I thought you had forgotten to come down because you were teaching him how to paint." Bai Lian slowly looked up. Ming Dongheng was also somewhat stunned. Bai Lian quickened her pace. Since Jiang Fulai and Ming Dongheng did not introduce the other two people, she remained silent as well. She just walked up to them and whispered in a low voice, "I haven't." Jiang Fulai lazily looked down at her. He didn't believe her. The two continued to walk outside. After a while, he asked again, "Does he really paint better than me?" Bai Lian kept a straight face. "Not better than you. You are a realist. Would you like to appreciate your cat again?" She reached back in her pocket for her phone. Young Master Jiang had nothing to say and expressionlessly prevented her from flipping through the photos. For the first time, he felt the term realist carried a mocking undertone. The sound of a car engine starting could be heard from outside. 3 people were still standing in the hall, as if being punished. By now, they had probably realized so. Was young Master Jiang waiting for someone? The world began to take on a fantastical feel. Ming Dongheng had seen much turmoil, and he was quick to regain his composure. The other two, however, were quite disheveled, especially Chun Jingyu, who had seen Bai Lian before. Even old Master Chen wouldn't dare make him wait. Ming Dongheng didn't bother with Chun Jingyu, but called out twice to Yu Hongyi, Ms. Yu, Ms. Yu." Yu Hongyi came back to her senses in a daze and looked back at Ming Dongheng. "Mr. Ming, just now that was Miss Bai," Ming Dongheng replied coldly, giving only a name. As for anything else, he said no more. Bai? Yu Hongyi's mind searched for the surname, but she couldn't come up with anything. "Do you have any other business?" Ming Dongheng inquired. "No," Yu Hongyi responded, shaking her head as she looked outside. Without Jiang Fulai present, they did not linger. After stepping out the door, Yu Hongyi then asked Chun Jingyu, "Do you know who that Miss Bai is?" "Yes," Chun Jingyu replied complexly. The chief had told him, a student from Xiangshan No. 1 Middle School, reportedly very difficult to get into Jiangjing University. Yu Hongyi nodded. "I see." Meanwhile, Jiang Fulai took Bai Lian to find Su Wen. They would also attend a dinner at Ji Shan's place in the evening, and Chief Chen would need to stay overnight at Ji Shan's place to rally more popularity. After Su Wen's press conference concluded, he held a banquet in the Wanha Building's banquet hall. The banquet had not yet started. The banquet hall was already filled with people. Leaders from various industries were crowding around Su Wen, greeting him. Ren Xian and Chun Gang could hardly get a word in. Naturally, they couldn't lose face by squeezing in with a crowd of people. Only when the people in front had left were the two able to approach Su Wen and say some polite words. "Mr. Su, congratulations." Their attitude towards Su Wen was more respectful than ever. Mr. Run, President Chun, Su Wen nodded politely at the two with a manner that was mere formality. Then he went to greet the next person. "Chief Liu, I knew you would come." To Su Wen, the administrators of Xiangxing seemed insignificant at present. Ren Wanxian observed the official known as Chief Liu recognizing him as a Beijing figure frequent in the news, and also as Zhang Cheng's direct superior. She opened her mouth, quite shocked. She knew Xiangqing was about to be developed, but she hadn't expected it to attract so much attention. Even that Director Liu from Beijing has come? This President Su is now not so easy to approach. Chen Gang narrowed his eyes, gazing at Su In talking with Director Liu, and just from that brief contact he knew Su Un was a wily old fox. He had no intention of introducing anyone else to Ren Qian and Chen Gang. Ren Qian wasn't surprised by this. He shifted his gaze. He got the demolition order directly from the people of Backter Street. Even without our involvement, we really underestimated him. Previously, when Su In wanted to meet Mr. Liu, Ren Qian and the others didn't get involved. Now that Su In had gotten the demolition order on his own, everyone in Xiangqing was shocked by his tactics. It seemed like the policies were particularly lenient towards Su In. Many high-ranking officials from Jiangjing and Beicheng have come today. Ren Qian instructed the two juniors. Both of you pay attention to moderation. From beginning to end today, you must not act impulsively. Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu looked at each other. Both saw the shock in the depths of each other's eyes. They were both used to seeing others grovel before Ren Qian and Chen Gang. But now the situation had nearly reversed. They were not accustomed to this. Across from Wanha Building, Bai Lian sat in the passenger seat. While pondering the melody, she made a call to Su In. The assistant didn't care that Su In was talking with the director and directly handed the phone to him. Su In saw it was Bai Lian and hurriedly answered, "Alien." Across from him, Director Liu was very surprised. He watched Su In, pondering who was on the other end of the conversation. Su In stepped to the side and talked to Bai Lian for a few moments, still inviting her to the dinner. The other party didn't plan to stay for long. After all, Bai Lian would rather solve more problems. "All right then," Su In said helplessly. "They'll come down to find you and have someone prepare some pastries for you." On the phone, Bai Lian thought for a while. "Don't come down, I will bring it to the elevator entrance. Just have someone wait for me there." The call ended. Bai Lian spoke briefly with Jiang Fulai and went up to deliver the drawing to Su In. Wanna Building was a private restaurant, not very tall, and the top floor was a large banquet hall. Bai Lian stepped into the elevator and pressed for the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, she saw two greeters standing at the entrance to the grand banquet hall. People entering handed invitations to the greeters. Bai Lian stood at the edge of the elevator door, not blocking the way or going in. She was bowing her head, texting Su In. Inside the banquet hall, glasses clinked. Ren Wanxian followed Chen Zhu with a glass in her hand. They didn't know what to say, just there to see the world, now speaking with a classmate from Class 8. "Young Master Chen, who are all these people?" The person from Class 8 whispered, looking at the strangers passing by. "It's my first time seeing my dad with such a smile," and that person was simply dismissive of him. Chen Zhu looked at the people in the hall, mostly from Beijing and Jiangjing. They all came for President Su. The classmate from Class 8 was amazed. Out of the entire Class 8, only he, Ren Wanxian, and Chen Zhu were present, indicating the exclusiveness of today's banquet. He held a wine glass, his gaze shifting as if he saw a figure outside. Isn't that Bai Lian?" He was astonished, hearing a name in this place that he shouldn't have heard. Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu were both very surprised. "Where?" Ren Wanxian looked up. The three of them didn't recognize anyone here other than their own elders, and the pressure and exclusivity kept them on the outskirts, so they've been talking off to the side all this time. The elevator area actually had a blind spot, but the classmate from Class 8, who didn't quite fit in with the banquet hall and stood in a secluded spot, could see Bai Lian, who was standing by the elevator through the glass window from this corner. Bai Lian's face was half obscured by the huge potted plant by the elevator, but her visage was notably striking. He recognized her at a glance. "There." He pointed down. Wasn't she not coming? Ren Wanxian tilted her head, finally seeing the person, and sneered. Chen Zhu thought more deeply. He frowned and stood up. "Let's go have a look. There are many people here." Ren Qian was even concerned that the well-mannered Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu might accidentally offend someone. not to mention by Lien with her temper. Ren Wanxian also felt annoyed. They'll go talk to Grandpa. She stood up to find Ren Qian and spoke to him. Ren Qian smiled, apologizing to the person he was talking to, and followed Ren Wanxian outside. Didn't you say she wasn't coming? Who knows? Ren Wanxian said sarcastically. She didn't feel inclined to mention the Ji family's people. Chun Zhu didn't speak. Honestly, he didn't know why Bai Lian would be here either. Ren Wanxian stood at the entrance of the banquet hall, not wanting to be seen by others, and subtly pointed to Bai Lian, dressed in clothes designed by Ji Heng. There, you speak to her, I don't want to. The greeters at the door kept glancing towards Bai Lian. Ren Wanxian didn't want to approach Bai Lian under such scrutiny. Chun Zhu glanced at Ren Qian, then over to where Bai Lian was, and then stepped forward. Maybe he hadn't finished speaking. A figure beside him, seemingly in a rush, passed by and peered out at the entrance of the banquet hall, spotting the person by the elevator and heading directly towards her. Alien, have you been waiting long? Su En, carrying an elegant wooden box, spoke to Bai Lian from afar. He was smiling, his voice detectably gentle. I'm late. Your mother said your grandfather likes pine nut cakes, so I waited for a fresh pot of pine nut cakes to finish baking. Chapter 274. Questions about Jiangge. Becoming Jiangge _1 Ren Qian and the others turned their gaze on Su En, who was being called alien. Ren Wanxian suddenly had a ridiculous idea in her heart, but felt it was impossible, as she had always seen the Ji family as nothing more than inconspicuous residents of Pure Street. She never introduced her classmates and friends to her father and grandfather, fearing that Bai Lian would use the Ren family's name to act in school. Until now, Zhang Cheng's elite, who were keen to make his acquaintance, stopped in front of Bai Lian. Bai Lian, who was looking down at her phone, looked up and saw Su En holding a huge wooden box. Su En noticed her gaze. It'll help you carry it downstairs. There's no need. Bai Lian handed over the exquisitely packaged painting to Su En. The other hand took the wooden box from Su En. Seeing that she was about to carry the wooden box, Su En chuckled, always managing to maintain a clever distance when talking to others, warm as if he were a friendly uncle next door. This is quite. Before he could finish speaking, someone with 2 fingers easily hooked the wooden box. Su En fell silent. Bai Lian turned around, nonchalantly pressed the elevator button with her phone. Aren't you coming in to take a look? Next to her, Su En didn't give up, having his assistant solicit guests for him in the banquet hall. No, thanks. Bai Lian shook her head, counting the elevator numbers. There's someone waiting for me downstairs. I'll be late in a moment. Maybe she'll have to deal with Sister Lin's sarcastic remarks again. All right then. Su En had come to understand the Ji family's personalities over time. The elevator door opened, and he followed Bai Lian, wanting to accompany her downstairs. Bai Lian used the wooden box to block him, raising an eyebrow. The guests are many. I'm just here to deliver a painting for my uncle. No need to see me off. Su En had no choice but to stand by the elevator, watching as the number dropped to the first floor, before he looked down at the painting, then turned around to head back. The 3, including Ren Qian, were still standing at the entrance to the banquet hall. When Su En came, he only paid attention to Bai Lian, and now he noticed Ren Qian. Mr. Ren Sr.? He stopped to greet him. Ren Qian came to his senses, looking up abruptly. Mr. Su, alien? Su En was about to go inside, as Director Liu was waiting for him, but stopped when he heard Ren Qian's mention of alien, and turned his head. You are? Alien is my son-in-law's niece, Ren Qian said with a smile, talking at length. I didn't expect you to know her too, niece. Su En looked at Ren Qian. He clearly remembered that Bai Lian had not greeted them just now. In front of Su En, Bai Lian had always been polite, except towards those she disliked, like Ji Mulan. Therefore, this time Su En didn't bring Ji Mulan along. Su En glanced at Ren Wangshuan's somewhat stiff smile before laughing himself. Yeah, this child, I persuaded her for a long time, and she wouldn't come to this banquet. Oh, I haven't told you yet. Alien is actually Mulan's daughter. You see, apart from a son, she is also my only daughter, and I can't do much with her refusal to come. I had to let her bring some pastries for her grandfather. After thinking for a bit, Suen also showed the painting in his hands to Ren Qian. This is a painting personally made by Comrade Xiaojun for me. If it weren't for this painting, she wouldn't have agreed to come. Haha, I need to have it sent back to Jiangjing to hang it up. The latter part was indeed the truth. Ji Xiaojun is Ji Mulan's brother, and his gift to Su In was naturally to be treasured. And with Bai Lian's connection, that was something to be even more careful about. After speaking, he smiled at Ren Qian and continued his way into the banquet hall. And as he passed by a few partners, he even raised the painting to show off to them generously. At the entrance to the banquet hall, Ren Qian slowly turned around. Ren Wanxian was as if struck by lightning. She had never been interested in Bai Lian's background, nor had she had any interest in Ji Sheirong's other sister. And now she was being told that Bai Lian had connections with the Su family? She didn't know much about the Su family, only that they were the founders of Xinda, but considering the people who came from Beijing tonight, one could tell how wide the Su family's network was, especially since she had witnessed the marginalization of Ren Qian and Chun Gang at the banquet. What's wrong? Chun Zhu re-entered the banquet hall, his beverage untouched. Chun Gang looked up to ask him. Coming to his senses, Chun Zhu remembered the day Ren Wanxian gave Bai Lian the invitation. We just saw Bai Lian outside. As he said this, Chun Zhu looked again at Ji Mulan, who was mingling in the banquet like a fish in water. Upon a closer look, Ji Mulan's eyes and eyebrows really resembled Bai Lian's. Could it be that she was actually Bai Lian's mother? Chapter 275. Questions about Jianggu. Becoming Jianggu_2. No wonder Bai Lian always seemed indifferent toward the Ren family. If Bai Lian was from a Su family, that wouldn't be so strange after all. But she doesn't have the surname Su either, Ren Wanxian said, her voice low as she looked at the people present, unsure of what expression or emotion to show. After listening, Chun Gang finally understood. Her luck is really good. It's enough that President Su acknowledges her. As for the surname, the Su family also has a foundation in Jiangjing. It's not easy for her to change her surname. This Ji Mulan, she's not simple. Ren Qian nodded at his side. Xiangqing prison. Zhang Xi's finished his labor and returned to his room, where he took out a pen and practiced problems and started doing his homework. The prison cell was small, for people lived in one room. His neighbor was a fearsome, bald-headed man. Just as Zhang Xi's turned a page, the bald man who came out of the restroom threw away his towel, grabbed Zhang Shi's hair, and pounded his little stomach. Didn't you hear me ask you to rub my back? The bald man was the boss here, and no one else dared to touch him. He always washed up first in the evening and in the morning. The other two people in the room curled up on their beds and pretended not to see anything. Zhang Xi's coughed, then put down his pen and flipped over, locking his hands around the bald man's neck. Bang! Both of them fell to the ground, and despite the bald man's strength, once the naked choke was properly applied, he couldn't shake free, and his face gradually turned red. Smack! The two of them crashed in the iron door together. The noise finally alerted the prison guards. Clang! The door was opened. Zhang Xi's let go and squatted to one side. The guard surveyed the scene with an electric baton. Prisoner 0147, Prisoner 1108. What are you two doing? The bald man, holding his neck, was about to speak. Zhang Xi's looked up first. He glanced at the bald man and then, as if too frightened to look, quickly averted his gaze. I don't know. I've been doing my homework the entire time. The guards had come to know Zhang Xi's well over these many days. He was always seen studying hard with a word book in hand, diligently learning. Being beaten by Prisoner 0147 wasn't something new. Others beaten by Prisoner 0147 didn't dare speak up, for fear of a worse beating when he got out. Zhang Xi's was the first to speak up. Prisoner 0147, it's you causing trouble again. Take him away. The guard, wielding the electric baton, took Prisoner 0147 to solitary confinement for 3 days. The bald man couldn't believe what he was seeing as he looked towards Zhang Xi's, about to say something, but was hit with an electric shock instead. After the door was shut, Zhang Xiai's expressionlessly spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and returned to his bed, picking up his pen. The other two were even more terrified and didn't dare to speak. Zhang Xiai's turned another page, and this time, no one disturbed him. Question Jiang. Understand Jiang. Become Jiang. Sunday. Bai Lian arrived at the Calligraphy Association early, much busier compared to her first visit. Pu Xiaohan was recording a video for an elderly Mr. Tao. From afar, Bai Lian could hear Pu Xiaohan's voice. Grandpa, just do what you normally do. We'll just add a recorded introduction. Bai Lian didn't interrupt, silently watching from the side. There were also quite a few onlookers nearby. Pu Xiaohan then asked Bai Lian to help with lighting. Bai Lian was not very experienced with this, but luckily, she was quick to learn. With Pu Xiaohan's precise instructions, the two cooperated fairly well. It took an hour for Pu Xiaohan to finish recording a single shot, and then she sat down with Mr. Tao to watch the footage she had captured. Seeing that she was not needed, Bai Lian then went to the Calligraphy Association. Since it was Sunday, there were more students than usual at the association. By the way, Sister Jinja, who saw Qiu Xuejing teaching children, suddenly remembered something. We need to sign up for the Calligraphy Association assessment in December ahead of time. Are we signing up? The higher the level, the more funding granted from the headquarters. This year, most of the funds were still personally provided by Jiang Fulai. Without much thought, Bai Lian immediately replied, sign up. Okay, Jinja noted, recently, there have been a lot of people going next door. It looks like they all want to buy the martial arts school's property, but they've all been chased out. Ordinary residents hadn't received any news yet, but some businesses had long known about Xiangsheng's plan to develop tourism extensively. With the martial arts school occupying such a large area, it was a prime piece of real estate that many people had their eyes on. Since Bai Lian was interested in the martial arts school next door, Jinja would ask about it when he had nothing else to do. Bai Lian nodded, and then, as if remembering something, she turned her head to look at him, raised an eyebrow. So how's your calligraphy practice going? He silently returned to his desk and wrote the character for eternity. The strokes were strong, and after finishing, Jinja couldn't help but admire it for a long time. Put down your stuff, Bai Lian said slowly as she walked over and looked down for a while before speaking. Jinja put down the iridium and wrote again. This time it flowed even better. In this month, Jinja could clearly feel his progress. The advice from Qiu Xuejing didn't mean much to him, but every time Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai would pinpoint his problems exactly. Especially Jiang Fulai. Each remark made Jinja start to question his life. The results were significant. Not bad, Bai Lian evaluated, affirming his level. Jinja dried the ink and saw a message on his phone. Jian Rong, aren't you coming back for your apprentice banquet? Jinja, no time. All right. For the Jian family, notifying Jinja was just a formality. It didn't matter to them whether he came back or not. That they even remembered he existed was decent of them. Jinja wasn't surprised by this. Sister Lian, Pu Xiaohan, who had finally finished all the supplemental video recording, came in, stood at the entrance of the calligraphy room, and seeing the room full of children, spoke softly. President Jian sent another message. President Jian? Not far away, Jinja, who was stacking up his own written characters, was a little sensitive to the name Jian. He instinctively looked up. Chapter 276, 105 Brother Jiang's Gift of a Guqin, a cross-century top-tier collaboration, second update. _1 was mainly because she had just finished talking to a person with the surname Jian. Pu Xiaohan wasn't familiar with Jinja. The two had only met a few times, so she simply smiled, someone I met on a short video app. She was highly cautious. Aside from the people in her 15th class, no one else knew about her online account. Someone she met on a short video app? Oh, an internet friend. Jinja nodded. Bai Lian was sitting lazily at the edge of a child's stool, one leg bent, her posture casual and relaxed. She held a calligraphy brush in her hand and, under the astonished gaze of the child, wrote a character. After she finished writing, she calmly put down the brush, walked to the door, and said to Pu Xiaoan, "Are you two still chatting?" Bai Lian was quite surprised. The guzheng wasn't her forte. Her technique wasn't considered high level. She played the White Robe Journey, well, only because she was the original composer. Pu Xiaoan shrugged and showed her phone to Bai Lian. Bai Lian looked down. Jian Zhongyou? Question mark. Pu Xiaoan hadn't yet replied to him. Bai Lian scrolled up, noticing the change in their styles from bottom to top. From today, no, to one, and now to the present. The two of them messaged almost every day, but later on, Pu Xiaoan didn't ask Bai Lian every day, especially during the time when Zhang Xiai's had an incident. However, this Ding Jian was truly persistent about someone. Bai Lian thought for a moment and handed the phone back to Pu Xiaoan. "Give him my contact information." Pu Xiaoan was stunned. Then, overjoyed, she took her phone and sent it over to Ding Jian, Jiangjing Music Academy. Jian Zhongyou was in the meeting room, listening to a group of people at a meeting. He had an austere countenance, with deeper than usual furrows on his face. Although he played the guzheng often, it didn't make him appear effeminate. As usual, after sending a message to One Meal, One Big Bowl, he put his phone aside. So many days had gone by, and he had almost lost hope. He had thought that today would yield the same result. In the meeting, the principal was talking about the upcoming student plan. We're planning to recommend them in 3 batches to enter the Royal Music Academy. As Jian Zhongyou listened, he picked up the thermos cup next to him, unscrewed it, and took a sip. His phone lit up. He had set a special notification for One Meal, One Big Bowl. After finishing his water, he casually opened the app, thinking he would see, but to his surprise, upon opening it, One Meal, One Big Bowl. A series of exclamation marks over several lines. Jian Zhongyou! Exclamation point. Jian Zhongyou! Jian Zhongyou put down his cup with a snap, extremely excited. With such a long-standing tacit understanding, he knew what One Meal, One Big Bowl meant. She agreed. His outburst alarmed the teachers next to him. "Ding Jian, are you all right?" The teachers caught a glimpse of the many exclamation marks. Confused, they thought, does Ding Jian like exclamation marks? He pondered for a moment. "I'm fine." Jian Zhongyou shook his head and indicated for the principal to continue. He picked up his phone and saw that One Meal, One Big Bowl had sent him a WeChat ID. Jian Zhongyou squinted as he copied it down and returned to WeChat to search. It was a city wall profile picture. He directly requested to add as a friend. Bai Lian saw the friend request and approved it. There were several unread messages on her phone. "Dongwu, there's an assessment at the end of the year. Do you want to recommend someone?" Bai Lian replied, "Is that possible?" Dongwu, "Yes, but he also needs to pass the assessment." Bai Lian was naturally aware of this. Ming Dongheng was a bit lacking. "Bai Jian, thank you." After replying, she greeted Ding Jian, telling him she had no intention of continuing to learn the guzheng, and then went straight to the library. Jiang Fulai went to the neighboring city today. He wasn't at home and didn't come to the library. Ming Dongheng, with Jiang He, stood outside the library waiting for Bai Lian to arrive. When Bai Lian got off the bus, Ming Dongheng was on a phone call. "Miss Bai." Seeing Bai Lian, Ming Dongheng put down his phone and respectfully started speaking, then handed Jiang He's backpack to him. It wasn't until Bai Lian took Jiang He into the library that Ming Dongheng turned back to the car and resumed the conversation with the person on the other end of the phone. "God, you? Were you just speaking with that Miss Bai?" Yu Hongyi asked. "Yes." Ming Dongheng responded briefly and didn't say much more. Yu Hongyi didn't inquire further, but then added, "Oh, by the way, Chunjing, you mentioned you're also a fan of Mr. Bai. I have insider information. There will be 10 more autograph photos at the auction today." "What?" Ming Dongheng exclaimed. Bai Lian took Jiang He to the library to do homework. Master Jiang was still away today, and after 2 consecutive weeks, Ning Xiao and Tang Ming felt somewhat unaccustomed. Chapter 277, 105 Brother Jiang's Gift of a Guqin, a cross-century top-tier collaboration. Second update. _2, evening. Jiang Fulai had just rushed back from Lin City. He lazily parked his car in front of the library and only after people began to emerge did he leisurely honk his horn to let Bai Lian know he was across the street. Of course, he didn't really need to remind her. His car was the only one of its kind in the whole Xiangqing, and its presence had already attracted quite a crowd. Many had even taken out their cell phones to take pictures. When Jiang Fulai rolled down his window, those people hurriedly ran off with their phones. Mr. Jiang, Ning Xiao, and Tang Ming came over to greet him. Jiang Fulai rested his left elbow casually on the rolled-down window, slightly tilted his head, his jet-black hair hanging down, his expression unchanged, and he asked in a methodical manner, "What's the ranking now?" He was referring to the Jiangjing University app ranking. Tang Ming instinctively looked towards Ning Xiao. Ning Xiao was very calm, 561. But Tang Ming was on the verge of tears, 728. Jiang Fulai, ha. Ning Xiao, Tang Ming. Every time the two of them felt they were doing well, young Master Jiang would accurately deliver a blow. Study, they must study hard. They must study as if their lives depended on it. Bai Lian opened the passenger door. You should ask me too. Jiang Fulai calmly raised the car window, pretending he hadn't heard what she said. In the back seat, Jiang he was sulkily squeezed into a small corner by an item. The car soon arrived at Pure Street, where fewer vehicles passed by, and Jiang Fulai parked the car at a very open spot. Just as Bai Lian got out and was about to say goodbye to Jiang Fulai, "Wait," Jiang Fulai said, opening the driver's door and stepping out. Bai Lian still had earphones in her ears. She casually dismissed a word and waited for him. Jiang Fulai walked around to Bai Lian's side, pulled open the passenger door, glanced at Jiang, he who silently drew his feet back, then nonchalantly picked up a nondescript gray rectangular bag from the back seat. Over a meter in length, it nearly took up the entire space of the back seat. Hold this. Jiang Fulai handed the item over to Bai Lian. That length, that width. At a glance, Bai Lian could tell it was a guqin. She didn't immediately take it. Jiang Fulai, holding the strap in his right hand and rubbing his left wrist with his left hand, sighed, "It's so heavy, Bai Lian." She slowly hooked the strap with 2 fingers, then bounced it lightly a couple of times, easily managing the 30-some pounds. Oh, Jiang Fulai observed her slender fingers without a change in expression. Just something I found randomly, much cheaper than what Jiang Xiaonyao got. You can try it out first. If you're not comfortable, we can look for another next time. Jiangjing Art Exhibit. A bunch of people looking at the exhibit saw one display, completely empty. Wasn't it said that the Huanpei Guqin would be exhibited here? Right, where's the Guqin? Many students from a music academy wanted to see the Huanpei Guqin. They wanted to see what a Guqin worth too. 88 million looked like. Oh, that. A staff member came over, glanced at the spot, and smiled. It was bought by a customer before it could be displayed. Bought already? A crowd stood bewildered in the wind, having not even caught a glimpse. Who comes to an exhibit and buys something without even looking at it first? Jihang's courtyard. Today, Jihang's place was somewhat bustling, with the lights turned up bright. Upon entering, Bai Lian immediately saw Lance sitting despondently at the stone table, Ji Xiaorong occasionally speaking to Lance, and not far away were Ren Qian and Ren Wanxian, who were conversing with Jihang. The clothes that Jihang had made for Lance were washed today and hadn't dried yet. Lance was currently wearing a retro green floral long shirt with matching pants, making him look somewhat like a long cucumber. Ren Qian and Ren Wanxian spoke with Jihang and ignored Lance. Seeing Bai Lian return, Lance's eyes lit up. "Waiting for you." He paused, then switched to English. Upon seeing Bai Lian return, Ren Qian also stood up and greeted her with a smile. "Alien is back. Let's go to my room." Bai Lian saw a new cup placed in front of Ren Qian and Ren Wanxian, filled with tea, yet untouched, and she addressed only Lance. At a glance, she could tell what was going on with the two from the Ren family. "Grandpa, he'll go in first." Bai Lian followed Lance into the room. Her room used to belong to Ji Mulan. There was a desk, a small square table, an 8-panel screen separating the outer area from the bed, providing a personal space. Lance sat by the small square table. Bai Lian, as usual, gave Lance his acupuncture treatment. Then she unzipped the bag and took out the guqin. The dark brown body of the guqin, its 21 strings neatly arranged, the strings gleaming with silver light under the light. Bai Lian adjusted the bridges to the right positions, tuned the instrument, and then... Chapter 278, 105 Brother Zhang's Gift of a Guqin, a cross-century top-tier collaboration, second update. _3, she gently pressed on the strings of the zither. The sound was crisp and piercing. Bai Lian opened her smartphone and sent a message. How much is this guzheng? She could certainly tell that the timbre was of exceptional quality. Teacher Jiang, 2,888. Bai Lian did a quick calculation of the price, compared to Daong's cost of living. Impossible, Teacher Jiang. 2. 8 billion, transfer the money, by the student. The school's guzheng indeed felt a bit rough. This guzheng was a timely rein for Bai Lian, who, as she pressed on the strings, had a continuous stream of inspiration and quickly wrote down line after line on paper. What's that? Lance looked over with silver needles pricked in his head. These characters were completely different from the Chinese characters he had learned. He recognized each character when taken apart, but combining them together was very confusing. Lance was baffled, wondering if the teacher who was teaching him Chinese had withheld something. Bai Lian did not bother to explain things that fundamentally could not be explained to foreigners. Partial paralysis. Lance immediately sat up straight. Outside, Ren Xian and Ren Wanxian had arrived in the afternoon, and Bai Lian had not mentioned Ren Wanxian to Ji Heng. Ji Heng was quite nice to Ren Wanxian, and now even conveniently invited the two of them to stay for dinner. I haven't finished my homework. Mentioning dinner, Ren Wanxian subconsciously spoke up. She found it hard to understand why Ji Heng was still living here. Wasn't Bai Lian no longer part of the Su family? Why not move Ji Heng out and change to a better house? Ji Xiaorong said nothing. Ren Xian looked at Ren Wanxian, then turned to Ji Heng with a smile. She still has tutoring classes today. Speaking of this, Ren Xian inquired further. I've hired famous tutors from Beicheng who have taught students admitted to Jiangjing University. How about letting Alien join Wanxian for the lessons? Next to him, Ren Wanxian bit her lip and glanced at Ren Xian, but she said no more. Ji Heng was startled. This could indeed be a good opportunity for Bai Lian, but I will ask her. He put down the embroidery needle and picked up the tobacco pipe next to him. Ren Xian and Ren Wanxian left, and Lance emerged from Bai Lian's place, pulling out the needles and looking excited. Eat what? Outside. Ren Xian turned to glance back, asking Ren Wanxian, do you know that foreigner? Lance's appearance was quite disreputable. Ren Wanxian was very averse to the idea of taking classes with Bai Lian. I don't know him. All sorts of people are around here. Pure Street was a place where all sorts of people could be found. If it had not been for the Su family, she would not have wanted to be here at all this year. It was just a casual question from Ren Xian. No one would associate Lance, such a small old man, with a master surgeon. What he needed to be concerned about was how to mend the relationship with the Ji family. Fortunately, Ji Heng was quite forgiving towards Ren Wanxian, his grandniece. But as for Bai Lian, Ren Xian had a headache. He somewhat felt that Ji Heng could not sway Bai Lian. So what about the Su family? The theme of Bai Xiangjin's character song was clear. Lyric and composition were not difficult for Bai Lian. She had many experiences, most of which happened to her personally. The arrival of Jiang Fulai's guzheng was opportune, and in less than 3 days, she had written the entire piece. However, there was one thing. She used a simplified score as she had never learned modern music theory, and the original owner's mind also lacked knowledge of modern music theory. She could learn modern music theory, but there was no time. Thursday, gym class. Class 15 and Class 8 were still together, and Bai Lian sat under the shade of a tree, lazily looking at a full page of simplified scores. Her phone lit up. It was a message from Jian Zhongyo. What do you think she plays? After listening to it, Bai Lian gave him an evaluation. Suddenly, she remembered something. Do you know simplified scores? Jian Zhongyo took guzheng lessons seriously. He started playing the guzheng at the age of 8, and now, 60 years later, he was more familiar with the guzheng than with himself. He had written many papers on the Guzheng and had researched no less than 100 historical books. Director Jian? Question mark. This was a question directed at Bai Lian. By Jian. Image by Jian. Can you translate this? Jiangjing Music Academy. In the office, President Jian put on his glasses and opened the image Bai Lian sent him. It was a version of the Jianzipu traditional music notation. He glanced at it, then taking his own Guzheng, slowly started to play the notes following Bai Lian's tune, one by one. After replicating the entire tune, Jian couldn't hide his shock. President. A student knocked on the door from outside. Jian Zhongyo came back to his senses. Come in. Once the student left, Jian Zhongyo hurriedly studied the entire piece, taking a pen and turning the Jianzipu in his staff notation. The Jianzipu was just part of his research. By converting it into staff notation, he could string the entire piece together from beginning to end. After he finished, he played it more smoothly. The whole piece was majestic, grandiose, and yet tragic. Jian Zhongyo heard such an emotionally complex tune for the first time. For a musician, receiving such a good piece was simply incredible. President Jian, where did you get this? He sent the converted staff notation back to Bai Lian. After physical education class, Bai Lian opened the image and saw the staff notation President Jian had sent her. She didn't understand it very well, but she could follow it together with the Jianzipu. She didn't quite understand why President Jian was so excited. By Jian, a song I wrote for a friend, President Jian. Question mark. President Jian, did you write this? By Jian. Jian Zhongyo couldn't comprehend Bai Lian's calm demeanor. It took him a long while to calm down, during which he didn't even think to ask why Bai Lian didn't use staff notation to record the music. After all, these days, few people knew about Jianzipu. He asked methodically. Such a good piece can't be treated lightly. Who arranged it? By Jian. Don't know, President Jian. Friday. In the Zhang family's backyard. Yin Lu was practicing with a spear, and Sister Xian stood in the corner on the phone. Right, another week. After hanging up, Sister Xian couldn't help but sigh. Yin Lu pivoted on the spot, and the spear obediently circled around in her hand, smoothly and adeptly. Sister Xian, just use the one you bought last time. Yin Lu put away her spear, her demeanor cool and detached. She had to join the cast the day after tomorrow, and there wasn't enough time. Sister Xian frowned, but she had listened to the demo, and from her non-professional perspective, both the lyrics and the composition seemed somewhat lacking. It was a minor issue if in She and Man she made fun of it, but if Yin Lu's debut song for her role was that bad, it would inevitably lead to an online backlash. Yin Lu comforted Sister Xian. I'm not a professional singer anyway. Can I still get famous from singing? As long as I perform my part well in the drama, the viewers will change their minds later. Creak. The back door was pushed open. Wang Qi noisily carried a flower pot inside, greeting the two of them familiarly, Sister Yin, Sister Xian. Following him, Bai Lian and Ning Xiao each carried a flower pot. Sister Xian quickly stepped aside to let the students set down the flower pots. Seeing a truck parked outside, she and Yin Lu also helped move a few loads, and the group finished moving the flower pots in just a few minutes. Zhang Ma came in from a front with a bunch of colas. Bai Lian opened the pull tab of the soda can with one hand, while taking out two casually folded pieces of paper and a USB drive from her school uniform's pocket and handed them to Sister Xian. Heiress the song, and the demo is on this USB drive. Ah. Sister Xian stared at her hand for a good while before taking them absent-mindedly. You finished everything? You also did the arrangement? Bai Lian took a casual sip of her cola, raised an eyebrow. I only took part in the lyric and music composition. Then who did the arrangement? Sister Xian reflexively asked. As for the arrangement, it was Jian Zhongyo. In an ordinary day, created by Xiangjuan herself, with a composition by the modern music leading figure, president of the Jiangjing Music Academy, Jian Zhongyo, a top-level cross-century collaboration, had been born. Chapter 279. The first pianist at the time, went to find President Jian after one by Lien had only used the Jianzipa notation to jot down the main melody of the song, which encompassed its framework and soul. But as someone from the ancient past, she was not very familiar with modern instruments. The arrangement of song is really too important. An arranger needs to understand various music theories and learn to match different instruments to compose accompaniment, enriching the music. This was not a difficult task for Jian Zhongyo, who had been involved with music since childhood. He had participated in many arrangements, and he didn't even need a music library. In fact, he could grab anyone from the music academy, where talented men and women were a dime a dozen, and they could play the parts needed for his arrangement on the spot. Sister Xian gathered up the USB drive and the 2 pieces of paper. "I'll listen to it as soon as I get back." In reality, Sister Xian didn't hold much hope for the lyrics and composition Bai Lian had created in such a short time, seeing as Bai Lian was not a professional. It wasn't just Sister Xian. Bai Lian also felt that she might have a generation gap with Sister Xian and the others, unsure whether her aesthetic would be embraced in this era. She thought for a moment, then said to Sister Xian, "You all go back and listen, and if it really doesn't suit you, just forget it." Bai Lian had learned a diverse array of skills. She studied the guzheng with the top zheng player in Beijing, who had only taught 2 people at that time. She and Princess Huaiyan were the only students, and the princess learned to play better than her. Back then, there were too many people who knew how to play the guzheng. Talents bloomed everywhere, and they made friends through their playing. Women were subject to much stricter standards than today, yet Princess Huaiyan managed to stand out even at the young age of 16. It was a pity that Princess Huaiyan did not finish her studies, as she left the guzheng to Bai Lian when she went to marry into a foreign land alone at 18 years old. Later on, Bai Lian also did not complete her studies, as she departed for the battlefield. Nowadays, many short videos, including those edited by Pu Xiaohan, have covered the historical segment of Great Yong, claiming its history cannot be replicated, as flipping through its pages only reveals regrets. Xiaolu has to go back tonight to record the song, and shall join the crew the day after tomorrow. Mother Zhang looked at the group of kids in the backyard. "We'll all have dinner here tonight. Everything has been purchased, and Dad Zhang has cleaned everything already." Zhang Xi's had already left this time, and it was uncertain when everyone would be able to gather like this again. Bai Lian came back to her senses. Okay, she could now calmly reminisce about these things. Bai Lian slightly bowed her head, her long lashes partly lowered, as the gentle golden light of the setting sun bathed her. She held her phone, sending a message to both Lance and Ji Hung that she would eat outside and return home late. Mother Zhang went to the milk tea shop in front to look for Yang Lin and Qi Lu. Everyone was quite familiar with Qi Yundai, especially Wang Qi, who felt like he was about to go find Zhang Xi's the moment Qi Lu glanced at him. Qi Yundai sat on the sofa, tidy and serious, not given to idle chatter. The others didn't dare to joke with him, but when they saw Mother Zhang bring out cut fruit, even Qi Yundai, a stickler for order, couldn't resist any longer. He stood up to go to the kitchen, shooing Father Zhang and Mother Zhang out. Chop, chop, a session of slicing. Father Zhang stood at the kitchen doorway with a knife, watching Qi Yundai meticulously shred cucumber, then hesitantly looked at Mother Zhang. Did you secretly hire a chef without telling me?" Mother Zhang smacked Father Zhang on the head. "How many times have I told you? This is Master Qi Lu." Father Zhang. Although Mother Zhang had told him countless times about the impressive deeds of Qi Yundai, but Father Zhang looked into the kitchen. Was this really a proper lawyer? After dinner, Sister Xian left with Yen Lu. They had to drive back to Beijing overnight to record the song. It wasn't until they were in the car that Sister Xian had the driver turn on the light in the back seat to look at the 2 pieces of paper Bai Lian had given her. The first piece of paper contained the music score, which she didn't understand very well since she hadn't learned music, so she flipped to the second sheet. The second was the complete lyrics of the song. Sister Xian read slowly from top to bottom, her expression turning from casual to astonished. To raise a cup again, a toast to the imperial family, and to the vast world beyond. Born rebellious by nature, what fear have I of legions and horses vast? If heaven and earth do not side with me, they'll tread them underfoot. It's nothing but chess, calligraphy, paintings, poetry, wine, and flowers in the next life, as I mount my steed and take up my lance, clad in armor once again. Once Yin Lu's role was confirmed for Great Yong, they gave her the script. Sister Xian wasn't too familiar with this part of the history in Great Yong, but she had read the script. Bai Yin's lyrics truly encapsulated the character's life in all its details. The lyrics truly amazed Sister Xian. Yin Lu, take a look. Sister Xian directly showed her the lyrics. It's written by Miss Bai. Yin Lu took the lyrics, sat up straight, and read from top to bottom. The music, after a long moment, Yin Lu let out a breath and immediately asked Sister Xian for the tune. She had learned music theory and could hum it roughly. Sister Xian passed her the other sheet. Bai Jian must be Miss Bai. It was the Jian that Sister Xian had not heard before. I've thought about it. If the composition and arrangement aren't too bad, you could use this song directly. Chapter 280. The first pianist at the time went to find President Jian Unker. Yin Lu didn't respond to her, only looking at the score. Sister Xian didn't have a computer on hand, unable to listen to the songs on the flash drive. She urged the driver, drive a little faster. The sooner they reached Beicheng, the sooner they could hear the overall style of the song. Yin Lu by her side, having roughly hummed the entire melody, was lost in thought for a long time. Sister Xian was thinking that as long as the composition and arrangement weren't too bad, it would be fine. After all, Bai Yin had warned her that it could be replaced if unsuitable. But how would she know that the person who wrote this piece was Miss Bai herself? Bai Yin may have felt inferior to the third princess, but she forgot who her teacher was, who could take her and the third princess as students at the same time. Does her talent even need to be mentioned? The next day, early Saturday morning, Bai Yin and Zhang Fulai went to give a lesson to Zhang Xiais. Seeing the two of them, Zhang Xiais was very moved, a snot-nosed, tearful mess. Brother Jiang, after an hour-long lesson, Zhang Xiais asked in a low voice, "What do you think are my chances of getting into Jiangjing University of Political Science and Law now?" He felt that in just under a month, his performance had improved dramatically. Jiang Fulai told Bai Yin to go first, and upon hearing the question, glanced at Zhang Xiais. "I suggest you don't mention the University of Political Science and Law right now." Why? Zhang Xiais was stunned. He didn't quite understand. Jiang Fulai raised his hand. "I'm afraid they might sue you for libel." Zhang Xiais, a prison guard beside them, with his head lowered, recuffed Zhang Shi's hands. It couldn't be helped. Jiangjing University of Political Science and Law was famously known throughout Asia. After all, since Shi Lu had a high international profile, finding out he graduated from Jiangjing University of Political Science and Law only enhanced its reputation. There wasn't a single mediocrity among them. Zhang Xiais sensed Jiang Fulai's implications, small matters aside. He was now worried about whether he could get into the University of Political Science and Law. Looking at Jiang Fulai's manner, he knew, if he couldn't get in, Qi Lu would indeed be ruthless. Why were they all so abnormal? Outside in the car, Bai Yin sat in the passenger seat. She leaned back in her seat, head tilted slightly, lazily resting against the window, her phone pressed to her ear, having a call with Ji Heng. Today's Saturday. From the other side of the phone, Ji Heng was stuffing tobacco into his pipe. His voice was unclear. The Rin family mentioned that a master teacher from Beicheng was coming to give a lesson. Do you want to go? Ji Heng knew Bai Yin was diligent in her studies. So after Rin Qian's call, he especially asked Bai Yin. Ji Heng was also well aware that academic pursuits were smoother with a teacher's assistance, despite not wanting to have many connections with the Rin family. But when it came to Bai Yin, Ji Heng was always able to maneuver with ease. Bai Yin didn't use speaker mode, but she didn't cover the microphone either. With the car's limited space, Jiang Fulai, sitting in the driver's seat, paused while fastening his seatbelt. In a casual sideways posture, he lifted his head and looked towards Bai Yin with a nonchalant demeanor. His eyes were shallow and pale, cold and clear. "Bai Yin, Grandpa, I am not going." she lowered her voice to Ji-hung. Ji-hung was still loud. I think, Balian, Grandpa, I don't like the Rin family. With that, Ji-hung had no other words. All right, I'll let them know. After they hung up, Balian glanced at the person beside her. Jiang Fulai methodically buckled up, rolled down both car windows, and the wind blew, lifting their white clothes. He didn't speak. Balian thought this should be the end of it. Library. Ning Xiao asked Jiang Fulai a question from the Jiangjing University's attached college question bank. Jiang Fulai put down the printed document in his hand and glanced over. Do you know any famous teachers from Beicheng? Ning Xiao looked at the English document Jiang Fulai had set down, which he didn't quite understand, and averted his gaze. At Jiang Fulai's words, he blinked in slight surprise. A teacher from Beicheng? Very famous. Jiang Fulai slightly withdrew his gaze, his hand resting on the table, his pose somewhat casual, as if he was utterly nonchalant. Ning Xiao and Tang Ming took him seriously. Did a master teacher come to Xiangqing? Balian beside them. It was preposterous. She reached out, grabbed Jiang Fulai's wrist, took the question bank from Ning Xiao, and handed it to him calmly. Teacher Jiang, listen to me. You're the most famous. Jiang Fulai picked up the book, half convinced. Lunchtime. Having finished a bite, Jiang Fulai suddenly looked at Balian. So who is that teacher? All right. Balian knew. The matter wasn't over just yet. She had remembered the Rin family. After lunch, when Balian took out her phone to memorize words, she stumbled upon Sister Zin's WeChat and asked her, How is it? Does it work? Chapter 281. The first pianist at the time went to find President Jian_3. She didn't know if modern people could appreciate her old-fashioned aesthetic. The Rin family. Rin Xian had already received a response from Ji-hung. She doesn't want to come? Rin Xian wasn't particularly surprised by this response, but still didn't understand what Bai Lian was thinking. Prepare another gift and send it to the Ji family. He instructed. Rin Wanxian was already in class, having recently become extremely studious due to some unknown motivation. Okay, the person beside him responded respectfully, then reported the information he had gathered. There indeed arrived another person in Jiangjing. Last name Yu. We are not clear on the other details. Hearing this, Rin Xian was even more surprised. This is more secretive than Chun Yes information? Is there any way to get in contact? The subordinate looked down slightly. Chun Gang is already pulling strings. Their first meeting with Chan Yi had been arranged by Chun Gang, and it was no secret in Xiangqing that Chun Gang was connected to the Chun family of Jiangjing. If they could arrange a meeting with Chan Yi, arranging one with another person shouldn't be difficult. It's good to have connections in high places. Rin Xian had envied the Chun family's network of contacts more than once. Contact Chun Gang for me. Rin Xian made a decisive decision, pondered for a moment, and then said thoughtfully, Do you think Su-in knows about this? The subordinate was uncertain. He should know, right? If they had received the information, Su-in, who was more in the know, would definitely be aware. Beicheng Recording Studio. Wang Xian and Yin Lu had been waiting since the morning, and it had already been 3 hours. A staff member came out, and Wang Xian couldn't help but approach. Are the people inside finished recording? Why hasn't it been our turn yet? The staff member glanced at Wang Xian, not recognizing her, and waved his hand impatiently. Teacher man, she is still recording. If you can't wait, go to another studio. But we had an appointment at 9:30. Could you let us record first? We are on a tight schedule, Wang Xian said with a smile, pleading with the staff member. She had booked this morning's recording session for 9:30 several days ago. But since she hadn't finished, Wang Xian and Yin Lu had been waiting until noon. Having no other choice, since Yin Lu was not yet famous and considered a nobody in the industry, no one would care. This was the harsh reality for those who weren't famous. You're funny, the staff member scoffed. You're on a tight schedule, but doesn't that apply to everyone else too? Don't disturb me while I'm working. He carried 2 cups of coffee toward the direction of the recording studio. Having heard that it was Manshi inside, Wang Xian knew that there must be some deliberate delay on their part. Let's wait a bit longer, Yin Lu adjusted the sunglasses on her chest and spoke up with a cool tone. She can't possibly stay in here all night. Wang Xian thought to herself that staying all night was unlikely. This was the best recording studio in Beicheng, always fully booked, and Wang Xian had also made a reservation long in advance. They would probably not be able to find another available studio at this short notice. Her phone pinged with a message. It was from Bai Lian. Wang Xian stood up promptly, and even though Bai Lian wasn't there, she replied to the message with respectful haste. She described the situation briefly. When Bai Lian received the message from Wang Xian, she was on her way back to the library. Her fingertips tapping on the phone screen, she directly called Wang Xian. "Miss Bai." Wang Xian walked into a corner. Bai Lian paused at the bottom of the library stairs, leaning against a pillar. "Then do you want to switch to a different studio?" "We would like to change," Wang Xian sighed, "but you have to book recording studios in advance. We certainly can't find another one on short notice. Hopefully, they will be finished in the afternoon." The afternoon, Bai Lian considered the time, and then suddenly proposed, "The timing should work out. Go to Jiangjing." Just yesterday, Jian Zhongyo had told Yin Lu to go to Jiangjing for recording. Bai Lian, seeing Yin Lu and company anxious, hadn't told them. Now, since they had to wait either way, it might be better to go to Jiangjing to record, especially since President Jian himself was personally handling the arrangement and nobody knew it better than him. Jiangjing. Wang Xian was once again surprised by Bai Lian's suggestion. Yes, Bai Lian was decisive. Buy plane tickets now. After speaking with Wang Xian, Bai Lian brought up President Jian's WeChat. Their conversation was still on the topic of reduced musical scores. President Jian discovered that Bai Lian's research on reduced musical scores was even more extensive than his, and they had been discussing the restoration of a score that was missing half a page. President Jian! Exclamation point. President Jian, send me the flight details. I'll arrange for someone to pick them up. At 4:45 p.m., Jiangjing Airport. Upon disembarking the plane, Yin Lu and Wang Xian saw a young man at the meeting point holding a sign for them. "Miss Yin Lu, I presume." The young man was very polite to the two women. "Please follow us." He led the way, taking out his phone to report to President Jian. "President, we've picked up a guest." This exclamatory style was known by a few at the Music Academy. President Jian was fond of using exclamation marks. The young man led them to a business vehicle. A very ordinary business vehicle. "Wang Xian, where are we going?" Inside the business vehicle, Yin Lu sat with Wang Xian at the back and couldn't help but lower her voice to ask. Wang Xian did not know either, but they both trusted Bai Lian. Her heart suddenly beat faster, her imagination running wild. Could it be the Crown Recording Studio? The Crown Recording Studio, highly sought after in the entertainment industry, equipped with top-notch gear, was the go-to recording facility for many top singers and kings of music. With Yin Lu's current status, it was impossible to book a session there. But Wang Xian thought, considering Bai Lian knew Mr. Su himself, it was quite possible she could secure a booking. It was the best studio Wang Xian could imagine Bai Lian being able to book, something she wouldn't have even dared to dream of in the past, until the car stopped in front of a school gate. Chapter 282, 107 Su In meets Director Chun. Part 2, _1 Xinjia. Yin Lu looked through the car window at the large characters on the school gate. The gate was very quaint, its archway having been renovated several times. Yet the weight of history was still visible, topped by 6 gilded characters. Jiangjing Music Academy, the best music academy in the country and even Asia. But it was very strict in admitting students, and every year it would select students to go to the Royal Music Hall, with many nationally renowned teachers performing there. In the entertainment industry, 2 celebrities who graduated from Jiangjing Music Academy had already attracted onlookers even before their debut. The bright lights at the gate reflected a cold shine in Yin Lu's eyes. The lights were too glaring, making Yin Lu feel somewhat unreal in her days. The driver's side window rolled down, and the boy picking them up greeted the gatekeeper with familiarity. Yes, I'm from Dean Jian's office, by Uncle. The gate opened. The boy drove the car in. Finally, it stopped in front of an office building, and the rear door opened automatically. Yin Lu and Xinjie stepped onto the ground, feeling light as if stepping on a cloud of cotton, the experience quite surreal. This was Jiangjing Music Academy, a place they could not enter even in their next lifetime. Miss Yin Lu, they'll take you to the recording studio, the boy said with a smile to Yin Lu and the other, pressing the elevator button to take them to the third floor. It was almost 6 o'clock. The recording studio on the third floor had the lights on, with several people inside communicating. From a distance, the boys saw Jian Zhongyo, who had his back to them. Dean Jian, they have arrived. Jian Zhongyo was instructing the recording of drum beats and a section of pipa and flute music. As for the sound of the guzheng, he recorded it himself. Hearing the voice, he turned his head to look at Yin Lu and the other. Hello, I'm Jian Zhongyo. After briefly introducing himself, he directly said to Yin Lu, you listen first, we'll start recording in half an hour. He handed a recorder and a pair of headphones to Yin Lu. Then he picked up his phone and sent a message to Bai Lian. They have arrived. Coming back to her senses, Yin Lu put on the headphones and started to listen intently. Xinjie stepped to the side, as Jiangjing Music Academy was too different from her circle, and she didn't know Jian Zhongyo. She let out a breath and said to the boy who had picked them up, I thought you were going to take us to Crown Recording Studio. Yes, once she knew the boy was a student at the Music Academy, she addressed him with respect. Crown Recording Studio? The boy was stunned and then remembered, oh, Dean Jian has high requirements. That place's equipment can't keep up. Who is Dean Jian? Xinjie asked humbly. It's Dean Jian. The boy glanced at Xinjie, surprised that the person Dean Jian asked him to pick up didn't know him. Dean Jian Zhongyo, if you go to our school's official website, you'll know. Xinjie wouldn't dare to search Jiangjing Music Academy on normal days. The school was the Jiangjing University of the Art Students. Pulling out her phone and searching for the school's name, she clicked into the official website and saw the caption floating on top. Dean Jian Zhongyi's disciple acceptance ceremony comes to a close. She scrolled downwards. Then she looked up blankly, her gaze falling on Yin Lu, who was interacting with a group of staff. A suspicion quietly formed in her heart this time. Yin Lu might really become famous with just one song. When Bai Lian received a message from Dean Jian, she was in the yard giving acupuncture to Lance. Oh, it's truly miraculous, Lance exclaimed with a head full of silver needles while talking to Bai Lian. I didn't wear glasses today, but I can see so much clearer than before. Bai Lian put away the extra silver needles. Looking up at him, she spoke unhurriedly. You would recover even faster if you didn't talk. What? Lance's eyes widened. He had tremendous respect for Chinese medicine and didn't doubt Bai Lian's words. He even looked at her accusingly, as she had not told him these things earlier. Ji Hung's embroidery frame was still placed in the yard. He himself was in the kitchen. Bai Lian went in to help him wash some vegetables. Grandpa, have you considered setting up a stall on the east side of the city? Ji Hung would often set up a small stall, patronized by residents of Pure Street. East side of the city? Ji Hung asked in surprise. They opened up a bus line there. Bai Lian had a tentative idea. In the future, there will be heavy foot traffic and more people will see your embroidery work. Upon hearing this, Ji Hung fell silent. He'll think about it. Since the east side of the city was still under construction and large-scale malls along with the foundations for hotels in Yongfu residential area were just beginning, Bai Lian was not in a hurry. She glanced at Ji Hung, feeling that he had deeper concerns. But she couldn't figure out what Ji Hung was worried about. Bai Lian looked toward the warehouse in the yard, which stored a collection of exquisite fabrics. Unable to understand, she returned to her room. She hadn't practiced her test papers today. Instead, she turned on the light and carefully looked at the image Dean Jian had sent her again. Jian Zhongyo had sent her an old, yellowed score with missing parts, some only half recorded. She plucked the strings of the guzheng, trying to fill in what was missing. After completing the task, she wrote a new copy and sent it to Jian Zhongyo. She also replied to Xinji's message. Xinjia said that Yin Lu's recording went very smoothly. After dealing with all that, Bai Lian went out unhurriedly to remove the needles from Lance. After taking them out, she sterilized the silver needles again. Lance waited for Bai Lian to remove the silver needles from his head before complaining to Ji Hung. She didn't even tell me. Oops, wrong. I was supposed to drink this tea the next day. Early in the morning, Su-En's car arrived at the entrance of Pure Street. Is this the place? The assistant looked at the intersection and then at the address on the file. Mr. Su, we've arrived. Su-En got out of the car, holding a gift box. Pure Street was rather old, and although it had been renovated in several places recently, the environment still wasn't great. The assistant, visiting such a place for the first time, thought to himself that it was no wonder Ji Mulan had always made excuses not to come here. Mr. Su, let me carry it. The assistant parked the car and hurried forward to take the gift box from Su-En's hand. It contained tonics and tobacco that Su-En had brought over from Jiangjing. No need. Su-En avoided his hand and looked up an alley. Is it here? The assistant wasn't sure either. Should we call the missus? Ji Mulan had a maintenance appointment today and would arrive later. Su-En knew that Bai Lian wouldn't be at home in the morning, as she was going to the library to read and do homework, so he deliberately came over early in the morning. For his first visit, how could Su-En not see Bai Lian? Su-En, worried about not being able to see Bai Lian later, called Ji Mulan to ask. After confirming it was this alley, he walked inside. After some twists and turns, he finally reached Ji Hung's house. Checking the house number shown on his phone against the yard and hearing the sound of a gouging from inside, the assistant nodded and confirmed to Su-En, Mr. Su, this is the place. Knocking on the door, of course, was not something the assistant could take upon himself. Su-En reached out and knocked on the door. The door was opened by Ji Hung, who looked groggy and was holding a towel. Seeing Su-En, he was very surprised. I came especially to see you today. Su-En handed over the gift box. With the wedding date approaching, I wanted to talk about the details of the wedding ceremony, Su-En said with a smile. He and Ji Mulan were planning to get married at the end of the year, and that date was drawing close. The wedding would be held in Jiangjing, and he wondered if Bai Lian would attend. Ji Hung stepped aside to let him in. We can discuss it slowly, no rush. After escorting Su-En inside, Assistant Su-En left, as it didn't dare to involve himself in the boss family matters. Alien. As Su-En entered with Ji Hung, he greeted Bai Lian. Bai Lian was cleaning her gouging with gauze. Hearing the voice, she turned her head slightly and lazily greeted back. Morning. She showed no curiosity as to why he had come so early. Ji Hung went to the bathroom to wash his face and gestured for Bai Lian to make tea for Su-En. Bai Lian put down the gauze and brewed a cup of tea for Su-En. Su-En hadn't expected that Bai Lian would make tea for him. He quickly took it and remembered the matter at hand. Will you come to Jiangjing at the end of the year? When I marry your mother. The end of the year? Bai Lian picked up the gauze again, remembering Jiang Fulai had mentioned a special training camp at the end of the year, and she said unhurriedly, I might not have the time. Hearing her say that, Su-En was somewhat disappointed. Okay. Bai Lian finished wiping down the gouging and took it back to her room. Su-En watched Bai Lian's retreating figure and sighed when his phone rang. It was a call from Ren Qian. Su-En picked up, quite surprised. Mr. Ren? Mr. Su, on the other end. Ren Qian chuckled. Do you have time today? No. Su-En sat down on a stone bench under the banyan tree, lowered his head to gently blow on the tea in his cup, and took a light sip. Ren Qian wasn't surprised and laughed like a sly fox. That's unfortunate. We've just welcomed Miss You. Are you sure you can't make some time? Miss You? Su-En was startled. Someone from the Yu family? He knew Yu Hongyi had come to Xiangqing, but Yu Hongyi and Mr. Chen were not the same. She wasn't in charge of Xiangqing's affairs, but was supposed to be responsible for Backdoor Street. How had Ren Qian and his people managed to invite her? If it were any other time, Su-En would certainly attend, but today he was there to see Ji Hung. Not in the morning. Su-En pondered for a moment. I might have time in the afternoon. Ren Qian had thought that by saying so, Soo-in would surely come, but the latter still said he had no time. Soo-in hung up the phone, surprised and also quite taken aback. Then, he felt regretful. Why did it have to be today? As he was thinking, the door that had been closed was knocked on again. Uncle G, Uncle G. Who would visit so early? Soo-in just had a sip of tea and now put down his cup again to go and open the door. Soo-in opened the door casually. Since the person outside had called for Uncle G, he thought it might be a neighbor of Ji-hung's. Until he opened the door. Outside stood a middle-aged man in a black casual jacket, holding a fishing rod and a fish basket, with a beaming smile on his face. Soo-in was somewhat stunned. Chun, Mr. Chun? Chapter 283. 108. What exactly does G family do? Video _1. Chun Yongkun didn't recognize Soo-in, but Soo-in had seen him before. The major part of the reason he came to Xiangqing to develop his career was because he knew Chun Yongkun had been transferred here. Unfortunately, as a businessman, Soo-in had sent his business card many times through others, but never got to see Mr. Chun face to face. Soo-in wasn't surprised by this. After all, it was Mr. Chun, especially since he recently heard that Mr. Chin's status had risen, gradually gaining some say within the Chin family. Soo-in was always calm and composed, a sly old fox in the workplace, but now he found it somewhat hard to maintain his expression. He was about to give up on the connection with Mr. Chun. Why did he have to see him in the G family's place right now? Director Chun had a smile on his face, and when he heard the words Mr. Chun, he raised his eyebrows slightly and greeted Soo-in cheerfully. Hello, I am Chun Yongkun. He humbly and modestly introduced himself. Then he shifted the fishing rod to his hand, holding the fish basket, and shook hands with Soo-in. Xiaochen, Ji-hung called out from inside the courtyard, having finished washing his face. You're too early. Have you eaten yet? Director Chen smiled at Soo-in and turned to slip through a gap to get inside. Uncle, not yet. We hurry to get here early for a good spot. There's a lot of people on Sundays. Ji-hung took out some egg pancakes and fried dough sticks and casually said, Alien just bought these, have some, and wait for me for a while. Hearing this, Director Chen quickly put down the fishing rod. He sat at the stone table, didn't start eating, but took out his phone from his pocket, snapped a photo, and posted it to his circle of friends. Photo, breakfast bought by Miss by Xiaoqi liked the post. Ming Dongheng liked the post. Qilu liked the post. Jianghe? Question mark. Ji-hung was clearly very familiar with Director Chen. When Soo-in arrived, Ji-hung only exchanged some polite words, but he was very natural with Director Chen, and Soo-in saw this clearly. Uncle, that is, Director Chen took a bite of the egg pancake and turned to look at Soo-in, who was closing the gate. After finishing a cup of tea, Ji-hung introduced Soo-in. It was brief. Director Chen came back to his senses. He smiled at Soo-in. So, it's Mr. Soo. Hello. Soo-in was somewhat reserved, but he had seen many big events and didn't bring his business mannerisms here. He hid his inner shock and started to chat with Director Chen. Both of them had broad knowledge and were articulate. If they wanted to be familiar with someone, it would take just a few words. When Bai Lian came out after changing clothes, Director Chen was still eating breakfast. Seeing Bai Lian, Director Chen quickly put down his egg pancake. He stood up, his tone not as casual as when he was talking to Ji-hung. Miss Bai, are you leaving already? Bai Lian was a bit late today because of violin maintenance. Casually glancing with 2 fingers hooked on the canvas bag embroidered by Ji-hung, she looked toward Director Chen. Yes. Shall I drive you? Director Chen took keys out of his pocket. Bai Lian pulled open the courtyard gate. No need. All right then. Director Chen sounded a bit disappointed. He stood up, escorted by Lian to the gate, and after she turned a corner and disappeared from his sight, Director Chen closed the gate. Behind him, Soo-in noted the way Director Chen acted towards Bai Lian. His expression was calm, but inwardly he felt a storm brewing. Is it not? What is the situation exactly? What does the G family actually do? Are you coming fishing with us? Director Chen turned around and warmly invited Soo-in. The fishing crew was about to get bigger. At the intersection of Pure Street, Ming Dongheng had been waiting for by Lian with Jiang He for a while. In the passenger seat was Chun Jingyu, who knew who Ming Dongheng was waiting for as soon as he saw the slender figure at the crossroad. He opened his mouth, but didn't feel the same incomprehension as the last time. Just wrinkled his brow looking at the slim Bai Lian, her posture casual and soft. Her achievements also mediocre, so why? Chun Jingyu couldn't figure it out. While Bai Lian was getting into the car, Ming Dongheng was speaking to Chun Jingyu in a cool tone. It starts at 10, we have time, but why does Mr. Bai only give out 10 signed photos every time? Who can actually get one of those? Bai Lian, just seated, slowly lifted her head. Raising her hand, she hesitatingly asked, Mr. Bai's signed photos? It's Mr. Bai Bakesin's, Ming Dongheng explained respectfully as he drove onto the main road, referring to Bai Lian. Bai Lian, amulet. Ming Dongheng earnestly said, Miss Bai, Mr. Bai has high achievements in martial arts. Dongwu appraised him as a rare talent that appears once in a century, and Dongwu directly invited him to become a senior club member. You could tell from how he rose to NO. One in just 2 months. After that battle, Mr. Bai Beixin became a sensation in the national martial arts scene. Chapter 284, 108, What exactly does G family do? Video _2 Bai Lian respect. In the eastern part of the city, the old district, Bai Lian led Jiang He out of the car. In the car, Chun Jingyu didn't dare to speak in front of Bai Lian. It wasn't until she got out of the car that he turned his head to look at Ming Dongheng and lowered his voice. What's the use of explaining so much to her? Could this Miss Bai understand? He had recently been recommended by Surplus God and was making a name for himself in the Chun family. Also eyeing Ming Dongheng's bodyguard position, feeling extremely inflated inside. Almost forgetting himself. Ming Dongheng's expression was cold. Chun Jingyu, be mindful of what you say and do. Bai Lian arrived early today. The Calligraphy Association hadn't opened yet. Only a few street vendors had opened their stalls by the roadside. Bai Lian bought a sugar figure in the shape of a crane for Jiang He and waited for him to eat the sugar while waiting for the martial arts gym to open. Finally, when Hall Master Jean came out, she intercepted him and got straight to the point. Hall Master Jean, do you have any plans to reopen the martial arts gym? Bai Lian had been formulating and planning this idea ever since she found the martial arts gym. She had researched many gyms over the past 2 months and asked people like Jianjia for information about Xingyi Martial Arts School, having a preliminary plan for the gym's closure and subsequent development. Upon hearing Bai Lian's words, Jean Kai's expression didn't fluctuate at all. He just looked up at her. He was only around 40 years old, with deep wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and brows. Sorry, but I have to get to work. This is my initial idea. Bai Lian handed a piece of paper to Jean Kai, and she just smiled lightly. You can take a look when you have time. She had a pair of lazy almond eyes, black pupils, and gentle lines. When she smiled, it seemed casual and carefree, yet carried an inexplicable tension, making people involuntarily believe in her. Jean Kai accepted that piece of paper. He then silently continued on to work at the construction site nearby. Not far away, next to the bus stop sign, a sedan was parked. In the back seat, a man's eyes, looking through the window and landing on the girl, were gloomy. He leisurely pulled out a cigarette. I was wondering why Jean Kai had always refused to sell the martial arts gym. Turns out he found a new backer. The person in the driver's seat was surprised. Secretary Zhou. Do you know her? I'm no longer the secretary of the Ren family. Zhou Jian lit the cigarette, his lips slowly curling. She's Su En's stepdaughter. And who is Su En? Su En, the new big boss in Xiangqing. No wonder she's so arrogant, Zhou Jian sneered. Let's head back. He lowered his head, took out his phone, and sent a message to a number. Rest assured, Miss, no one can shake your position. He looked up. If Bai Lian were here, she would have recognized this person as the former Secretary General of Rinqian. Afternoon. After fishing in the evening, Su En finally went to the Rin family's dinner party. President Su, Rin Xian, and Chen Gang raised their glasses toward Su En, and after drinking one, Rin Xian spoke up. You were really unlucky today, otherwise you could have met Miss You. The person on the side filled the trio's cups with wine again. Suin pressed his brow, finding today's alcohol a bit strong. He glanced at the person pouring the wine, whom he seemed to have met before. It was Ren Qian's secretary. Regarding Ren Qian's comment, Su-in remained composed. I had some urgent matters. If there's another opportunity, I will inform you in advance, said Chungang with a smile. From Saturday night to Monday morning, Jian Zhongyou, who hadn't replied to Bai Lian, finally responded to her message. President Jian. The song recording is complete. President Jian. Let me have a look at the abbreviated musical score you restored. By Jian. Jian Zhongyou sat in his office. He hadn't rested much these past days. The people at Jiangjing Music Academy were striving for perfection, not tolerating a single flaw, and finally finished the song before Yanlu's release. After all this, he listened to the music for a long time before he opened the chat window with Bai Lian. It was a picture of an abbreviated musical score. Jian Zhongyou clicked to open it. Bai Lian had added several fingerings to the score. Jian Zhongyou was a bit stunned. He couldn't care about resting anymore, and went to the music room to play the fingering sequence Bai Lian had supplied, according to order. Oh, Sister Lian, the official account commented on my video. In the front seat, Pu Xiaohan opened the video for Bai Lian to see. Look quickly. The others in the class crowded around too. It was a video Pu Xiaohan had just posted this week. The video featured Grandpa Tao and his puppets. Bai Lian watched attentively. Pu Xiaohan had a flair for editing. She spent more than half a month creating this video of less than 2 minutes. It started with the classic music of the Great Sage's entrance, matched with Grandpa Tao's manipulation of the Great Sage. Chapter 285. 108. What exactly does G family do? Video_3. In this vast world, who has ever frightened me, old son? Chills ran down Wang Qi's spine as he stood beside. From the enthusiastic son Yukong to the scholarly top scholar, to Grandpa Tao's humble little cabin, and ultimately ending with a black screen, as well as Grandpa Tao's words, will anyone really like this? Hot comment. Grandpa, I really love it, teary-eyed. With such great craftsmanship, why does Grandpa seem to live so poorly? Because he can't make a living, sigh. I'm in Xiangqing. They'll come to see you during the holiday, Grandpa. The top hot comment was that official one mentioned by Pu Xiaohan. A high-quality, meaningful video. 2,587,441 likes soon. The trending topic, official comment, and a big bowl of eat was slowly climbing up. The followers of eat in a big bowl skyrocketed from 5.6 million to over 9 million. Wang Qi clapped Pu Xiaohan on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Don't forget each other in wealth. Share the spoils if you witness it. Share the spoils if you witness it." Pu Xiaohan escaped from the crowd and then bit her finger as she looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian nonchalantly took out a book. On hearing this, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Speak. Pu Xiaohan made an O sound and then said seriously, "I want to film you doing that, dancing with the longsword. And also your grandfather, I want to shoot an episode about his needlework." She had seen Bai Lian demonstrate the long sword to Yanlu. She hadn't seen much, only twice. Only after seeing it with her own eyes did she understand why Bai Lian said she was average with a long sword, for compared to her long sword, it really could be called average. Pu Xiaohan couldn't stop thinking about it. Bai Lian crossed her legs and wrote a neat chemical formula in her notebook. Her tone as unhurried as ever. Next time, get Yanlu to shoot it for you. As for my grandpa, I'll go ask him. She wasn't sure if Ji Heng would be willing to be filmed. You want to do it? Pu Xiaohan was a little disappointed, but upon hearing that Bai Lian was willing to ask Ji Heng, she perked up again. Hey, it would be great if there were special effects, like a bang and an explosion upon collision. Grandpa Tao's video lacked special effects, otherwise it would have been perfect. Her video's transitions, cuts, and music were all perfect. It was just missing some live-action special effects. Collision effects? Bai Lian paused, her head lifting thoughtfully. She then took out her phone. The reply from the young Master Jiang was always swift. Question mark. By student. Can I borrow your lab? Jiang teacher. Oh, Jiang teacher. Is that all? By student. 1. The reply was cold and emotionless, and just in time for class, she put her phone away. Early in the morning, just after a group meeting at the CRFS Dark Matter Research Institute, Jiang Fulai put away his documents. His pale fingers tapped the screen irritably at that one and pressed several times. I patted my student on the shoulder and spoke of building socialism. Jiang young master. Back to Yin Lu. She didn't wait for the full song to come out. The shooting ceremony was on Monday morning. She flew back to Beicheng, then took a long car ride to rejoin the crew in Shanqing. It was already Monday morning. The main cast of Great Yong had all arrived on set. After getting her makeup and costume done, Yin Lu held a stick of incense and bowed to the altar with a group of people. Although she had secured a leading role this time, her popularity was lower than the other actors, so she stood at the edge. Once director Wan Xiaoshan finished his worship, he found her, expressing some concern. The microblog for joining the production should be posted at 9 o'clock along with the public. And have you not used the character song we previously found for you? Yin Lu took out her phone. Xinjia had just sent a message. Video, Xinjia. The song wasn't released in time, just post a video on Weibo first. Thank you, director. A friend of mine wrote one for me. They'll post the video directly later. Yin Lu saved the video to her phone. Wan Xiaoshan was shocked by Yin Lu. You haven't released this song yet? The character songs of the other actors had been released a week ago. Yin Lu had been so calm for the whole week that he had thought she found a well-known composer. But it was just a friend of hers? He held his forehead, took out his phone, and walked to the side to call the publicity team for the program. When Yin Lu posts her Weibo later, pay attention to controlling the comments, Wan Xiaoshan said. He genuinely appreciated Yin Lu's interpretation of the role. If he had known earlier that Enchi would back out at the last minute, he would never have sought him out. He didn't want the leading actress to get bashed before they even started recording the TV series. Being criticized in the entertainment industry is commonplace, and Wan Xiaoshan had been through it as well, but he didn't want Yin Lu to be affected by the negative comments while filming. In Beicheng, before the recording of the variety show Perfect, Enchi, have you heard? A singer who had finished recording the variety show chuckled as he slung his arm over Enchi, lowering his voice. Enchi's former rumored flame is looking all over for someone to write a song for her. Has she not come to you? Man's Eyes variety show had specially invited the popular singer, Enchi. Their CP fans would surge after this episode. The circle was more informed than the outside world. Previously, Yin Lu was banned by the Lu family, but she struck lucky as the Lu family was later found to have tax and financial issues, and now most of their shareholders were detained for investigation. Enchi, with a cool demeanor, said, "No." "Ah, then she's going to be ripped apart by netizens today," the man shrugged. "Maybe she found a good team," Manchi smiled. Someone else joined the conversation. "Huh, maybe she found someone even better than Enchi?" Of course, everyone knew that was impossible. Standing to the side, Man Zai's eyes held a touch of mockery when she looked down. Whether Yin Lu had even finished recording a song was unknown. The group headed to the makeup room, and Chi's manager also gave him a look and pulled him aside to caution in a low voice. "Even if Yin Lu approaches you, don't give her that song. You're going to Jiangjing Music Academy for further studies. You can't be associated with any scandals." And she had been tied to Yin Lu in the past, but compared to her, who had a pretty face with no acting skills, no prospects for development, and a myriad of scandals, Enchi's team naturally favored Manchi. This opportunity was given to Enchi by Time Entertainment. Enchi was only going to attend a couple of classes at Jiangjing Music Academy, but the outside world would be informed that he was there for further studies. How could the fans tell the difference? "I understand," Enchi nodded. 9 o'clock. The official Great Yong account mentioned all the actors, announcing the start of production. Yin Lu. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you to the production team. I will give my all in portraying this character and will not let anyone down." Attached is the character's song. Video. The Weibo world was a stormy place. The character songs of the other main actors had already been released, but there was no news from Yin Lu. Now that production had started, like scattered stars in a dark sky, there were fans who followed Yin Lu. They saw that she hadn't even released her character's song, just a video. Forget it, let's just bite the bullet. A few despairing fans thought to themselves, until they looked at the comment section. Jiangjing Music Academy retweeted and commented, "Congratulations to Miss Yin Lu." Chapter 286, 109 composed the Divine Peace, reviewing the Long Spear, second update. Under this comment, it wasn't long before the haters arrived. Man's Eye's diehard fan. Miss Yin Lu? Which miss? Please return Man's Eye's resources to Yin Lu. Yin Lu still has fans? Which company's water army are you from? Come on, how much did Yin Lu pay you? Passerby 1. Man's Eye's fans have gone crazy? They see a water army in everyone. Look clearly at who you're spraying. Passerby 2. I thought it was a high-quality imitation account, but after checking the homepage, am kneeling in awe, kneeling Passerby 3. Just asking timidly, did nobody listen to the song? Great Young crew. The first scene started, and since it was the first scene, Wan Xiushan didn't want any mistakes. He hoped to get it right in one take, so he directly filmed the scene for Liang Zuan with 2 seasoned actors. After the shoot, he remembered the issue with Yin Lu and inquired about the control of comments in the publicity department. You haven't checked Weibo yet? The publicity department staff was taken aback before suggesting Wan Xiushan check Weibo in a tactful manner. Wan Xiushan hurriedly opened Weibo. The usually smooth Weibo was a bit laggy today. He clicked on Yin Lu's account, and in just half an hour, Yin Lu's Weibo post had already garnered 230,000 comments. Wan Kaishin's eyes immediately landed on the top-like comment from Jiangjing Music Academy. His fingers trembling slightly, he clicked on Jiangjing Music Academy. The Jiangjing Music Academy following. 6 fans, 9, 87 million. Through the microphone, the publicity department staff continued to speak, but he suppressed his excitement. It's Jiangjing Music Academy's official account. How did you find Miss Yin? Director Wan, do you know gambling with liquor? Every music platform is asking our crew if they can buy the copyright outright. Did you introduce this song for Yin Lu? Even Jiangjing Music Academy has entered the fray. Jiangjing Music Academy, the musical palace not just in the country, but across Asia. Anyone in the entertainment industry who can be associated with this institution is considered a scholarly elite worth hyping. But who could have expected the official account to directly promote Yin Lu? Director Wan ended the call and clicked on Yin Lu's video. The clear sound of the gouging started from afar and came closer, as 4 lines of text slowly emerged. Gambling with Liquor lyrics by Jian composition, by Jian arrangement. Jian by Jian? Jian? Nobody had any impression of these 2 names. But immediately after, the sound of the pipa captured everyone's attention, and with a drumbeat, Yin Lu's slightly deep and distinctive voice rang out. A cup to the past. The video was composed of simple scenes, but along with Yin Lu's voice mixed with the beats of drums, the gouging, and the pipa, the song perfectly blended the national style, and it seemed as if everyone could see a life of epic grandeur. Good music doesn't need promotion. One person passed it on to another, and by 9:30, the Weibo trending search had climbed to a terrifying number, trending number 1. Gambling with Liquor, exploding, trending number 2. Yin Lu, exploding, trending number 3. Who is by Jian, exploding, trending number 4. Great Young starts filming, trending number 5. Jiangjing Music Academy before even filming the drama. Yin Lu was slaying all over Weibo with just 1 unpublished song. Haters wanted to find something to criticize, but after repeatedly listening to the song, from lyrics and composition to arrangement, they found there was absolutely nothing to pick on. Of course, no one knew that the arrangement had been done by Jian Zhongyo, standing at the peak of the musical temple, and that every instrument was accompanied by well-known teachers from Jiangjing Music Academy. Especially the composition, which was by the original author of the 1,000-year-old The White Robe Journey. With such a combination, how could it not explode on Weibo? This wave drove the entire Weibo crazy. Because of one song, Yin Lu became famous. Countless people on Weibo were searching for Bai Jian and his compositions. Yet this Bai Jian seemed to have appeared out of thin air, having written just this one song. Another topic's popularity was rising. I seemed to be witnessing the birth of a legendary composer. Bai Lian didn't go online. She was oblivious to the fervor of the song on the internet. When her manager called her, she spoke with utmost respect. Miss Bai, every major platform wants to buy the rights to gambling with liquor. I've discussed it with Yen Lu. The royalties will be given to you in Principal Jian. No need. Bai Lian walked with the crowd heading out, and seeing Jiang, he squatting on the roadside waiting for her, she walked over to him. Give the normal amount. Her manager was surprised by Bai Lian's response for the first time. Miss Bai, this is the copyright fee, not a cabbage. Of course, her manager wouldn't really give just the standard price, and she went on to ask about another matter. In Principal Jian, since Principal Jian had done the arrangement and helped Yen Lu record the song, her manager naturally wouldn't forget about these two benefactors to Yen Lu. Chapter 287, 109 composed a divine piece, reviewing the long spear, second update. _2, she didn't have the dean's contact information. He'll ask for you, Bai Lian said, standing in front of Jiang He, lazily reaching out to grab the collar at the back of his neck. With Bai Lian by her side and Jiang Fulai not around, Pu Shaoan dared to greet Jiang He with a smile, Xiaonyao. Jiang He's little face was very cold. He attempted to resist the name Jiang Xiaonyao with all his might. Jiang Fulai was busy on Monday. The driver was Ming Dongheng, and Bai Lian didn't send a message to inquire with Jian Zhongyou until after she got in the car. Dean Jian. No need, Dean Jian. Just come to our school. Bai Jian. I want to apply to Jiangjing University. Dean Jian. What's so good about it? He was even more carefree than Bai Lian. As at his level as the dean, he was no longer trapped by money, but pursued the true temple of art. Bai Lian threw this screenshot to Sister Xian. Sister Xian, this screenshot was explosive to the entire entertainment industry. Every sentence could make netizens collapse. The car soon stopped at the entrance to an ancient-looking courtyard. It was Pu Shaohan's first time here. She saw the iron fence covered in colorful vines and a winding cobblestone path leading to an ancient Chinese three-story building. She was greatly amazed. The three people sitting in the garden chairs in front of the building turned their heads quickly upon hearing the noise. When Chun Jingyu saw Bai Lian, he put down the document in his hand and exclaimed with joy, Miss Bai, you've come? Bai Lian's visits here were even fewer than to the library. He'll go make some tea, Ming Dongheng said, heading for the hall as soon as the car stopped. Chun Jingyu remembered Bai Lian liked the pastries here and hurried after him. Miss Bai, he'll check the kitchen. The other two also stood up upon seeing this. The man was Chun Jingyu and the woman, Yu Hongyi. This time Yu Hongyi finally got a clear look at Bai Lian. She sized up the school uniform Bai Lian wore, which bore the logo of Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School, and said, Hello, I am Yu Hongyi. She introduced herself. She used I am instead of my name is. Normally, those without some level of fame would not dare introduce themselves that way. Yu Hongyi wore casual clothes, and, as she was always ranked at the top in Zhongwu, there was an inevitable arrogance in her movements that she couldn't completely conceal, and her presence was strong. Pu Shaoan didn't dare to speak to her, and just stood by Bai Lian. Bai Lian nodded to her briefly, to the point. After speaking, she led Pu Shaoan towards the small lab. Jiang He followed closely behind her. What is this? Pu Shaoan asked in surprise, looking at the air raid shelter door to the left of the small wooden building. By Yu Hongyi's side, upon seeing that Bai Lian was heading in that direction, Chun Jingyu quickly tried to stop her, glanced at Bai Lian, and frowned. This is a critical research area. You can't go there. Everyone knew what position Jiang Fulai held. The research and labs were top-secret documents. In his critical research area, aside from his team members, not even Ming Dongheng or old Mr. Chan could enter and exit at will. Yu Hongyi also looked over, her gaze flitting indifferently over by Lian's school uniform before settling on Jiang He behind her. You might not be aware, but everything here cannot be tampered with. Xiaohe surely knows this, right? Both were martial artists. Pu Xiaoan didn't dare meet their gaze. Involuntarily, she clutched at the hem of Bai Lian's clothes. A chill tinted Bai Lian's brows and eyes as she reached out calmly with her phone and moved Chun Jingyu's arm that was blocking the way. Her right index finger pressed on the fingerprint lock, and with a beep, the door opened. She went straight in. Jiang Yi followed behind her with practiced ease. Pu Xiaoan was taken aback and quickly followed. The door closed slowly behind them, and Pu Xiaohan entered such an upscale, private laboratory for the first time. She hurried forward, wanting to say something to Bai Lian, but heard her softly reciting the heart-clearing mantra. No, Lian Yu. Bai Lian and Jiang He were very familiar with the laboratory, and they demonstrated many experiments to Pu Xiaoan. Pu Xiaoan, with her camera, could hardly keep up with their pace. 2 hours later, the three of them came out still not having had their fill. Outside, the garden lights shone as bright as day. Yu Hongyi, holding a long spear, was demonstrating spear technique to Ming Dongheng. Director Chun, not understanding, just watched the excitement. Seeing Bai Lian come out, he quickly went to get the pastries and approached her. Miss Bai, are you done with your work? Oh, Master Yu is teaching Mr. Ming the long spear techniques. Master Yu is exceptional with the long spear. Bai Lian took the pastries, expressed thanks, and casually glanced toward the open space in the garden. Hearing Director Chen say so, Pu Xiaohan also looked towards Yu Hongyi. Pu Xiaohan had seen Bai Lian's long spear technique, as well as Yen Lu's. She intended to film long spear techniques, so she watched very carefully. Yu Hongyi's spear technique was not bad, with strong force and speed. But Pu Xiaoan had seen spears wielded with terrible force in the return horse spear. Yen Lu, an actor, could perform the spear technique very well. She had great expectations for what Director Chun had called exceptional. But the result, Pu Xiaoan even had the thought, that's it. Upon hearing Director Chen speak so highly of Yu Hongyi, she couldn't help scratching her head and asked him in a low voice, "This is considered exceptional?" That's not to mention Lian. Yen Lu is also an expert. This, Director Chen didn't really understand either, but Yu Hongyi was indeed great with a long spear. As someone who did not practice spear skills, he could not elaborate on the specifics. Master Yu is really impressive. You see her, look at how she connects one thrust to the next, right? Pu Xiaoan, one thrust after another? Shouldn't you go back to Chinese language classes? Their voices were low, but those who practice martial arts have keen senses, and halfway through her demonstration, Yu Hongyi couldn't help but stop and look at Pu Xiaoan. What dan are you in long spear? 8 dan? Pu Xiaoan was startled. What dan? Yu Hongyi narrowed her eyes. You don't even know the ranking system? I'm sorry. Pu Xiaoan realized Yu Hongyi had heard her comments. Your soaring dragon tail technique is too high at the spear tip. Bai Lian patted Pu Xiaoan on the shoulder and looked at Yu Hongyi. The wrist force is too weak. You need to practice your wrist strength. Soaring dragon tail has 2 types of attacks, retreat and counterattack, both. Bai Lian had a good impression of those who practiced with a long spear. Yu Hongyi politely turned to Ming Dongheng. Mr. Ming, don't you have anything to say? Ming Dongheng looked at Yu Hongyi and was caught off guard by Bai Lian's sudden critique, as Yu Hongyi was indeed considered a top-tier spear user in his book. Miss Bai is very skilled, I think. If that is the case, Mr. Ming, you might as well have Miss Bai give you instruction. Yu Hongyi's mood had entirely vanished, and she discarded her long spear. Bai Lian watched the spear thrown on the ground, walked over, bent down to pick it up, and frowned. Yu Hongyi thought Bai Lian was about to preach and raised her hand to interrupt directly. When you reach 8 or 9 dan with a long spear, maybe then you can talk to me. Chapter 288, 110, really took it big this time, _1 Yu Hongyi spoke calmly, merely stating the truth. She became famous at a young age, and had an aloof status within the Yu family, overshadowing all the younger generation, and with the glory of Dongwu, she always stood at the pinnacle of the Yu family. Having spent years in Jiangjing, she hadn't taken Bai Lian and Pu Xiaoan's words to heart at all. Neither of them was significant in her social circle. They were simply from two different worlds. What bothered her, though, was that the other's presence seemed indifferent to Bai Lian and Pu Xiaohan's words. And there was Chun Yongquan. What was with his description of her marksmanship? However, now that Chun Yongquan's status had risen, Yu Hongyi also harbored some apprehensions. Having said her piece, she turned around, ready to leave the estate. She had thought that at the very least, Ming Dongheng and Chief Chun would try to keep her from leaving. Unexpectedly, as she stepped out the door, neither of them reacted at all. She left, suppressing her anger. Chen Jingyu looked at Ming Dongheng in surprise. Since they were rivals to begin with, his indifference puzzled Chen Jingyu. "Mr. Ming, do you know what you're doing?" Ming Dongheng glanced at him, but said nothing. Chen Jingyu let out a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of unexpected joy. If Yu Hongyi didn't advise Ming Dongheng, his own chances could be much greater. Suppressing his joy, he hurried out. "Ms. Yu, wait for me." Behind him, "Miss Bai." Ming Dongheng looked at Bai Lian and quickly explained, "I was just asking her what level is required to enter Dongwu, and she demonstrated spear techniques for me. I think you're very strong." Ming Dongheng had a strong will to survive. Exactly. Chief Chen couldn't tell the difference, but it didn't prevent him from speaking up. Outside the door, the not-so-far Chun Jingyu and Yu Hongyi's faces darkened even more. "I don't see what's so great about her." Chun Jingyu studied Yu Hongyi's expression. "She's frail, and speaking of intelligence, she can't even compare to that Liang Wuyu from the Liang family. Whether she can get into Jiangjing University is still in question." This year's situation with Jiangjing University was drawing attention due to Liang Wei's presence. He had been invited by many laboratories even before entering university. "You're comparing her to Liang Wuyu?" Yu Hongyi shook her head. Apart from her face, indeed, she saw no other strengths in Bai Lian. Her standards were always high. Hearing her say that, Chen Jingyu also felt he had lost his sense, as Liang Wuyu was aiming to be top. "My bad." Pu Xiaohan also felt a bit awkward back in the garden. "I won't speak out of turn again." Bai Lian lazily twirled the long spear, stuffing the pastries given by Chief Chun into Pu Xiaohan's hand and shaking her head in response. "If you can't accept criticism, how can you improve?" Bai Lian had been learning martial arts behind Bai Zhongyu since she was young. Being the youngest, Bai Zhongyu and Chun Yi, who trained with her, would always accommodate her. After Bai Zhongyu passed away, she and Chun Yi went to the battlefield together, only managing to leave a cenotaph for him. Afterwards, she spent 3 years on the battlefield, killing enemies with that spear. By then, no one would let her off the hook. The veterans in the military couldn't persuade her to return, so they taught her moves for killing enemies. On the battlefield, every contest decided life and death. All her experience was fought from the battlefield, where every warrior was resolute, because every move was meant to kill, not for performance. For the Bai family, the spear was ingrained in their bones and blood. She looked down at the long spear carelessly thrown aside in her hand. The martial arts practiced by people nowadays lacked lethality and were too flashy, with Yu Hongyi being a prime example. This was why Pu Xiaohan felt something was off about Yu Hongyi's move, the soaring dragon tail, because she had seen Yin Lu's lethal moves performed. "It's getting windy. Let's go back to the hall first." Chief Chun hastily spoke up, wanting to steer away from this subject. Jiang Fulai hurried back, close to 9 o'clock. Upon arrival, she first glanced at Chief Chun. There wasn't any particular expression, but just that indifferent glance made Chief Chun involuntarily straighten his back. Bai Lian sat at a table on the side, doing her homework. She sat up straight, the workbook from her school open in front of her, casually resting one hand on it. The hall was brightly lit. Jiang He sat next to her with a tablet, drawing. Ming Dongheng stood emotionlessly behind Chief Chun, occasionally miming the moves of the spear, seemingly try to learn Bai Lian's style of twirling the spear. Pu Xiaohan sat on the sofa opposite Chief Chun, holding a camera, reviewing footage taken that day, and planning how to edit it and incorporate special effects into her video. Jiang Fulai glanced at Ming Dongheng's spear before her eyes settled on Bai Lian. At the sound, Bai Lian finished a problem before looking up. You're finally back. Chapter 289, 110, really took it big this time _2. She closed the book and capped the pen with one hand. There's someone who got the data wrong. Jiang Fulai complained with a cold expression, as if venting to her. Otherwise, he could have come back earlier. Bai Lian put the book back in her bag, looked up, and pondered. Then will you forgive them? Oh, Jiang Fulai agreed reluctantly. When Jiang Fulai came back, the aunts served another meal. Jiang He, Ming Dongheng, Director Chun, and a few others had already finished eating, leaving Jiang Fulai to dine alone. Director Chen glanced at Jiang Fulai and had a sudden inspiration. Miss Bai, are you hungry? Not really. I had 2 pieces of cake earlier. Bai Lian got up, but I have to go now. My grandfather is waiting for me for dinner. Pu Xiaohan also stood up nervously, thanking Jiang Fulai. Ming Dongheng was about to grab his car keys and stand up when Director Chen quickly pressed him down, thinking expressionlessly in his heart. Mr. Ming has lost his mind. Jiang Fulai, enveloped in a layer of cold frost, grabbed his keys and left first. When he came back, Ming Dongheng then reported the day's events to Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai looked down, casually picking up a piece of green vegetable, and slowly began, has this place become somewhere anyone can enter? He didn't look at Ming Dongheng or Director Chun, but both of them dared not lift their heads. Only after Jiang Fulai finished eating and went upstairs did Director Chun turn to Ming Dongheng. How will you enter Dongwu later on? Ming Dongheng had originally planned to ask Yu Hongyi to recommend him for a registration spot. There's another recruitment next year. Ming Dongheng frowned. Bai Lian got back a bit late, and the 2 little old men, Lance and Ji Heng, hadn't yet rested. Ji Heng was tidying up Lance's room, which used to be Ji Shan's. Grandfather, my desk, May wants to record a video for you, Bai Lian said while administering acupuncture to Lance. After finishing, she spoke with Ji Heng. A video about embroidery. It shouldn't take long. Do you want to do it? Lance was sitting in a chair, very eager to speak, but didn't dare. Ji Heng put away his needlework. A video? It'll be posted online, a short video, Bai Lian described simply, then pulled over a chair and sat down. It will let more people see the embroidery, see your craftsmanship. Hearing this, Ji Heng fell silent. He'll think about it. This was what Bai Lian had anticipated. She could tell that Ji Heng seemed to have his worries, so at the time, she didn't agree on Ji Heng's behalf to Pu Xiaohan. Bai Lian didn't try to persuade Ji Heng further, just waiting on the side for Lance's acupuncture time, when she decided to check her phone and saw a WeChat message. Dog friend, sharing a new song with you. Dog friend, I won't allow anyone to not have heard this. Dog friend, http://link. Bai Lian clicked on it. The new song Gambling with Liquor had just been released by Cool Bear. Bai Jian. 6. Scrolling down, she saw a message from Sister Xine. Do you have a Weibo? Fans are asking for it. With that, Sister Xine sent a screenshot. Bai Lian clicked on it, and it was all asking for Bai Jian's Weibo. Bai Jian, I don't go online. On the other end of the phone, Sister Xine wasn't enchanting. She had already rushed back to Time Media to handle the contract matter concerning Yin Lu. After receiving Bai Lian's message, she opened Weibo and reported back to the eager online community. Yin Lu didn't have an assistant, only her as the agent, so most questions from netizens were addressed to her. When Sister Xine entered Weibo, it took her a minute to load. The hottest trending topic was still the full cast news of Gambling with Liquor. The songwriting and composition were explosive. In recent years, with traffic-driven music dominating, fewer were seriously pursuing music. This song, created by an obscure star and a low-profile composer/arranger, cut through the traffic-dominated music scene and carved out a bloody path. With such lyrics and composition, how did Bai Lian write it? Sister Xine immediately saw a top-rated comment. Honestly, this song reminds me of Bai Xiangjuan. I think so too. So when can the great god Bai Jian release a new song? Speaking of Bai Xiangjuan, It seems she hasn't released any new songs or poems for a long time. Crying. Forgive the comment above. Signals in the underworld are weak. Bai Xiangjun had many fan-made songs, but this was the first to be accepted by the majority of fans. Sister Exine wanted to laugh seeing the comments below. Reply to the inquiries about Bai Jian's Weibo. I asked for you. God Bai Jian said he doesn't go online. This comment was quickly highlighted by the fans. Woo, are there still people nowadays who don't go online? He must be a highly respected elder. The masses were enlightened. Will he still write songs later? 2587 likes. Please help contact the master. I beg the god to please release more songs. Nowadays, pop songs lack quality. I've been listening to songs from more than a decade ago. Gambling with Liquor is the best I've heard in recent years. 12,474 likes. Chapter 290, 110, really took it big this time, _3 all in agreement. Bai Lian might or might not continue composing. Xinjie doesn't know. She plans to find time to ask. She knows Bai Lian loves to learn, but for the gift of songwriting, Xinjie doesn't want her to waste it. She opens Yin Lu's Weibo, and the followers had grown to 4 million. From morning till night, all major video platforms and media had been looping Yin Lu's songs. Time Media urgently called Xinjie back to amend the contract, and she felt tears welling up in her eyes. After so many years in the circle, Yin Lu had finally made it. Xiangqing Hospital. There's nothing else showing up on the film and the CBC. The doctor prescribed some medicine to Su In. No other problems? Ji Mulan stood to one side, frowning, but he's been having frequent headaches recently. The doctor looked at the examination report and finally raised his head. Mr. Su needs to rest more. Xiangqing medical resources are limited. If you are not reassured, you may go to a higher-level hospital for examination. All right, the doctor suddenly remembered something. I have a patient similar to Mr. Su. It doesn't affect daily life much, but there may be some impact on memory. Does Mr. Su have a lot of forgetfulness now? Su En sat in his chair. It's okay. Besides the headaches, he had no other symptoms. They left the consultation room. Ji Mulan went to get the medicine, and after getting the medicine, she came back with a worried look. Let's find a time to go back to Jiangjing Hospital for another check. Xiangqing just can't keep up with everything. It's time to go back. Things in Xiangqing were on the right track, and Su In and Ji Mulan's wedding was imminent. He smiled. We still need to plan the wedding. I wonder if Alien will come. He wasn't very concerned about his health condition. After all, it was just occasional headaches, a minor issue. Compared to this, he was more curious about whether Bai Lian would attend his and Ji Mulan's wedding in Jiangjing. Ji Mulan was momentarily lost in thought. She hardly exchanged a word with Bai Lian now. She wanted to ease the tension between them, but every time she tried to talk, Bai Lian would ignore her. Ji Mulan thought of what Mrs. Su had said about the Yu family. What about the Yu family matter? Su In's car was parked at the hospital entrance. Upon hearing Ji Mulan bring up the Yu family, he shook his head. Don't mention that to Alien. I've already refused my mother on that. Indeed, Ji Mulan actually thought the Yu family sounded quite good, but Bai Lian's current temperament was too prickly, not suitable for a larger family. Her kind of personality isn't suited for a big family. Su-in got into the back seat. As he listened to Ji Mulan's words, he glanced at her. In recent days, he had learned some things. Bai Lian's behavior towards Ji Mulan and the rest of the Ji family members was not the same. The Bai Lian in front of Ji Heng and Ji Xiaojun was different from the Bai Lian in front of Ji Mulan. When confronting Ji Mulan, Bai Lian was always sharp and prickly, not speaking properly. But the Bai Lian that Su In knew was an extremely cultured and big-picture person, even though sometimes. Su In smiled to himself. Sometimes Bai Lian really had a bad temper. There were a few times Su In felt like he was going to be gobbled up by Bai Lian. As he chuckled to himself, Su In couldn't help but press his temples, feeling a headache, and he leaned back in his seat. You should rest, said Ji Mulan anxiously as she helped him massage his temples. Friday, after school in the afternoon. The chemistry teacher rolled up his book and didn't leave, instead watching Bai Lian as she slowly packed her bag without moving. Only when Balian leisurely finished packing did he cough and say with a stern face, "Student Bai." Wang Qi, together with Pu Xiaohan and the entertainment committee members, wanted to laugh, but facing the aloof chemistry teacher, they dared not. "Teacher," Balian said, obediently standing in front of the chemistry teacher with her bag in hand. The chemistry teacher nodded coldly. "You know there's a monthly exam tomorrow, right?" He said no more. "I know," Balian nodded. She had been studying chemistry and biology together recently. The chemistry teacher placed his hands behind his back, observing Balian subtly before leaving her with two detached words. "Good luck." After he left, Pu Xiaohan dared to speak. "Alien, honestly, don't you think the chemistry teacher's back looks so lonely?" "I was just about to say that, but didn't dare." Wang Qi raised his hand. "So, how's your chemistry?" Pu Xiaohan whispered to Bai Lian, having made a bet. "Do you have a chance to surpassing the genius in the total score?" Bai Lian glanced at Pu Xiaohan and raised an eyebrow. "What do you think?" Pu Xiaohan. How could she possibly guess something about the genius? The group chattered their way to the school gate. Wang Qi immediately noticed Sister Xin standing at the school entrance. Sister Xin. He was somewhat turning into a fan of Yen Lu. Zhang Xiais, who was in prison, had heard this news, and last time even had Bai Lian bring a simple note to Wang Qi, praising his good taste. Sister Xin was also very touched by this lively group of young boys and girls. She greeted them with a smile. "These are the CDs for the bet." Sister Xin handed two carefully wrapped CDs to Bai Lian after greeting everyone. "And one of these is for Dean Jian." To Sister Xin, Dean Jian was a respected, venerable artist. Sister Xin didn't dare ask for his contact information, nor did she expect Yen Lu to cozy up to Dean Jian, considering the difference in their social circles. She let Bai Lian relay everything related to Dean Jian. "Okay." Bai Lian took the CDs. She took out her phone to ask for Dean Jian's address. "Miss Bai," Sister Xin walked with the group toward the exit. "Have you ever thought about continuing to write lyrics and compose music? Like writing songs for professional singers. There are many singers in the circle with good voices but average composing talent." Noticing Wang Qi's gaze, Sister Xin paused. She remembered Wang Qi once said the principal would hang himself on her doorstep. Then she explained, "I just regret Miss Bai's talent. The music circle really lacks composers like Miss Bai, and I just hope Miss Bai will note down any inspiration she gets without affecting her studies." Sister Xin had no doubt that if Bai Lian entered the composing scene, the music industry would be shaken. Bai Lian's house still had a guzheng, and her fingers idly spun the CD in her hand. Suddenly turning her head, she looked at Sister Xin and said leisurely, "That enchi from before, is he a singer?" "Yes, he's currently collaborating with Man, Shi." Sister Xin nodded, not very keen on mentioning enchi right now. Then Bai Lian squinted her eyes, looking mischievous in the light of the setting sun, and said with a careless smile, "Does Yen Lu have an interest in developing a sideline as a singer?" Sister Xin stared at Bai Lian, stunned. This was really playing big. Chapter 291. Brother Jiang's first visit to the Ji family. The truth is revealed _1. Miss Baiyu, your meaning is after successive encounters with Enchi and Man Shi. Sister Xin felt the entertainment circle was just like that. Enchi, having met the more popular Man Shi, backhandedly trampled on Yen Lu while soaring high in her career, and for Yen Lu to encounter the likes of Bai Lian and Zhang Xiais was good fortune. But now, Miss Bai is about to deify Yen Lu. Bai Lian had already spotted Jiang He at the intersection, her sharpness subdued, once again appearing indolent. "If she wants to grow, I can give it a try." Then she casually waved at Sister Xin and picked up Jiang He, who was squatting on the ground. Ming Dongheng was on a call. Seeing Bai Lian, he ended the call abruptly. "Miss Bai, where to?" "Calligraphy Association." She lifted Jiang He into the car. Ming Dongheng drove towards the Calligraphy Association. "Sister Xin?" Wang Qi boldly called out to her. "Ah!" Sister Xin was still standing there. She snapped back to reality. They'll treat you guys to a meal another day. I have to find Yin Lu. Yin Lu was still shooting in Xiangqing, and Sister Xian decided to go tell her about this in person. Calligraphy Association. Jianzhe was soothing Qiu Xuezhing. Teacher Qiu, please be gentler with her. Don't be so hot-tempered. Take a break. I've got this. Bai Lian sat down at a corner of the Eight Immortal table, pouring a cup of tea for Qiu Xuezhing. Her legs propped up as she flipped through the accounts. Not far off, Jianzhe was gently explaining a question to Qiu Zuzheng's granddaughter. Jiang he ran over to watch and then sat back down next to Bai Lian, shocked, taking a sip of the water Bai Lian had poured for him. What's wrong? Bai Lian rubbed his head. Jiang he shook his head silently, quite dumbfounded. A minute later, Jianzhe's gentle voice gradually became frenetic. Let me explain it to you one more time. 110 and 14. Add them together and it's 14. So 110 and 16 added together. How much is that? 14. How much? Jianzhe, who was usually composed and poised, began to lose his cool. 10 plus 6. Jianzhe, right, 110 and 16. How much should that be? Think again. Think hard, baby. 10. Bai Lian quietly listened, a vein starting to throb on her forehead. Sometimes she felt Jiang Fulai was too harsh on Tang Ming and the others. Putting herself in their shoes, when Jiang Fulai was teaching Tang Ming and the others, the difficulty must have been similar to Jianzhe teaching this baby. She thought, Jiang Fulai. 10 plus 5 is equal to 15. Both of them failed to understand. Jiang Fulai repeated coldly. Ning Xiao got it. Tang Ming. But why isn't it 14? Jiang Fulai. Tang Academician. Tang Ming. Teacher Jiang. Jiang Fulai. I wouldn't dare. Am off to file your patent application. She suddenly felt like she had to sometimes understand young Master Jiang's predicament. Qiu Zuzheng's hand pressed against the table. About to stand up, Bai Lian snapped back to her senses, hurriedly stopping him. Teacher Qiu, where's our seminar this week? We've got 2 new teachers, Qiu Xuezhing, holding his teacup, calmed down and discussed business with Bai Lian. Jianzhe said you were interested in the martial arts hall next door? There have been quite a few people coming to them these past few days. Quite a few. Bai Lian was surprised. Qiu Xuezhing nodded. They're planning a tourism-exclusive route here. Many people want to buy their property. The tourist route was planned from the train station to the gate on Pura Street, from the west of the city all the way to the east. The Calligraphy Association was owned by the state, but the martial arts hall was private property with a large land area that drew much attention. Bai Lian looked toward the direction of the martial arts hall, pondering that the chances of reopening it seemed even greater now. She closed the file, took out her phone. The hall's owner hadn't contacted her. She glanced at her messages. It was a reply from Dean Jian. Dean Jian, you don't need to mail it. Dean Jian, just give me the address. They'll collect it myself. By Jian. By Jian. Wait till I get into Jiangjing University next year. They'll bring it to you, Dean Jian. What if you don't get in? Bai Lian looked at Dean Jian's message, then directly took a screenshot and sent it to Jiang Fulai, without adding any other words. The young master didn't reply. At 7 o'clock, Bai Lian took Jiang He back home. Just as they left the Calligraphy Association's gateway, they encountered the former Secretary General who had just arrived at the entrance of the martial arts hall. Seeing Bai Lian come out, he paused, his mood quite good. Miss Bai, long time no see. Zhou Jian didn't mind Bai Lian's attitude at all. His lips curled into a smile, but it had a hint of chill. I was wondering why Miss Bai was so fiery-tempered. Turns out the Su family is involved. After speaking, he stepped into the martial arts hall. Bai Lian raised an eyebrow upon hearing him mention the Su family. Jiang he tugged at the hem of Bai Lian's school uniform. Bai Lian looked up and saw Jiang Fulai parking his car at the intersection. Chapter 292. Brother Jiang's first visit to the Ji family. The truth is revealed _2. He leaned against the car door in a casual stance, talking on his phone. His eyes slightly downturned beneath the streetlight, casting a vague silhouette, like a lone, unapproachable bloom on a high ridge. Bai Lian temporarily set aside the matter with the Secretary General and walked over. When he saw Bai Lian and Jiang He come out, he spoke softly and then ended the call. Jiang Fulai looked at Bai Lian, his face stern. Who? Bai Lian was momentarily taken aback. She remembered that Jiang Fulai typically wrapped up his weekend work on Fridays. It took her a moment to remember that he was probably asking about the matter with Dean Jian. It's Dean Jian from the Music Academy. Bai Lian sighed softly, wishing she hadn't sent it if she knew he would hurry back. Sent it to you for fun. Jiang Fulai mulled over which Dean Jian it could be. The dean of Jiangjing Music Academy, at this moment, hugged his teacup and sneezed, muttering to himself, "It's time to wear a down jacket. Can't afford to catch a cold." Jiang Fulai opened the car door and let Bai Lian get in. After she was in, he casually tossed Jiang He into the back seat. Utterly indifferent, Bai Lian fastened her seatbelt and watched Jiang Fulai, who was opening the driver's door. "Just have a listen," she said. Jiang Fulai nodded in agreement. "Oh." Bai Lian slowly pulled out her phone and glanced at it for a while, then said softly, "I am definitely going to apply to Jiangjing University." There was a statue of her teacher there. If she went there again, she hoped to meet him still as his proudest student. Jiang Fulai turned to look at her. Bai Lian's entire face was hidden in the shadows, her eyes downturned, her expression indiscernible. Jiang Fulai started the car. "Then are you going to study quantum mechanics or dark matter?" "Ah." Bai Lian couldn't keep up with his train of thought, her mind suddenly jumping from Liang Zuan to Dean Ma. "Quantum mechanics, I guess." Jiang Fulai drove onto the main road, his body slightly relaxed. Dean Ma has a lot of research areas, including quantum mechanics, and there are other labs. "Why are you studying dark matter?" Bai Lian lowered the car window, resting her right elbow lazily on it, and turned to look at him. It was the first time Jiang Fulai spoke about this. "When I was reading, I found that the gravity of matter is nowhere near sufficient to sustain the rotation of galaxies, which is very paradoxical, and everyone was suspecting that dark matter might be a higher dimensional presence. Other countries are also researching it, and without research, there is no development, which means that humanity's civilization has reached its end." If a species' civilization reaches its end, it's a terrifying prospect. Whether it's dark matter, quantum mechanics, or superconductivity, the next step in the evolution of civilization requires people to continually try and err. Their conversation shifted from Jiangjing University to dark matter and quantum mechanics. While Jiang, he hugged a large white cabbage pillow in the back seat, listening attentively. Halfway through the journey, Ji Hung called. Bai Lian answered. Ji Hung asked when she would be home, and after inquiring, he heard a faint sound of gouging from the other end of the phone. "Is that the guy's surname, Jiang?" "Here, at Ji Hung's place, Jiang he was Xiaoa. Jiang Fulai was that guy's surname, Jiang. MHM." Bai Lian reclined against the backrest. Ji Hung was silent for quite some time, having hinted about Jiang He's family situation before. Both Jiang He and Jiang Fulai's parents had passed away early. About 5 minutes later, he said sternly, "Then let him come too." Now, living close to Ji Hung, Ji Xiaojun had come over with food to see him. When Bai Lian, Jiang Fulai, and Jiang He arrived, Ji Hung was in the yard playing Gamoku with Lance, discussing plans to go fishing the next day. Lance, wearing a floral jacket, was very excited and talked about catching several fish. Ji Xiaojun was cooking in the kitchen. Xinxing had mostly recovered and was helping Ji Xiaojun by washing the vegetables. Seeing Bai Lian return, she placed the washed vegetables next to Ji Xiaojun. "Alien, you're back." "Xiaojiang." Xinxing was now quite at ease with Jiang Fulai. Auntie, Jiang Fulai, draped in his black coat under the incandescent lights of the large courtyard. His eyes weren't as icy as usual. He seemed very polite at that moment. Jiang He looked up, staring at Jiang Fulai, somewhat dumbfounded. Lance had made rapid progress in his chess skills, and from being invincible, Ji Hung now couldn't win a single game. He beckoned to Jiang Fulai, offering his seat. "Gamoku, do you know how to play?" Jiang Fulai nodded in surprise. "You're up." Lance, in his triumph, confident it wasn't Jiang he was facing, declared, "Okay, okay." Jiang Fulai casually took a white piece. Lance picked up a black piece, glanced at Jiang Fulai, and boasted, "Bring it on." Jiang He watched from the side, amused by Lance's confidence. Chapter 293. Brother Jiang's First Visit to the Ji Family. The truth is revealed _3 in just 30 seconds. Lance's smile at the corners of his mouth froze, and he took back the black piece. Start over. After another minute, he was done. Of that minute, 55 seconds were spent by Lance thinking. Come on. Lance suddenly stood up, calling noisily, picking up Jiang He and making him play against Jiang Fulai. Jiang He, with just a casual glance from Jiang Fulai, he allowed Jiang He to go first. Jiang He silently made a move. These two didn't need to think while playing chess. The game was decided in 10 seconds. Lance and Ji Hung squatted on the side, both looking at Jiang He, who had lost in just 7 moves. Lance murmured to Ji Hung, "Turns out you were the real chatterbox." Ji Hung, suddenly burdened with a huge pot, started to doubt himself too. After that, every day he'd find someone in the alley to play chess with, and the alley folk were beaten until they doubted their life choices. 20 minutes later, after receiving a message from Jiang Fulai, Director Chun brought over Jiang Fulai's tobacco along. Then he bravely sat at the table, listening to Shun Qing repeatedly saying, "Xiaojiang." Director Chun posted on his moments, "My time is up." JPG, Ming Dongheng liked the post. The next day, Saturday, Chinese in the morning, math and English in the afternoon. The Shanshu No. 1 Middle School monthly exam didn't follow the same schedule as the college entrance exam. It was past 5 when the English exam ended. Tang Ming was among a group from class 15, discussing the math problem with Ning Xiao. "Do you understand what they're talking about?" Wen Qi quietly asked the others. The math problem wasn't too difficult this time, but Wen Qi hadn't gotten to the last question. Yang Lin glanced at Wen Qi without saying a word. Hu Xiaoan didn't look at Wen Qi, merely uttered "oh" in a sudden realization, so that's how it is. So G, X, is just being compared with 3 plus in the end? When is greater than or equal to -3, Gx is greater than 0, so the original function is monotonically increasing, right? Tang Ming looked at Pu Xiaoan with admiration. Right, there are 3 zeros. The first question is very simple. Bai Lian walked to the very end, messaging Yin Lu on her phone. When Yin Lu called Bai Lian, she was in an exam, and since the call didn't go through, Yin Lu left her a message regarding her song. Since Bai Lian was writing a song for Yin Lu, this involved a contract and a record company. Time Entertainment had a sub-label record company, which included in Chi, but Sister XIN did not plan to sign with them. Guessing Yin Lu was currently filming, Bai Lian didn't call back, but sent Yin Lu a WeChat message. 1. Yin Lu has just released her new song and is focused on filming right now, so she's not in a hurry for her next song. Meanwhile, hospital. Ji Mulan's face was pale as she followed the ambulance down, jogging to keep up with the emergency doctor. "Doctor, how is he doing? Did the patient suddenly faint without any warning signs?" The doctor put away his stethoscope, asking about the symptoms. Ji Mulan nodded, managing to remain clear-headed in such a moment. He suddenly fainted at the construction site. Before this, had occasionally suffered from headaches, but had no other symptoms. As she spoke, she handed the headache medication Su Un was taken to the doctor. The doctor looked down at the medicine, which was for headaches. Nurses hurriedly pushed Su In into the emergency room. Blood was drawn, an electroencephalogram was done, and a head CT scan. Half an hour later, the doctor came out with furrowed brows, carrying the results of the blood routine test and electroencephalogram. Assistant Su In and Ji Mulan gathered around. "Doctor, how is the patient?" "He's still unconscious." The doctor, who had never seen such a complex case before, handed the results to Ji Mulan. "What's odd is that we can't find the source. Has the patient eaten anything unusual recently?" Assistant Su In, wiping sweat from his forehead, knew he couldn't bear the responsibility if something happened to Su In on his watch. He calmly recalled the recent meals. Only ordinary food. We've already called for a consult with specialists from neurology and internal medicine. The doctor was clueless, and a nurse informed him that the neurology specialist had arrived. The medical team all gathered in the emergency room. Su In's heartbeat had stabilized, and the electroencephalogram showed some abnormalities, but he remained unconscious. When they came out again, the emergency room doctor looked toward Ji Milan. I suggest you transfer to a superior hospital. What? Ji Milan had assumed Su In was simply exhausted or had a blood pressure issue. She didn't expect the hospital's statement to be so serious, causing her to slump. She was somewhat at a loss. Su In's assistant took out his cell phone, ready to make contact with Jiang Jing. The neurology specialist nearby recognized Su In's assistant and the group, knowing they were regular VIP visitors. They often came to see Ji Xiaojun. Our hospital just upgraded to the latest diagnostic equipment last month. The neurologist explained to the assistant. Many people from Beicheng come here for checkups. We just used the new equipment to assess the patient's condition, and we suspect what? Ji Milan looked up, sensing an ominous feeling. The assistant also looked at the doctor's name tag and then said, Dr. Li, please go on. This is an international neurotoxin, Dr. Li started calmly. In this situation, even if you were to take him to Jiangjing, it wouldn't help. The neurotoxin is banned in our country. Only certain labs abroad have the antidote. If you know someone overseas, you need to contact them quickly. The longer you wait, the greater the damage to the patient's brain and body. Neurotoxin. Ji Milan and the assistant exchanged a glance, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. A foreign neurotoxin? Both of them were hearing this term for the first time. Foreign laboratories. The assistant realized instantly that this was not an issue he could handle. He took out his cell phone and called Jiang Jing. He didn't call Madame Su, but instead he called Su Wenyao, who was studying at Jiangjing University. In such a situation, even Madame Su might be helpless, but Su Wenyao had numerous friends studying abroad. Possibly they could find a solution. Young master, the assistant got straight to the point while explaining the whole situation. We're not sure what the toxin is. Do you know someone overseas who knows about an antidote? Jiangjing University study room. In this season, Jiangjing was much colder than Shanqing. Su Wenyao put on a cotton jacket to take the call, wearing only a white undershirt. His usual composed expression vanished. A foreign laboratory? What was needed now was a connection to classmates studying biochemical medicine abroad. Su Wenyao knew many people, and a few of them from affluent families were studying pharmacology abroad. When he mentioned the neurotoxin, those classmates hesitated for a moment, then gave a wry smile. Su bro, as far as I know, there aren't more than 2 labs that could produce such an antidote, and I'm just a sophomore. I can't even enter our school's lab. You're expecting too much from me. Nearly all the friends in the pharmaceutical industry gave the same answer. Su Wenyao took a deep breath and called Assistant Su In back, instructing him to transfer Su In back to Jiangjing immediately. Whether or not they could find an antidote, the medical conditions in Jiangjing were much better than in Shanqing. Shanqing Hospital. Upon receiving the transfer news, the assistant immediately gave instructions and finally turned to Ji Milan. The project in Shanqing is ongoing. I can't leave. Ms. Ji, the trip back to Jiangjing will depend on you. We're really going back to Jiangjing. Ji Milan tried to calm herself, yet her voice still trembled. His condition, the toxin is banned in the country, and the young master says it's only available internationally in maybe 1 or 2 labs. The assistant shook his head, his voice somber. The only option is to transfer back to Jiangjing first. If it's banned in the country, then why? Milan began, then suddenly remembered Pure Street was next to the national border. That place was a mix of all sorts, where anything could be found. Her voice trailed off abruptly. The phone rang. Ji Milan took it out and answered. Your grandfather is asking why you haven't arrived yet. It was by Lian's voice. Ji Milan was startled, then looked down at the phone and realized it was Su Ensign. He can't make it right now. Ji Mulan spoke with a hoarse voice, quietly saying, "We have to go back to Zhongjing first." Bai Lian's brow furrowed slightly as she looked calmly towards the door, her voice cold and slow. "What's wrong with him?" Chapter 294, 112 MTR Characteristic Medicine. Aliens Terrifying Connections. Second update, _1G Family Mansion. Bai Lian hung up the phone, her brow slightly furrowed as she pondered for a minute before taking Lance away. What's happening? Lance was playing chess with Jiang He. Bai Lian's expression was solemn. She remembered the Zhou Jian she had encountered that day, feeling as if there was a thread in her mind, but she couldn't grasp it just yet. Seeing Bai Lian's expression, Lance did not dare to speak carelessly. Ji Mulan's phone call was unclear, so Bai Lian went straight to the hospital. 20 minutes later, outside Xiangqing Hospital, the ambulance was already prepared. When Bai Lian and Lance arrived at the ward, Assistant Su En was discussing the patient transfer with the doctor. Seeing Bai Lian, the assistant turned around with a grave face. "Miss Bai, Zhongjing Hospital had said it was a neurotoxin, and no hospital was willing to take the case." Su Wenyao was still searching. Therefore, Assistant Su En and Ji Mulan both had rather grim expressions. Ji Mulan didn't look up at Bai Lian, but only stared down at her hands. "I shouldn't have let him come back. Neurotoxin?" Bai Lian finally heard the diagnosis. She tilted her head to Lance and asked, "Have you heard of it?" Assistant Su En also knew that Lance was the doctor who performed surgery on Xinqing. Hearing Bai Lian's inquiry, the assistant also turned his gaze towards Lance. "I know," Lance replied in English. Though his Chinese was good, he had been listening to the conversation, and he took the medical record from Dr. Li's hand to flip through it. "The MTR lab has an antidote." Finally, a familiar term was heard. Dr. Li looked excitedly towards Lance. "Yes, Dr. Lance is right. MTR definitely has the antidote." Ji Mulan and the assistant had never heard of this laboratory. Both were somewhat stunned. "What's MTR?" "The largest medical laboratory overseas." Dr. Li pushed the glasses back onto the bridge of his nose and explained to the two that you can find many experimental medical equipment, medicinal chemicals, and the latest medical research. If they don't have the neurotoxin antidote, then it's certain no other place will. Ji Mulan and the assistant found this all quite bewildering. "Can you get?" Bai Lian asked Lance, dressed in a plain white long dress, her demeanor calm and poised. The assistant looked at Bai Lian and also calmed down quickly. Remembering Su Wenyo's words, he smiled wryly. "Miss Bai, it's not so easy to get drugs from that kind of laboratory. I can." Lance frowned, "But there are two problems. One is how to bring it back, and the second is which neurotoxin is actually in his system. Different neurotoxins require different antidotes." If the MTR lab doesn't have the neurotoxin that Su En has, they would have to look elsewhere. The assistant looked at Lance in shock. He had always known Lance was good at surgery, but his impression of the people Bai Lian knew was just that. How could Dr. Lance obtain the antidote that even Su Wenyao couldn't find, and so effortlessly? Different from the assistant, Dr. Li in the room had seen Jiang Fulai bring over the equipment from the MTR lab. He was not surprised. "We have the poison analysis from Mr. Zu's body." Dr. Li turned and brought out the report. "As long as we find the original toxin and analyze it with a mass spectrometer, we can find out where it came from." A nurse listening nearby reminded them, "But our country doesn't have that type of toxin." Dr. Li nodded and then said, "We may not have it in the country, but there should be a place in Xiangqing that does." Assistant Su En caught on to what Dr. Li meant, taking a sharp breath. Bakhtur Street. He had previously suspected that the toxin in Su En's body came from Bakhtur Street, and even started to wonder if it was the doing of Mr. Liu, a big shot from Bakhtur Street. Dr. Li nodded slightly. "Dr. Li," Assistant Su En smiled wryly, "what you're suggesting, isn't that as good as not saying anything at all?" Putting aside what Bakhtur Street was, whether they could go there was another matter entirely. Even if they did go, where would they find a neurotoxin? Such toxins couldn't be bought without special connections. G. Milan, hearing about Bakhtur Street for the second time, vaguely understood its nature and took out her phone to call Ren Qian. Ren Qian now answered their calls quickly, his tone slightly surprised. Ms. G. Seeing G. Milan make a call, Assistant Su In finally remembered this fact. The Su family had no roots in Xiangqing, but the Ren family had deep local ties. Bakhtur Street? I'll try my best to help you get in touch. Ren Qian was also clueless about the neurotoxin. As for the Bakhtur Street pass, I can get it for you by 8:30 tomorrow morning. Bakhtur Street did not belong to Xiangqing, nor to the jurisdiction within. Each time they came and went, they needed to secure a pass in advance. Chapter 295, 112 MTR Characteristic Medicine. Aliens Terrify Connections. Second update. _2 tomorrow morning at 8:30. That was Ren Qian's fastest speed. Thank you. Ji Mulan hung up the phone. By her side, Assistant Su In and Dr. Li both heard their conversation. Their sinking hearts still hadn't eased. Whether or not they could find the needed toxin on Bakhtur Street was another matter. Moreover, a place like Bakhtur Street would require full armament to enter. Assistant Su In looked towards Ji Mulan, pondered for a moment, and then said, "Ask Mr. Ren if there are any familiar mercenaries around." Next to them, Bai Lian leaned slightly against the wall. Her brows and eyes carried a faint expression, eyelashes drooping, as she twirled her phone in her right hand, piecing together cause and effect. About 3 minutes later, she looked up at Dr. Li. "Can the mass spectrometer be taken out?" The mass spectrometer was given to the hospital for research by Jiang Fulai. It was seldom used. It would be impossible for anyone else to take it out. But this person was Bai Lian, so there might be a way. "If you need it," Dr. Li put down the examination results in his hands, "I can apply to the hospital director." "Thank you," Bai Lian nodded, gripping her phone. "Are you busy right now?" Dr. Li shook his head. He was essentially working overtime. He had never seen symptoms like Su In's before, so he had stayed to observe his BOTUS data, which would be his academic paper. "Okay." Bai Lian bowed her head, dialing a number on her phone at an unhurried pace. "Bring the mass spectrometer down. They'll be waiting for you at the hospital entrance." Bai Lian walked toward the elevator, pressing the call button and looking back at Assistant Su In. "Did you drive here?" In the corridor's dim light, her face appeared cold and indistinct. It bore an elegance with a hint of rebelliousness. "Yes," Assistant Su In replied instinctively. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Bai Lian walked in, looking up, then "Come with me." At the hospital entrance, the assistant brought the parked car over. Dr. Li, along with several other male doctors, managed to move the mass spectrometer to the hospital's entrance. The mass spectrometer was a bit large, but fortunately, the assistant had driven a minivan that day. After folding down the last row of seats, the mass spectrometer fit just right. Bai Lian sat in the back. Dr. Li sat down in the front passenger seat. "Miss Bai, where are we going?" the assistant asked, looking in the rearview mirror as Bai Lian was looking down at her phone. Bai Lian, with eyes downcast, leisurely opened a vocabulary database, straight ahead. Assistant Su In followed the route Bai Lian had given, finding it more and more familiar as they went. Finally, after passing through Pure Street and coming to a bridge, both Assistant Su In and Dr. Li saw the words Bakhtur Street at the end of the bridge and gasped. Miss Bai, Assistant Su In's hands and feet became somewhat weak. He and Su In had both heard of such places, especially the bar and auction house. Even international mercenaries didn't fare well there. Dr. Li wasn't in much better shape than the assistant. Both were terrified in their hearts. If they had known Bai Lian intended to direct them here, Assistant Su In wouldn't have dared to come, not even if he were at death's door. "Keep driving." Bai Lian didn't even lift her head, her tone neither cold nor warm. Assistant Su In had no choice but to drive forward. Upon reaching the entrance, they were stopped, and the assistant along with Dr. Li finally let out a sigh of relief. Neither of them had even considered how Bai Lian knew about this place. "Miss Bai, this area requires a pass for entry, and Elder Rin said that the earliest would be tomorrow morning. Assistant Su In explained as he looked in the rearview mirror. Moreover, our hired help hasn't arrived yet. We better leave first. Dr. Li, trembling with fear, clutched his seatbelt. Right, we can't even enter now. Ba Lian finally raised her head, but she didn't speak, simply looking ahead. The assistant subconsciously followed by Lian's gaze. At the entrance, a young man slowly approached. The young man wasn't old and looked scholarly. Subconsciously, the assistant felt he looked somewhat familiar. The young man just gave a nod to the person guarding the entrance. Before Dr. Li could finish speaking, both he and the assistant were dumbfounded to see the gate slowly rising. Ba Lian put away her phone, lightly tapped the case, and said, "Aren't we going in?" "Ah." The assistant snapped back to reality as a car honked behind them. At this moment, there was no room for backing down, nor for wondering why the gate was raised. He looked away from Xiaoqi and hurriedly started the car to drive inside. The Qinglong bar was right at the entrance. Ba Lian instructed Assistant Su In to park the car on the vacant lot opposite. The Qinglong bar, like the auction house, had a very conspicuous sign. The name Azure Dragon, in 2 languages, was arrogantly hung on the side, each character as tall as a floor, shimmering with multicolored lights. Ba Lian got out of the back seat, stood in place, staring at the illuminated Azure Dragon characters, appearing somewhat silent. "Miss Bai." Assistant Su In came to his senses, quickly turned off the engine, and carefully got out of the car. Then, he looked up at the legendary Qinglong bar. A feeling of alarm rose in his heart. He had heard Su In mention the Qinglong bar several times, but he had never been to Bacter Street before. It was chaotic here, unless one understood the power dynamics of Bacter Street. Even Su In wouldn't dare say that one could come out safely. Just then, about a dozen men in black suddenly appeared at the Qinglong bar. The leader was a blond man. He glanced left and right, and then headed straight towards Ba Lian. "Those are the Azure Dragons, man, one of the 3 major powers of Bacter Street. What are they up to?" Assistant Su In swallowed, recalling what Su In had told him. The previous owner who had taken over the territory, Mr. Liu, had some connections with the Qinglong bar. That's why even Ren Qian feared him, and Su In had tried to meet Mr. Liu several times without success. Some connections could be so influential, let alone the group in front of them who were from the Qinglong bar itself. Assistant Su In felt his heart pound in his throat. "Miss Bai, do you think they're coming toward us?" The smell of blood on each of them was strong, giving off a profound sense of oppression. Even the usually uninvolved Dr. Li realized that these people were no ordinary folks. His legs shook as he gripped Assistant Su In's arm. He was more panicked than Assistant Su In. He was just an ordinary doctor. Before this, he had only heard about Bacter Street from the elderly, and now he was faced with people from the Qinglong bar. Dr. Li watched the blonde head straight towards Bai Lian without deviating from his path. Assistant Su In also saw that the blonde man was heading for Bai Lian. He turned his head, just about to speak to Bai Lian. Bai Lian shoved her phone back in her pocket and walked forward, only glancing at Mao Kuan. "I told you to find 2 people to move things. Why did you bring out so many?" 10 bodyguards parted to create a path for her in an instant. Chapter 296, 113 Mysterious Miss. By _1 Mao Kuan touched his head. He didn't know what Bai Lian was up to. He originally thought she needed help moving some heavy equipment and was worried there weren't enough hands. If Xiaoqi hadn't notified him that Bai Lian had arrived, he would have continued rounding up more people. Bai Lian continued walking towards the bar. "The thing is in the trunk. Bring it in." With a wave of his hand, Mao Kuan gave the order. The black-clad bodyguards opened the trunk and spotted the mass spectrometer inside. Gentlemen, these bodyguards had obviously never seen a mass spectrometer before. The device looked delicate and complex, making them hesitant to touch it. "Can we move it just like this?" The bodyguard's hand was still on the rear door of the car. With their intimidating looks, they politely inquired of Dr. Li, who was wearing a white lab coat and a name badge on his chest. Ah, a cool breeze blew by, and Dr. Li finally snapped back to reality. Just don't touch any buttons and carry in like this. With the go-ahead given, the black-clad bodyguards sprang into action. Screens, analyzers, colorimeters. Each bodyguard carefully carried a piece inside. Concerned about damaging the delicate instrument, they moved with slow, cautious steps. Gentlemen, the bodyguard once again slightly turned towards Su In's assistant and Dr. Li, gesturing after you. Mr. Mao invites the two of you inside. Su In's assistant walked with an uncertain gait. It was probably the first time someone had referred to him with such respect, and the ones showing him respect were Baxter Street's bodyguards. Even Su In's assistant, who had accompanied Su In through countless major events, couldn't believe it. He exchanged a look with Dr. Li, and they both walked inside with their heads buzzing. Dr. Li slightly tilted his head, looking at Su In's assistant with an obvious question. What exactly does Miss Bai do for a living? Su In's assistant was even more baffled. His knowledge about Bai Lian was limited, and his mind was in a whirl too. How would he know? The interior of the bar was spacious, with 3 floors. The first floor was shrouded in smoke, lit by multicolored lights, with a crowd circling the central stage. People in the corners smoking and drinking looked up for a moment when they noticed a group of bodyguards passing by. Fortunately, there was no one brazen enough to cause trouble. The bodyguards escorting the equipment and Su In's assistant and Dr. Li made their way to the 3rd floor, which was quiet and had thick carpets spread along the U-shaped corridor. Only waiters pushing carts with drinks passed by, pausing to let the bodyguards go first when they saw them. The bodyguards led Su In's assistant and Dr. Li straight to the private room at the end of the corridor. Although it was just the 3rd floor, the bar owners still gave the room a very auspicious number, 8888. As the door swung open, they saw Bai Lian, standing with her back to them by the window. The giant crystal chandelier overhead was lit, revealing the interior of the room without a shadow of concealment. The bodyguards gently placed the items on the coffee table, and only then did Bai Lian turn slightly, lowering her head to look at the mass spectrometer on the floor. Sis, what is this? Beside her, Mao Kuan was curiously sizing up the mass spectrometer while offering Bai Lian a cigarette. Bai Lian took it casually, biting it in her mouth, and Mao Kuan lit it for her with due respect as she tilted her head slightly. Mass spectrometer. Bai Lian, in a very ladylike long dress, pristine white with elegant vines embroidered by Ji Hung. Her long hair loosely coiled into a bun, held a slender cigarette in her hand, a striking contrast. As the two conversed, Su In's assistant and Dr. Li sat stiffly on the couch, listening in a daze, until Bai Lian looked towards Dr. Li and politely inquired, Dr. Li, you should be able to use the mass spectrometer to analyze toxins, right? Dr. Li came back to his senses. Yes, but you need to have the nerve toxins. MHM. Bai Lian casually flicked the cigarette ash into the ashtray. The thin veil of smoke obscured her eyes and brows as she looked at Mao Kuan with a slight turn of her head, yet she said nothing. Mao Kuan made a phone call with his mobile. Halfway through the call, he turned to Dr. Li. He's asking which nerve toxin you need. He's asking which nerve toxin he wants. Dr. Li's mind momentarily froze. Was this something he could just have if he wanted it? So nerve toxins are as common as cabbage, and he could choose. Bai Lian sat on a sofa on the other side, leaning back. Purchase one of each kind. To identify the source of the toxins, naturally one would need a sample of each type of nerve toxin. Okay. Mao Kuan went downstairs to personally handle the transaction. Such toxins are generally used by international mercenaries to deal with enemies or to apply to their targets, and are not widely circulated. However, some can be found on the black market. Hearing Bai Lian and Mao Kuan casually discuss nerve toxins as if they were talking about cabbages, Dr. Li and Su In's assistant, who had just managed to calm themselves, couldn't help their lips twitching again. Both men looked towards Bai Lian with caution. Under the crystal chandelier, Her face also appeared enigmatic until... Chapter 297, 113 Mysterious Myths by underscore 2 Epic, Epic, Epic. The Pleistocene Epic. The mechanical female voice emanated from Bai Lian's phone. Taking her time, Bai Lian snuffed out her cigarette. She had left in a hurry that day and didn't bring headphones, so she played the vocabulary audio out loud. After repeating the words several times and memorizing their meanings and spellings, she swiped to the next word. Looking up, she saw Assistant Sue and Dr. Lee watching her. Bai Lian raised her head. "Am I disturbing you by studying vocabulary?" She was actually studying vocabulary. In Backter Street, at a bar. Unexpected yet logical. Assistant Sue vaguely recalled that Bai Lian was still a high school senior with college entrance exams next year, and Ji Hung had mentioned that she was diligent in her studies. "Not at all. Not at all," he replied. "Please continue with your studies." Bai Lian nodded and continued reciting vocabulary, albeit in a softer voice. In less than half an hour, Mao Kuan came upstairs with 4 tubes. He arranged them in a row in front of Dr. Lee. "Dr. Lee, take a look and see if you can find the neurotoxin you're looking for." Dr. Lee stood up, seriously plugged in the mass spectrometer, and began analyzing the components of each bottle. This wasn't something Assistant Sue or people like Mao Kuan could assist with. They could only pass things to Dr. Lee when he required them. Assistant Sue felt that Mao Kuan was much more approachable than a group of black-clad bodyguards, and cautiously asked him, "Are you Miss Bays? How did Bai Lian make such a friend?" He looked quite formidable. Mao Kuan smiled at Assistant Sue. "We got to know each other through a fight." His hair dyed blonde. He had the air of a ruffian leader. Hearing Mao Kuan describe it that way, Assistant Sue remembered Ji Mulan telling Su En before coming to Xiangqing that her daughter was rebellious and would do anything. But having seen Bai Lian many times before, Assistant Sue thought of her only as a senior in high school keen on studying. It wasn't until now that he began to reconcile Ji Mulan's description with Bai Lian. "Is this neurotoxin common in Backter Street?" Assistant Sue asked, turning to the matter at hand. "Not really," said Mao Kuan as he lit a cigarette and squinted his eyes. "But as a bar bodyguard, I often hear the mercenaries bragging that they've just obtained a batch of neurotoxins. You guys are in luck." He glanced at Assistant Sue. Assistant Sue took a deep breath. Indeed, they were lucky. "Thank you." He expressed his sincere gratitude. Yet, this person was also a bar bodyguard. Assistant Sue couldn't help taking another look at Mao Kuan, not surprised that Azure Dragon Bar had such strong security. Just then, Dr. Lee took out a tube of the drug, excitedly stood up. "Found it, this is the one." He handed the tube of poison to Bai Lian. Bai Lian took it, looking closely at the vial that was labeled entirely in English, Cyan neurotoxin. She closed the vocabulary app, opened WeChat, and sent a photo to Lance. "Lance? Okay, I'll ask around." Having found the source of the poison, everyone took a sigh of relief and headed downstairs. Xiaoqi was mixing drinks at the bar and looked up in surprise when he saw Bai Lian and the others coming out. "Sis, you're not staying a bit longer?" "Didn't bring my homework." Bai Lian glanced at Xiaoqi and remembered something. "Are you really not going back to continue high school?" Xiaoqi shook his head. "We'll see." Assistant Sue, standing aside, overheard and took a look at Xiaoqi. The group returned to the hospital. Ji Mulan and Lance were still there. Su En still hadn't woken up. If not for the beeping of the heart monitor, one might wonder if he was even breathing. Ji Mulan was beside herself with impatience. She didn't know where Bai Lian and Assistant Sue had gone. Lance sat on a chair to one side, speaking calmly with others only when Bai Lian was present. When she was not, he didn't care who the others were. His stern demeanor made him unapproachable. Even the hospital director dared not disturb Lance. Staff from the medical department came for the 3rd time to ask, "Ms. G, when do you plan to transfer to Jiangjing?" The longer the delay, the greater the damage to the patient's brain. Ji Mulan, her heart in her throat, frantically signed the transfer form they held. "Transfer right now." She had been foolish. How could Bai Lian find an antidote that even Su Wenyao had trouble obtaining? The medical department prepared for the transfer. We're not transferring now. The elevator doors opened, and Assistant Su rushed out, taking back the transfer form from the nurse's hand, and looked at Ji Milan. Stunned, Ji Milan gazed at Assistant Su. Assistant Su, let's stay in Shanxing for now. Assistant Su interrupted Ji Milan. Chapter 298, 113 Mysterious Miss by _3 before heading to Bacter Street. Assistant Su had been only half convinced, but now his trust in Bai Lian was absolute. Ji Milan was somewhat stunned, always feeling that Assistant Zu's attitude towards Bai Lian had changed again. She couldn't help but look towards Bai Lian. Bai Lian ignored her, passing by to find Dr. Lance. Does MTR have an antidote for CN? She asked. Dr. Lance was leisurely flipping through a medical book from Xianqing Hospital. Hearing Bai Lian's voice, he finally looked up and spoke in very fluent English. Yes, I've already had someone call it back. One spoke English, the other Chinese, and yet there was no barrier in their communication. Ji Milan watched Bai Lian, recalling that Bai Lian had never passed an English test. Could she understand what Dr. Lance was saying? In the meantime, Assistant Zu's cell phone rang once. It was from Su Wenyao. Assistant Su hurriedly stepped outside the ward to answer, speaking with great respect. Young master. I contacted Jiangjing Hospital. The voice over the phone, Su Wenyao, was too distracted to focus on studying. He was standing in the biting cold wind, holding car keys and walking outside. There is a department willing to research it. Where are you now? Bai Lian took Assistant Su and Dr. Li away so quickly that the ensuing events were too fantastical. Assistant Su had only just recovered his senses. He glanced at Bai Lian speaking with Dr. Lance inside the room, then paused. Young master, I think we might not need to return to Jiangjing after all. What? On the phone, Su Wenyao stopped in his tracks. Given the overly fantastical description of neurotoxin by his classmate, he had imagined countless possibilities. My father? No. Assistant Su hurried to explain, his expression somewhat complex. We just got our hands on the CN nerve agent, and we've confirmed the source of Su N's poisoning. He recounted the events from beginning to end. Bai Lian. This was the first time Su Wenyao had heard this name, and he was surprised. Aunt Jaya's daughter? Su Wenyao was focused on scientific research, not very familiar with Bacter Street. Assistant Su, you need to ensure my father will be better off staying in Shanxing. Since Su N's life was at stake, Su Wenyao dared not take it lightly. The pressure on Assistant Su was also great, but he was willing to believe what he had seen. Okay. Upon hearing Assistant Zu's assurance, Su Wenyao slowly said, I will come to Shanxing right away. The following day, Shanxing No. 1 High School had science exams in the morning and was off in the afternoon. The difficulty level of the science comprehensive test wasn't high. Bai Lian completed all the questions she could, and with half an hour remaining before the answer sheets were due, she handed in hers and left. Assistant Su was waiting for her at the school gate. He knew Bai Lian had a test that morning until 11, but he had arrived early to wait for her, and seeing Bai Lian come out half an hour early, he was somewhat surprised. Miss Bai, Assistant Su greeted her. Bai Lian, carrying her backpack and squinting slightly, said, You were originally planning to return to Jiangjing, right? Yes. Then, Bai Lian nodded, speaking at a calm pace. Tell everyone that Su N has already returned to Jiangjing. Assistant Su didn't ask why, but nodded in acknowledgement. In fact, he and Su Wenyao both knew there was something wrong with Su N this time. Su Wenyao's rush to Shanxing was not only to see Su N, but also to investigate what had happened to him. Just then, a car stopped beside them. The rear door of the vehicle opened, and a person got out. Seeing Bai Lian, he smiled, classmate Bai. Assistant Su was slightly surprised to see the elder who suddenly got out of the car. Bai Lian turned slightly, greeting politely, Principal, have you finished the exam paper? The principal estimated the time Bai Lian spent on the exam and smiled very tenderly. Did you do the chemistry part? The principal had more than once subtly inquired with the chemistry teacher. Logically, with physics and mathematics being so difficult and Bai Lian always scoring full marks, how could she have no marks every time in chemistry? Bai Lian, I did a bit. Did a bit. The principal's eyes lit up. He had studied Bai Lian's papers. Doing it meant she knew how. Very good. Not bad. Keep it up. And do a bit more next time. That meant Bai Lian's chemistry was no longer scoring 0. Okay. Bai Lian nodded. The principal's tone became even gentler. Next month is the final exam, and it will be a big joint test. Try to solve a few more questions. As they talked, Assistant Sue, had the timing been different, would have had a hard time repressing a twitch at the corner of his mouth. So this was the school principal. And then, why was the principal praising her for doing just a bit of the exam? But upon further thought, it made sense. He had heard that Bai Lian was not a good student. Ji Milan had previously wanted to transfer Bai Lian to Jiangjing private school, but Bai Lian had not agreed. Assistant Sue had witnessed Bai Lian studying vocabulary in a bar, working so hard yet still performing poorly. He sighed, looked down, and pulled out his cell phone to send a message to Su Wenyao. If you have time during this visit, could you help reinforce Miss Bei's learning? Su Wenyao had just arrived in Beicheng, stepping off the plane. Sure, does she have any particular goals? Su Wenyao was grateful for Bai Lian's significant help. Chapter 299, 114 Chief Chun arrives, second update. _1 Bai Lian never concealed her own goals. She watched as the principal left. Upon hearing that, she spoke in a tone as light as a breeze. Jiangjing University. Jiangjing University? Huh. Assistant Su nodded as he held his phone, texting Su Wenyao a reply, and it wasn't until halfway through that he realized, Jiangjing University? He looked up bewildered. What? Bai Lian glanced back at Assistant Su, raising her eyebrows. The black of her pupils reflected the sun, languidly, almost like a different person from last night at the bar. Assistant Su was somewhat silent. Nothing. Just remember not to leak that he's still in Xiangqing. That will do, Bai Lian said as she looked off in a direction, bidding farewell to Assistant Su. I've got something urgent. We'll go to the hospital later. She had originally asked Assistant Su to wait for her to go to the hospital together, but Hall Master Jean had suddenly sought her out. All right. Assistant Su followed her gaze. At the entrance of the milk tea shop stood a man, his head slightly lowered, his face unclear, but one could tell from his bearing a sense of cold pride. As if he felt the gaze upon him, he looked up nonchalantly and glanced in this direction. Just one look across the street. The sun was still high above, and Assistant Su shivered uncontrollably. Who is this? Assistant Su rubbed his arms, and when he looked up again, Bai Lian had already entered the milk tea shop with him. Assistant Su took out his phone and reported to Su Wenyao. Miss Bai wants to get into Jiangjing University. Su Wenyao? ? Milk tea shop. Jiang Fulai also asked Bai Lian how her exam went. They skipped right over math and physics, focusing only on chemistry and biology. The questions were easy. I did fairly well on biology, Bai Lian said lazily, leaning to one side as she watched Jiang Fulai line up, giving orders skillfully. Get one for Zhang Xiai's too. They were going to see Zhang Xiai's first, and then head to the Calligraphy Association. Yesterday morning, Bai Lian had her exam, so Zhang Fulai had rescheduled the visitation for today at noon. There were many people buying cakes at this hour. Backroom. Qi Yundai, who was just carrying out a bunch of fresh cakes, caught a glimpse of Jiang Fulai, outstanding among the crowd, stumbled, and nearly fell over. Master Qi, a young worker from the milk tea shop, quickly steadied him. Are you all right? Qi Yundai, somewhat in a daze, handed the cakes over. I'm fine. He immediately turned and went back to the kitchen. On his way, he couldn't help but stealthily look back. Jiang Fulai just happened to look over indifferently, and with that emotionless glance, Qi Yundai recoiled as if he had seen a ghost. It really was young Master Jiang. Chi Yundai took off his chef's hat at once, and then his jacket, before taking out his phone to post a friend circle update. Just saw a ghost. Director Chen commented with a question mark. After visiting Zhang Xiai's, Jiang Fulai, and Bai Lian, then went to the Calligraphy Association. Bai Lian met with Hall Master Jean first. Jiang Fulai waited for her at the Calligraphy Association, keeping an eye on Jiang He. Jiang He was practicing calligraphy with a group of children, his face splattered with ink dots. Yet he still maintained a cool and silent demeanor that made the other children want to speak, but not dare to. Jiang Fulai casually took out his phone to take a picture, then sent it to Bai Lian without much thought. Next door, Hall Master Jean poured a glass of water for Bai Lian, and after a long silence, he finally asked, "Are you sure you want to invest in the Martial Arts Academy?" Yes. Bai Lian, who had barely used her 10 million, leaned back in her chair slightly. The development here is promising, and reopening the martial arts school is just a matter of time. Hall Master Jean knew that as well. This place was planned to be a tourism route, and recently many people had approached him to buy the martial arts school. "I've seen your plan," Hall Master Jean looked up, "but reopening the martial arts school won't be easy." "Speak." Bai Lian blew on the hot water and looked up. Hall Master Jean smiled reluctantly. "Jingfeng Martial Arts School won't let us open it that easily." Jingfeng Martial Arts School. Bai Lian knew about this school, where many people learn Taekwondo and Muay Thai. Yes, Hall Master Jean's gaze shifted towards the door. They have backers. In Xiangqing, many martial arts schools closed down because of them, eventually having to change business paths. Knowing this, do you still want to invest with me? Of course. Bai Lian's phone on the table lit up. She checked it and saw the picture sent by Jiang Fulai. She chuckled lightly. "Are you serious?" Hall Master Jean's grip on his teacup tightened slightly, his gaze fixed on Bai Lian. "But they really do have powerful people behind them." "Powerful people?" Bai Lian looked up, leaning back, her fingertips idly tapping on the table, her demeanor relaxed. "Then I'm quite curious to see who exactly that might be." Xiangqing Hospital. Chapter 300. 114 Chief Chen arrives. Second update. _2 Su N's hospital room. Dr. Lance's antidote won't arrive in Xiangqing until tomorrow, and at the moment, oxygen was still being administered to his face. "You're saying it's a CN nerve agent?" The police officer looked at Zu's assistant with some hesitation. "Are you sure?" Zu's assistant nodded. "These were all detected by Dr. Li, and he has the records." The officer nodded affirmatively and made a note of it, finally turning to Ji Mulan. "Ms. Ji, if this involves foreign elements, the investigation will be much more difficult." "Why?" Ji Mulan asked the officer, visibly agitated. "Old Su has been poisoned. Look at him now, lying on the hospital bed, his life hanging by a thread." The officer, understanding the emotions of the victim's family, held his notebook. "Our authority isn't that extensive, and it's highly likely this will end up unresolved." He was being honest with Ji Mulan. Xiangqing, being near the border, had too many such cases. The two officers almost spelled it out. The waters were too deep for ordinary people to dare to wade in. "We will do our best." Another officer tried to soothe Ji Mulan, but looking into their eyes, how could Ji Mulan not know they were just making excuses? "If you don't have the authority, then find someone who does." She was about to say more, but she was stopped by Zu's assistant, who shook his head at her. Zu's assistant escorted the two officers out. He then called Ren Qian. Among the people they knew, only Ren Qian had a significant influence in Xiangqing. Mr. Su returned to Jiangjing. Ren Qian had already received the false news from Zu's assistant. Zu's assistant followed by Lian's wishes and subtly changed the subject without a trace. "Yes. So, is the police force in Xiangqing limited in handling international cases?" Upon hearing this, Ren Qian answered seriously, "It's not exactly that there's no way." Zu's assistant was startled. "Please tell me." Zu's assistant, "Can't you guess?" Ren Qian did not say it directly, but Zu's assistant understood. "Thank you." Ji Mulan sat in front of Su N's hospital bed and tilted her head slightly. What does Ren Qian mean? Is there someone who can take care of old Zu's issue? Who is it? Zu's assistant was somewhat silent. You should have heard of him. Shin Yongquan. Shin Yongquan? Ji Mulan looked up blankly. She had heard the name more than once. Sun had been in Xiangqing for so long, and, with his status, hadn't been able to invite that Mr. Chen for a meal. Only Su Yajun from Jiangjing had met Mr. Chen once. To meet him was already so difficult, yet to ask Mr. Chen to investigate Su In's case. Zu's assistant took out his cell phone to leave. He was calling Su Wenyao. Su Wenyao was on the way from Beijing to Xiangqing, and as he heard the news, his gaze turned to the window outside. So we cannot hold them accountable? There's no way, sighed Zu's assistant, having experienced more than Su Wenyao. It's already an unexpected stroke of luck that Mr. Su was saved this time. Ren Qian and the others made it very clear. Regarding this matter, he suspects that it might be Mr. Liu, so perhaps only Chen Yongquan would be able to intervene. After all, the project that Su Un had was snatched from Mr. Liu's hands. Su had been here so long, and Mr. Liu was the only enemy they knew of, not aware that Mr. Liu had already disappeared. Su Wenyao pursed his lips. He'll contact Su Yajun. He and Su Yajun had been high school classmates. In times like this, they could only contact her. No one in the Su family knew Mr. Chen. When Bai Lian brought Ji Hung to see Su In, Zu's assistant had just hung up the phone. Miss Bai, Mr. Ji. Seeing both of them, Zu's assistant greeted them respectfully and proactively opened the door to the hospital room. What happened? Bai Lian walked up to the bed, casually checking Su In's pulse. She asked indifferently. Ji Mulan was upset at the moment. Dr. Lance hadn't delivered the antidote yet, and she didn't know whether she could trust Bai Lian. As for Su In's case, they still hadn't found anyone to investigate it. Bai Lian asked her question, but Ji Mulan couldn't be bothered to reply. Ji Hung sat silently on the side, quietly asking Zu's assistant about Su In's condition. Zu's assistant explained a few words to Ji Hung, and remembering Bai Lian liked tea, he found a can of tea and went out to get some hot water to brew it for her. He then answered Bai Lian. The police said this case will be difficult to investigate. It's impossible to gather evidence, and it's very likely ITLL come to nothing. Zu's assistant didn't spell out the specifics. It was only this morning after going to school that Zu's assistant realized Bai Lian was just a high school senior. Why? Bai Lian withdrew her hand, gesturing for Zu's assistant to place the tea on the table. Her eyes slightly narrowed. She wasn't very familiar with modern laws. Ji Mulan looked up at Bai Lian, pressing her temples. You go back and focus on your studies. Why ask so much? We already have enough trouble. Don't get involved in this, child. Bai Lian took out her phone, slightly tilted her head, her eyebrows and eyes unusually cold. Miss Bai, Zu's assistant, didn't pay attention to Ji Mulan, explaining to Bai Lian, because it involves foreign jurisdictions, we need assistance from Interpol to investigate and gather evidence. Mr. Chen might have a way. But he didn't voice that thought. Bai Lian's phone then rang. Okay, Bai Lian answered the call. Standing by the window, she looked down at the floor below, third floor, room 312. Room 312 was Su In's hospital room. Zu's assistant looked at Bai Lian with surprise. Who was on the other end of the phone? Is it really that troublesome? Ji Hung still held his large tobacco pipe, which wasn't lit. Most of the time, it helped him calm down, so he carried it everywhere. Ji Mulan sighed. Dad, don't ask if you don't know. Even Ren Qian can't do anything for now. She mentioned Ren Qian, and Ji Hung understood the severity of the situation. Then what do we do? What to do? Ji Mulan didn't know either. During the silence, there was a knock on the door, and Zu's assistant snapped back to awareness and went to open the door with the kettle in his hand. Outside stood a middle-aged man dressed in casual black attire, holding a bunch of sunflowers. His face was stern as he nodded slightly at Zu's assistant before entering. When he saw Bai Lian and Ji Hung, he greeted, Miss Bai, Uncle Ji. He placed the sunflowers beside Su In's pillow. He didn't greet Ji Mulan. Director Chen, this case, Bao Yin put away her phone, focusing only on Su-an in the bed. Her tone measured. Will it end unresolved? Her tone suggested. Chun Yongquan, dare to say yes and see what happens. Chapter 301 115 Chin Bureau Major Action _1 Director Chin's alarm bells were ringing in his head. He knew better than Shi Yundai that some people truly were lawless villains. Who said that? He turned around, his forehead wrinkling, his back straight, serious, and upright. His aura intensified in that instant. He was always gentle and casual around Ji Hung on normal days. But now, switching to the cold visage of King Yama seemed effortless. Of course, being able to seamlessly blend into Jiang Fulai's team in Xiangqing and infiltrate the Ji family's inner circle. Director Chun was no ordinary man. Even Ji Hung was startled by Director Chin's sudden transformation. Bai Lian did not speak. She stood by the window, where the sunlight burst through the clouds and invaded the room with golden cold rays, exploding behind her, giving her face a shrouded shadow and making her plain white clothes reflect the light like a haloed pearl. The expression was not easy to discern, but Director Chun felt a chill shoot up from the soles of his feet in an instant. Bai Lian's gaze shifted towards Assistant Su. Director Chun got it, his eyes landing on Assistant Su. Speak. Director Chun had come with Ji Hung to see Su In today, still unaware of the details surrounding Su In's poisoning and hospitalization, only having a general understanding from Ji Hung's explanation. Assistant Su had never met Director Chun. All the information was circulated through Su In's hands, and he had no clearance to know it. But he too was startled by Director Chin's imposing manner and recounted the incident from start to finish. Abroad? CN nerve agent? Director Chin realized the gravity of the situation. A large-scale biochemical weapon prohibited by international conventions. The ability to bring it in meant there were connections. Director Chin sat on the sofa, his fingers tapping on his knee, knowing that the people behind it must be difficult to deal with. He might not dare to investigate deeply on his own, but right now he was not alone. Director Chun had an epiphany. It was as if an outstanding service award had been delivered right to his doorstep. Assistant Su looked at Director Chun, who after hearing the word abroad, sat on the sofa pondering, and tried to alleviate the situation. I know this case might be difficult to pursue. Director Chun immediately stood up and glanced at Assistant Su. Come with me. Assistant Su was taken aback. Go with him? Where to? He didn't fully grasp what was happening and instinctively looked to Bai Lian for confirmation. She nodded at him. Uncle Ji, they'll head to work first. Director Chun informed Ji Hung and left with Assistant Su without further explanation. He took out his keys and his phone, dialing as he used the keys to open the elevator. Assistant Su followed Director Chun downstairs and then into the car. Director Chun gestured for Assistant Su to sit in the passenger seat while he took the driver's seat and connected his Bluetooth headset. Yes, it's me. Director Chun drove along the ring road to Wallow Avenue. That case concerning Su In. Yes, he'll be there in 25 minutes, okay, without Bai Lian and Ji Hung around. Director Chun was not an easily approachable person. The Assistant Su in the passenger seat didn't dare to speak. He just listened as Director Chun made quite a few phone calls along the way. 25 minutes later, Assistant Su saw a familiar building, Xiangqing Police Station, a place he had just visited that morning. The deputy director he had just seen in the morning was standing at the entrance, and behind him were several other leaders. Su In, after all, came from Jiangjing, and when Assistant Su went to report the incident that morning, the officers took him to meet the deputy director. However, only 2 officers were assigned for follow-up. The sun was blinding in the mid-afternoon, startling Assistant Su as he followed Director Chen out of the car. To have the deputy director personally greeting them? The deputy director did not look at Assistant Su, but respectfully handed a notebook to Director Chun, saying, Director Chun. Director Chun took it, glanced through the notebook as he walked inside, his stride swift. Is everyone here? Team 1 is fully on the case. The deputy director followed closely. The issue now concerns foreign documents, and some of our brothers don't have the clearance. Ilk approved the cross-border documents. Director Chen entered the conference room, tossing the notebook on the table and pulling out a chair. Tilting his head at the deputy director, he said, "For those I can't approve." He sat down, tone casual. "There are others who can." Director Chen was a fast climber. There were indeed documents he couldn't approve, but he had influence. Outside, the officer who had spoken to Assistant Sue in the morning was still in charge of receiving him. Now the officer treated Assistant Sue with much more respect than in the morning. "Assistant Sue, please have some tea first. The bosses will probably be in a meeting for half an hour. Let's review the route that Mr. Sue took the week before the incident occurred, as well as any suspects you might have in mind." Assistant Sue hadn't received such treatment as tea in the morning. After everything was asked all over again, Assistant Sue watched the officer, a notion dawning on him, yet he found it hard to believe. "Are you planning to delve deeper into this case now?" Chapter 302, 115 Shun Bureau Major Action _ to Assistant Sue. The officer glanced toward the direction of the meeting room before lowering his voice. "You even got Chief Chun out of retirement. Do we even need to discuss this case? Xiangqing is about to have an earthquake." The suspicion in my heart turned into reality. Chief Chun. It was really that Chief Chun. As soon as Assistant Sue left, Bai Lian couldn't be bothered to face Ji Mulan anymore. She came today to see how Sue-Wen was doing. After saying a word to Ji Hung, she left. "Dad." Ji Mulan didn't dare to speak until everyone else had left. The Mr. Chun just now is she remembered Chief Chun. When she had gone to see Ji Hung before, Chief Chun was always carrying a creel with him. But the Xiao Chun Ji Hung had just mentioned was so different from the one she had met at Ji Hung's home. He is a policeman. Ji Hung looked at Ji Mulan and didn't continue talking about Chief Chun, but instead questioned, "After you left the Bai family, how did Alien live? Why did she suddenly leave the Bai family?" Ji Mulan detected the tone in his voice. She could have gone further with the Bai family. Why leave and then just go jump into the lake? Jump into the lake? Ji Hung suddenly looked up, his cold gaze fixed on Ji Mulan. "From now on, you don't need to involve yourself in any matter related to Alien. When I am dead," Ji Hung's gaze shifted to the comatose Sue-Wen. "I would rather trust him." "Dad!" Ji Mulan exclaimed in shock. "That will be all," Ji Hung said, picking up his pipe and rising to his feet, though he didn't add any more to it. But his heart felt heavy. From the time Bai Lian first returned to Xiangqing, he felt he owed her an apology, because he hadn't raised Ji Mulan well. Each one of them, Ji Xiaojun, Ji Xiaorong, had been educated by Ji Hung from a young age, and his wife taught their two sons literacy. But not Ji Mulan. His wife was also of the rare panda blood type, and she passed away from a difficult childbirth and excessive bleeding when Ji Mulan was born. Since then, he became reticent and focused solely on making a living for the three children, giving almost no education to Ji Mulan, who grew up under the protection of her two older brothers. She had never suffered, which indirectly caused all of today's issues. Ji Mulan was in her 40s, even having gone through a divorce, but Ji Hung felt she was too lucky and thus still hadn't grown up. Sometimes Ji Hung was relieved that Bai Lian had truly grown up, and sometimes it was inevitable to feel pity for her. The stature of a person is torn apart from the second they take on their fate by Lian's calm and clarity, even sometimes her perseverance, which even Ji Hung admired. He couldn't imagine what Bai Lian had gone through to reach where she was now. She was only 19 this year. Yet, it seemed like she had experienced more than him. The library. Bai Lian glanced down at her phone. It was a document sent by Jean Kai. "Take a look at the contract." Of course, Bai Lian didn't understand it, so she forwarded it to Jiang Fulai. Sitting next to her, Jiang Fulai unexpectedly received a document, his slender fingertips still resting on a printout, slowly turning his head as a lock of hair fell across his forehead, not concealing the puzzlement in his eyes. "Why send a WeChat message when you're this close?" Bai Lian twirled her pen in hand, jotting down a line of numbers. After noticing his gaze, she looked over lazily, then raised an eyebrow. Jiang Fulai looked away, expressionless on his cold, pale face, as his fingers opened the document. It was about a martial arts gym cooperation contract by Lian's investment. Jiang Fulai paused momentarily. Then he took another careful look. No mistake, 8 million. For Xiangqing, investing 8 million in a martial art gym was a huge sum. But for the heir who regularly dealt with billions, Jiang Fulai was silent over these 8 million. He read the contract from beginning to end, identified a few unreasonable clauses, opened the document on his phone to draft a new version, and reviewed it once again. Only then did he resend it to Bai Lian. Although very silent, Jiang Fulai had no intention of investing in this project himself. He knew that this capital was enough for the initial operation of the martial arts gym, and that this was a project entirely by Lian's own. Of course, Jiang Shijue would have to make a fuss about it. Those international transactions worth hundreds of millions that Jiang Fulai merely glanced over, sometimes not even bothering to look, and now a contract of 8 million that not only did he read from beginning to end 5 times, but he also personally amended it. Having sent off the revised document in his usual calm demeanor, Jiang Fulai didn't continue with the original documents. Instead, he told Bai Lian and went downstairs with his phone. As soon as he left, the people across from him immediately relaxed. Tang Ming dared to look at the document on the table, asking Ning Xiao, "What is this?" He understood English, but when it was all connected together, he couldn't comprehend it. Ning Xiao shook his head. Bai Lian, who was doing her homework, glanced casually and answered, "It's about constructing xenon gas for double beta decay." Chapter 303, 115 Shun Bureau Major Action _3 Both of them. The police station. The office. Chief Chun sat in his seat, and the 2 giant 3D screens opposite projected the solemn figures of 2 men. Chun Yongquan, you deployed special task personnel to Xiangqing. The elder on the left spoke with a heavy voice, and even used elite combat equipment. Planning a big move, the police force of Xiangqing alone was naturally not enough. Chief Chen called upon manpower and equipment from Jiangjing. He had recently become conspicuously influential in Jiangjing, and many who envied his position had brought their complaints directly to the Chun family. Now, these 2 were lecturing Chief Chun. Squeak! The door to the office was pushed open, and a tall figure slowly walked into the center of the screen. Chief Chen immediately rose to his feet. Jiang Fulai's gaze swept indifferently over the 2 projections, then casually sat down on the chair Chief Chun had pulled out, elbows resting on the armrest, his eyelashes casting a slight shadow. Even when silent, his presence was considerable. The 2 men on the screen seemed as if their throats had been choked, their voices vanishing instantly. Chief Chen poured tea for Jiang Fulai. "I've already had Jiang Shi double the amount of equipment used." Jiang Fulai took the tea, sipped it leisurely, then barely lifted his eyes, his tone indifferent. "You can consider the people as borrowed from me. Any other questions?" Nobody spoke. What could they say? The Chun family, a household of martial artists with little earning ability, had survived to this day only because of the Jiang family's unwavering support. Chief Chen raised his eyebrows. He had said he could sway people. At the hospital, the assistant Su had not yet returned. In Su In's room, however, stood a young man holding a black cotton-padded jacket, clad in a white long-sleeved t-shirt, his demeanor refined as he attentively listened to Dr. Li describing Su In's condition. "So, the antidote won't arrive until tomorrow?" Su Wenyao nodded and expressed his gratitude to Dr. Li. "Thank you, Dr. Li." Once Dr. Li had left, Su Wenyao turned to thank Ji Milan. "Aunt Ji, thank you for taking care of my father all this time." Su Wenyao and Su Jiue had always been like this. They were courteous to everyone, neither arrogant nor impetuous. Ji Milan stood aside, shaking her head, also rarely gentle. "Why thank me? How are you, Jiue?" "We're fine." Su Wenyao looked around. "Where's Assistant Su?" Ji Hung, was reluctant to talk with Ji Mulan about Chief Chen's matters. Ji Mulan currently couldn't give an answer either. He went to the police station for an investigation. At the mention of the investigation, Su Wenyo's mood became heavy. He looked down, checking his phone, and just then received a message from Su Jiue. File. Su Jiue. I've compiled the key points from your notes before. Print them out for her. Su Jiue. I'll go steal Jiang Jingdog's notebook for you tomorrow. Su Jiue. How is my sister? Shy. JPG. Su Jiue. Big brother. Su Wenyao. She is older than you. Su Jiue. Ah, this is even more painful than being 10 points below Jiang Jingdog. Su Jiue was in her 3rd year of high school, and Su Wenyao hadn't told her about Su In's matter. He only mentioned that he was going to Xiangqing to see the Ji family. When Assistant Su came back, Su Wenyao was on the phone with Su Yajun. Meanwhile, Ji Mulan was also very anxious, knowing that it was Miss Su on the other end of Su Wenyo's phone. Wenyao, as you know, Su Yajun sighed. Chunyi is busy with countless affairs every day. You certainly won't bother with such matters. In my opinion, you guys should quickly get President Su back here. Xiangqing is really chaotic. Su Wenyao ended the call and shook his head at Ji Mulan. Ji Mulan sat down, bewildered. Does Miss Su not have a way? Having known Su In for so long, she understood that this Miss Su was someone the Su family couldn't currently catch up with. Nor did she understand her circle. I'll inform my grandmother, Su Wenyao said, as he hadn't told Mrs. Su about Su In's situation yet, fearing she couldn't bear it. I'll ask her to inquire with the Yu family. It's a matter of a word for the Yu family if they want to see that Mr. Chun. The Yu family again? Ji Mulan temporarily didn't understand all these connections, but she could tell that the Yu family was definitely not simple. Young master. Assistant Su waited until Su Wenyao finished his call, then casually stated, You don't need to call the old lady. I've already met Mr. Chun this afternoon. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.